time live streaming through Riverside. So we are doing that real quick. I get the YouTube up too. Gonna have a beast. Gonna have a Mr. Beast Feastables peanut butter. This is not sponsored by them, but it's got this for the first time today. Pretty good. Not gonna lie. If I don't sound like this on my page, go into my channel. There we go. No one's watching. Perfect. This makes me feel so good when no one's watching. And then this top chat. Wow, I totally. Wow, I can't spell and type at the same time. Oh, two people are on. This is perfect. Okay, wonderful. Who's joining? Who is gonna? Who's joining in the chat? One studio guest? No, besides myself. I invited people, so we're just waiting on that. But I will share. Hey, I'll share the screen, and we can watch. Uh, Actually, what we'll do is we're gonna go through the first four films of Batteries Not Included Entertainment, and oh, I'm getting messages all around the wazoo here. And we're just gonna talk about them because I DP'd all these films that you'll see today. Kind of, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Feel free to uh, ask along, and if you have anything to say, go ahead and say it. So we'll just watch this now. Watch through the window. All right. Let's hope this works. So this is the first one. This is called Collection. See, I should be live on Instagram too. See how weird this is. Can anyone tell me if I'm live on Instagram? Because that's what I need to know. Oh, shit. I'm not live on Instagram because I forgot I was doing a practice. So okay. Oh shit. Well, this sucks. If I stop my live and go back live, will this will this oh shit. I was trying to go on Instagram and I forgot I was doing a practice Instagram live, but I guess this is fine for now. Uh
Hello.
hey, hello. Who's Hey Niall.
Hey, how y'all doing?
I'm good. How are you? I think
I'm
you
doing all
are
right.
portrait orientation and you are actually make sure you're in here. Yeah, I think you're in. Yep, you should be in the chat. Yep.
Sweet.
We're live. Welcome. Welcome to the chat.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. This is my first time here hanging out.
So let me go to how's your day going?
Good. Release day's been fun. Gotten a lot of nice messages. I've been sending people out. They've been, my thumbs are tired, but I've been sending links all day, and it's been fulfilling. It's been a nice day.
Nice.
What about you?
Oh, it's a good day. Didn't do much. Now eating a Feastables bar because I'm hungry also. So my second meal of the day.
I totally get it.
No, well, I had pizza too. So, but I don't know who else is joining us, but I guess I'll just do this repeatedly until I know who's coming. But
Mm-hmm.
actually, I was supposed to be live on fucking Instagram. Oh, I'm cursing on YouTube. This is wonderful. But didn't work out because I forgot to make a non-practice one, and now I'm like shit. So
Mm.
yeah, might have to redo a whole live thing now.
It's all good.
But it's okay. But let's watch Hey, and then you can tell us about it at the same time.
Let's do it. Want me to tell you to pause at certain moments, or we'll
Sure.
just run it through?
Yeah, you can pause. We can pause at certain moments.
All right. You want to pause at that opening shot there. I love how whenever it's doing the pullback, how they're in the shadows there, and with him right in the front, just that opening shot is so nice. And I love how it immediately gives you, it immediately sets the tone as to what you're looking for there.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I muted myself because I was chewing.
No,
Oh
you're all
shit.
good. I totally.
No, no, no.
I paused really early. I'm not. I'm gonna let it play some more, but I just wanted to talk about like, damn, yeah, that's such a great way to
This is
open it, and I love that it opens on the word
the
hey.
most unlike professional live cast ever. We'll continue.
His anger just oozing off of him. I do love how the captions are taking liberties here.
What was that?
I love how the captions are really taking some liberties here.
Yeah. Well, I did them through Da Vinci, and I did that really quickly because I had to get the yeah.
No worries. They're still better than some I've seen on YouTube.
Yeah, this is actually auto transcript from DaVinci, so that
Oh,
is better
nice.
than Adobe.
Yeah, I love this whole tone shift whenever he realizes that he's definitely not in control anymore. After you get
Yeah,
snapped at him, and he just throws that last bit of bargaining into it, and he gets shut down. He's like, well, he gives a look coming up that just like cements that he's like, okay, this is the situation I'm in.
I love how the dying, by the way, is like dying, and it just like it's enough breath to fucking blow Mark's hair,
Yeah,
which is
yeah. That's one of those
like
things that it would have been if we wanted that, it wouldn't have looked as good as it came out.
yeah. Well, luckily enough, he really emphasized the dying part of it, so
Yep.
I dagged you.
A dag of you, please. I love how you followed him with that little head turn there.
You gotta follow.
Mm. That's the look right there. That look right there. As I feel that's the moment where he realizes he's completely fucked.
Which I can go frame by frame because this is what you do on this one. This look right here.
No, right, whatever. A little bit more. He's gonna look up. Almost.
Yeah, comma and period, frame by
Yep.
frame on YouTube. Wonderful to know. That look.
There it is. Yep,
The
right there.
famous look.
Yep, that's the look that
That's
says
the look.
I'm fucked.
That's the I'm screwed look.
Yep. I love the way he rolls that, and I love that switch so much.
Yeah. I love
Great
this shot.
shot. Oh yeah.
It reminds me of like I posted this on Instagram because I was like, oh my god, this is like it reminded me of something. I couldn't put my finger on it for like a while, and I was like, oh, it's that Public Enemy. Like it's not exactly Public Enemy,
Yeah.
but it reminds me of that one Public Enemy CD cover or album
Mm-hmm.
cover, and I was like, oh shit, this is
God, which
exactly.
album was that? I know which one you're talking about, but I'm blanking
It's
on it.
I think it's like I don't know off the top of my head.
One of the early ones.
It's oh no album cover. Come on, give me the cover. You son of a bitch.
Those two lights just filling in that space there. Just like there's so much about this that I love.
It's Yo Bum Rush the Show.
Ah, yep, there we go.
It gives that vibe. So and I
Yeah,
was like,
love
oh
it.
shit.
That's definitely up there
Yeah.
in like top 5 of
Yeah,
this whole
definitely.
thing. Love that it's a subtle zoom of him when he looks over when Daniel looks over at him after the snap happens. I love that subtle zoom that indicates like it's getting more real for him.
It's I just missed that one.
Right
Oh
there.
yeah.
Yep, just the slightest push.
Yeah. Well, there's a whole lens flare on that push before we get to that spot too.
Oh, it just went away at the right moment. That's
No,
awesome.
I think it's cut after a flare is because the flare's before the way before the push, so the pushes are actually longer.
Mm. Great scream. Last shot, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yep.
And Finn.
Yeah.
Sweet. So how do you feel now that's released? Did you have your were you holding your shit in all day?
Yeah, it was, this is the very first time that the premiere is the first time I'm seeing the final product in
Yeah.
its entirety. So it was definitely a different experience for me. I didn't spend too much time in the post production. I'd say maybe a couple of hours. So seeing it, there's definitely, you know, I knew with the performances it was going to be amazing. I knew with the shots it was going to be amazing. It's just whenever you're away from something for so long, it's like, man, I wonder what this thing looks like. It's been like what, 5 months, I think.
No, less than that. Because we did in February 22nd.
More, I would say like 3.5. I'd
Three
say,
and a half, yeah.
yeah,
I would say
about
so.
3.5. But yeah, it was like it. I'm so proud of how it came out visually and how what we were able to convey. The performances were great. I'm happy to. This is something I'm definitely proud to put on that demo reel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is something that you know, we'll turn some heads for sure.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah. What was your favorite part about that day?
The moment we realized the mariachi band situation, it was just too fucking funny to me. Like I know there was stress in the air, but now whenever someone tells me like, "Oh, what's a funny set story?" I'm like, I'm pissed because the funniest one I'm ever gonna have just happened, and now it's just completely peaked. Is unannounced mariachi band. But aside from that, as the joke answer, the first time that once we wrapped that final shot and everybody had that we did it look, because of all the things that kept happening, and how dedicated we were to everything, when we finally got that shot and we had that collective like deep breath and the applause and everything like that, it felt wonderful, realizing we finished early as well. It was great.
Only by what, like 10 minutes?
Yeah, right down the light on the wire.
Yeah. And we did start a little late because we started because the mariachi band started literally at the same time we were about to roll cameras.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that was fun. That was fun to hear a mariachi band, and like just knowing because they came to my house on a Thursday, and I looked out the window and I was like, "Oh, why would they be set up for a party today? Why don't they, if they're gonna do it Saturday, they'd be set up for like Friday or Saturday? Like they wouldn't do it on Saturday. Maybe they'll do it on Sunday." And
Yeah.
lo and behold, it's Friday. I'm like, well, there's no party. And then lo and behold, Saturday comes around. It's like 11 o'clock, and everyone's there. Like, well, there's no party yet. This is a good thing. Maybe it is Sunday. Then, literally, in about fucking an hour and a half, when we're about to
Yeah.
roll
Just
cameras,
enough time to set up.
yeah, the mariachi band is playing right out there, and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, like feet away from it.
Oh, Mark
And
Vanis is
it
in the
felt
house.
good. I mean, it sounded good. Yo, the boss is
The
here.
boss sauce himself, Mark Vanis, is
Thought you
in
were
the house.
fired.
What's going on, guys?
How's it going,
How's it
Mark?
going?
Going good. I'm getting some feedback with this app, so if I sound a little wonky, I apologize.
You wonky mother.
Everybody's a critic. Tell the app to make something itself, then
Yeah,
it
I
can
know. Welcome to this
criticize.
app.
Well,
I can.
what's funny is Mr. DiMarco is all like, "Oh, group me in Discord and all these apps that I have for all these projects. I have all these apps, and here he is adding me on another app."
No. Listen, this one I was supposed to do multi-streaming on this, and I accidentally didn't set it up for Instagram correctly, and I can't do it at the same time. So like the Instagram was on a practice because I wanted to practice
Yeah.
first before I did this because I was like I want to see how it looks, but I don't want to waste like a live. So I was like, well, I'll just go live. And I forgot I did practice because I wanted to get my food before I did this wonderful live stream. And then I realized I'm like, oh yeah, I can't because I'm gonna do like a color grade session of missing after this too. So I'm like
Mhm.
trying to like, but between the time of everyone like actually coming on more or less or whatever, and everyone comes on, so I'm just gonna be like alive for fucking 4+ hours, like just sitting
You
here
know,
in my room.
seriously, I'm just busting your balls, man.
No. I'm gonna tell you my whole life because I'm trapped in my office today due to the fact that my
He's
wife.
got the time.
Well, yeah, my wife's friend, she's over the house, so they're having a girls' night. So for all the times I've made Ashley stay upstairs while while we have film stuff, it is my turn to return thy favor, and
Very fair.
I have my also my cooler with me too. Hold on, this is legitimate. I had to show this a cool little goodies for myself.
Love it. Love it. There you go. You got your overnight bag.
Yeah, my overnight bag in my office, and then I'll sleep on this over here. So I think I'll be fine.
Perfect. Yeah, there you go. You won't you got your food, you got your shelter. Just a shout away.
Too much information, Mark. Congratulations. How are you feeling, by the way? Because no one knows that he was sick, but I'm asking how he's feeling.
Oh, sorry to hear you were sick.
Oh man, no, I'm good. I just I've been plagued with migraines throughout the year just because of a lot of stress, putting too much on my plate, and just being a little bit too busy. So I'm able to kind of ease off the accelerator for right now. So I'll be out of town for about a couple weeks in June. But no, I'm doing good. Migraine's gone, but you caught me on a Saturday where I was supposed to do taking care of myself, but then I had a voiceover project I had to do last minute, and I was like, all right, we're working, but we're working in not showering and plowing through it.
Good for you.
Yep.
Good for you.
The good grind way.
Niall,
Abs-
I'm gonna get sidetracked real quick, but like Mark gave us a bunch of gaff tape for missing. I have to tell Mark, you took a whole Apple crate is full of gaff tape from you. Like I'm like I will never go hungry again with gaff
Wow.
tape. Probably I might not. I might be dead before it's all gone. I might have to give it to my kids or my grandchildren with how much gaff tape you gave me. And
Well, thank you,
Well,
Mark.
that is absolutely awesome to hear. I'm going to do a little shout out to my 9 to 5 company, my muggle job, as I like to call it. I work for Four Wall Entertainment, which is a large lighting and production company, not only across the States, but we have 3 facilities in the UK. And the biggest thing about Four Wall is we love to give back, and a lot of times we'll have those perishables, the gaff tape, the trick line, all that stuff that just gets returned. And it's like, well, what about the preppers? Don't they fill up their work boxes? And the answer is yes, they do, but they don't use every single thing. And it's just kind of like they give it back to us and say, we can't throw this out, we don't need any more. So in essence, our clients donate it back to us, and I'm like, well, all right, well, let's look at our theaters. Let's look at our independent filmmakers. And so Four Wall is just one of those companies that just does really great with the quality, the production, quality, staff, everything. But it's a matter of they do like to help out when they can. With the ice bucket challenge back before the pandemic, during the pandemic, we were staying online, letting everybody know, because that was hard for all of us entertainers, film, live shows, everything. And so I got to give it up for my company for, just being a good company to work for. Definitely not an influence for, hey, because I like all my bosses. My bosses are awesome. And even though I'm a manager there, I like to think I'm a good boss.
Well,
but
Not
we'll
from what I've
see.
seen, but I'll take your word for it.
I think your employees might be a little, we worry about them, not the boss. You're the boss, man. You're the one who's getting tied up. You're the one getting the power fought against you.
Just watch your back. Cousin Eddie's coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? But I think, okay, so going back to about Hey, though, what was so great about this production playing this character is I always wanted to play something completely opposite of myself. And I feel this boss character was like that. I mean, I've had a lot of crappy bosses, and hearing Isaiah and his stories and what was his inspiration for writing Hey, and I was kind of like, no, we've all been there. We've all had that, part of my French, but that asshat who just, power struggle or insecurities, bully syndrome, regardless, they were just terrible management. And, I think all of us have had daydreams of, not wanting to do it, but be like, oh, what if? And this kind of gives that whole little fun, what if, 3 associates were just sick and tired of it. And I think it'd be a little bit cathartic for some of the viewers, because they'd be like, they may not see my face sitting in that chair. They might see, past bosses' faces and be like, oh man, that would have been so great. Oh, a stapler? That's awesome, because no permanent damage, but the pain is there. So again, very well written. I love playing the character. I love playing something that is just not like me, because it adds that challenge, but also it does give me that vent for, I hide all of my anger and my upsetness and my negative feelings, because I like to put out in the universe good. But sometimes it bottles up, and then it comes out to be a really good asshole character that gets what he deserves.
Yep.
Well, I think I bottle up my feelings also. For like, this is right now men talking about feelings in a podcast form. But like, yeah, I understand about bottling up feelings and like letting it out and trying to putting out nice and stuff to the world. Sometimes shit happens also. I understand. So, Mark, let me ask you this. What was your favorite part about the set?
The puppies.
The puppies.
The
Yep,
puppies.
They did get a special shout out in my Instagram post. Our fluffy, adorable PAs.
Yep, Teddy and Bear, you guys rock. But seriously, yeah, that was, I think that was a good tension breaker, having the pups around, because when you're shooting something that is high intensity like that, it's nice to when there's a cut break and us actors were able to kind of break out of those characters and be like, okay, hey, we're in a good place and the puppies are there. But when it comes to the set itself and the production, I have to say just the collaboration between everybody. What's great about Hay and Batteries Not Included is we're all a bunch of people who are, I'm not going to say I'm talented, but I'm saying everybody I worked with is extremely talented.
You absolutely
And
can. You're just leaving it up for us to say it. I get you. I'm spiking it down. You are.
No, you're just too talented. That's what it is.
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that. But from my experience, what I'm going to say is I just saw all these talented individuals who are ready. And I'm going to take a line from my friend who is also in the film production theater industry, Ronnie Nanos. His line is level up. And the biggest thing is we're all at a certain level, and you work on that. And what I got from this production was learning more, being on a different type of set, working with pretty much nobody that I knew. I knew Austin from a past student film that I did, but outside of that, working with people I haven't known, haven't worked with before, and seeing the level of professionalism, talent, but then also understanding between everybody. You hear all the horror stories of you got a diva on set, or you have a producer who just doesn't effing care. You have an actor who is just like, yeah, so when's the food showing up? It was none of that. It was like, okay, we know what we have to do, and we're going to do it. And then I love the mariachi band. That was the best part. We're about ready to shoot.
It's
And
so
then all
great.
of a sudden we hear Star Wars in the tuba. Boom, boom, boom. And like, of course.
It's amazing.
Now me coming from production on the theater side, I had like a panic attack. I got triggered. I'm like, oh my God, how do I fix this? But then I snapped back to reality. I'm like, not my job. Stay in your seat. Just be actor. And then seeing everybody all around, being like, all right, well, we're gonna figure out a solution. We're gonna work it out. And it was worked out. And it was so comforting to see everybody had a job and they did it. When problems arose, they were solved. So my favorite part about being on the set was even when the shit hit the fan, problems were solved and everybody acted responsibly. I don't want to overuse the word professionally, but responsibly be like, okay, well, I need to work on this. This is something I have an idea here. And that's why we were able to shoot everything in one day and at a schedule. Like, and granted, it was like an hour and a half ahead of schedule, but when you're doing a 1 day shoot, that might as well be, a half a day because you got a lot to cram in a small amount of time.
Yes, yes. That speaking of that, like we had 40 something shots, which was a lot more than what I realized we needed to do because I script lined that whole wrong. But even like the mariachi band threw us off for about 20 minutes, I would say, and then we got into it right away. But again, that was fun knowing that. Just seeing the mariachi band or hearing the mariachi band. I didn't see them. We should all went over to the house after the shoot and just said hello and say thank you for the mariachi band because they're still playing. I think by the time we left.
Yep.
And also about the puppies too. That the funny thing about that is that's the first time the puppies were on set together because at the house, like because before, like we had when we did Kevin and Winnie at the house, we had Bear stay with my mother-in-law when she lived out here because we like always gonna bark the whole time. We don't want to have Bear barking the whole time or whatever it is. But like this time it was like, well, Ashley's at work. I can't ask my father-in-law because I don't want to ask him, and I want to see if he takes both dogs. But I was like, well, fuck it, we'll just see what happens. Like I know Bear's gonna just stop barking after 20 minutes or 30 minutes of pets and stuff like that. And I was like, well, thank God they didn't hear because the bear was barking sometimes inside too, and like I don't think it was picked up in the audio, but
No.
yeah. So it was like
Maybe the mariachi band was calming them.
I don't know. My dog hates everything. Well, Bear hates everything. Teddy's just a fluff ball.
So he's chill.
Yeah. So, what the hell?
So Mark, I want to ask, what is your favorite moment of the whole short? Either if it's a specific shot or if it's a line or a moment of something. What would you say is up there?
Honestly, I like how everybody had their close-up moment. You know, Daniel was underneath the light and silhouetted, and he might be the least amount of lines. He was a huge in that one close up shot. Austin, which one? Starting off, yelling at the boss, or when he gets up into his face with the stapler? And then when you got Oscar and I, our close ups were that part of the scene where together, it's all another, and I'm just staring at him. It's like everybody got their close up shot, and there was the skill level of everybody and how they play their characters and how well they played them. And I think what's great about that, though, is you see it all come together because all four of us gel. Other than Austin, I met Oscar and Daniel the first time that day. I was like, these guys are great. Why would I be a dick to them? They're awesome. They're good employees.
It's because you're a bad
but
person.
no, the short did a great job. Yeah. But it did. My favorite parts was just seeing everybody in their close-up shots, because you also got a little bit more of the emotion of what their character was going through. Nobody phoned it in. I mean, Austin was pissed. Austin was a beast. Daniel was like, dude, we shouldn't be doing this. And Oscar bringing out his Oscar performance.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to say that the close-ups, because it doesn't just tie into it's not just the bringing, but it shows what everybody else was bringing between the lighting, editing, correcting, audio. It all tied together. So, and those close-up moments, that's when people feel that emotion. That they feel either they're that character or they're the person talking with that character. So yeah, I can't say just one part. I would say at least those parts.
Just speaking of, everyone can feel like that, like you're saying, that one character, like you're saying, like, you're kind of breaking up a little bit. I just want to make sure you guys it's right. Like you're saying that someone can feel at least the character, right? How can someone be feeling the boss? Because I feel like the boss is the person you don't want to be in this situation.
All right, so we're not perfect as human beings. We have all erred in our lifetime, and some of the greatest people that you'll meet were probably some of the worst people you could have ran into in their past. So you have the people that have learned from their mistakes, like the boss. He's going through a turning point. He is going to have now being a better person, hopefully, if he survives.
Yeah, whether or not he can apply
but then
lessons, he
also
will learn it.
yes, absolutely. And then also when we've all screwed up and we take it personally, we feel bad. And I like playing about the boss character because Niall, great job directing this and being like, okay, from this first part, dude, you're still trying to keep control. The boss is like, if I'm tied up, there's that anger, but then there's that realization, that hit. And there's that switch to now, as you directed me, you're like, okay, this is where you're going to start to be a little bit scared. You still want to be in control. Now, at this point, Oscar's in your face, you realize, all right, I no longer have the power. I no longer have the control. And apply to people as well, too, when they've erred and they've realized it's been brought to face. So I think everybody could kind of identify where they've messed up. Maybe not to the level of the boss, but it would never make them feel like bad for what they've done. And yeah, going off on a little since we've got 5 hours, and I like to talk a lot. I was actually cast in a made for high school film when I was in high school.
Oh.
And the director, this guy was a one-man show. He did the camera work, he wrote it, he produced it, directed it, and it was about sexual harassment. And so he just came to our improv theater class and just asked all of us actors, give us a time when you were bullied, or when you've been bullied or were the bully. And for me, growing up the short little, I was bullied all the time. But I was like, no, I'm going to think of in first grade. I was the bully because, when you've been bullied a lot,
Well, hold on. Let's give you a moment
Mark.
to catch up for a second.
Your audio,
It's really jumping.
your internet's going a little haywire. You're like freezing. You're like Johnny. You sound like Johnny Five.
Yeah, it was struggling for a little bit, and then I think it just crashed completely.
I think so
Oh
too.
crap!
You're still. Oh, he left us.
It might be.
Mark
might
Vance
need
like
just a
anymore.
refresh.
That's the next movie I'm in.
Mark doesn't like us anymore. It's written and directed by John DiMarco.
Mark, no, it's actually written and directed by Mark.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, perfect.
Yes,
To make it even more personal.
Yeah. I made a joke trailer one time called like The Passion of John DiMarco, or like Why Everyone Hates John DiMarco, and like no one wanted to do no one wanted to do this mockumentary. I was like, it's a mockumentary, everyone. I just want to make jokes about myself. Like
your friends are too sweet.
I know.
I love it.
Why would you do that to yourself? I'm like, it's a joke. It's a joke.
They're like, but we love you. Why?
It's like a roast. I'm like, I just want to roast myself. That's all I want to do is roast my goddamn self.
People make whole careers out of it.
Yeah, like it'd be great. It's like Kill Tony, I guess. Oh my god, it's fucking yeah. That was Mark still. We lost him. I can't believe
Maybe they're doing a whole Wi-Fi reset or something.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
The internet was screaming for help.
He was saying, "Hey, I need help."
Hey, yep.
Can you do me a favor? Hey, let me ask you this: if you could put one song of like any popular song of with the words "Hey" in it that are like a very like "Hey" related song, what song would it be?
So I've had a lot of fun and pretty much every advertisement picking a new one. So you just go to music, type in A, just listen to these different ones. Obviously, Come and Get Your Love is fun, but it's a little bit too bouncy for the mood. I like Let's Raise the Dead by Hollywood Vampires. It starts with Hey.
Gotcha.
And then most of them are just so upbeat, like it would be pretty hilarious if they put on, Hey Yeah, right before they got down to business.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting. Or like I think I typed in the group chat and what was that one? It was some 80s song. Oh, I gotta find it now. Like I can't. It's like one of those things like the words, but I don't know the name of the song because I'm like I'm pretty sure I heard something like a PLJ type of like radio that's cool jams type of shit, and like and you hear it in the grocery store. Like I heard the worst song today also in Target, and I was like, why is this on the radio in Target?
It's such a frustrating situation.
Oh,
you're just enjoying your day, and then you're just like, what the hell?
When Target starts like sending out, where is it? I don't even know anymore. Like maybe it's further. It's an 80s song. I can't remember the fucking name of it. Oh, hey, it's after Hey Ya. So I'm trying to find the Hey Ya thing, and then it was no. Oh,
yeah,
it's here we go. Crowded House. What was it? Don't Dream.
Oh,
Don't dream it's over. My perfect song for this film.
Absolutely. We went we really took the word hey as far as we could. I imagine if we lived close to a barn, we would have gifted each other hay on set, as a parting.
At a bar?
Yeah.
Interesting. Why at a bar?
No, I said we probably would have gifted each other hay as like a parting gift or something.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I love unique parting gifts and stuff. I worked on a set once in LA on a movie called Bitch, and it was dog related, and everybody got dog tags and those Scooby snacks that are graham crackers in the shape of dog bones.
Which ironically came out again called Night Bitch.
Really?
Which is the Amy Adams movie.
Oh, I haven't seen that. But it's Amy Adams, so I got to check it out.
Yeah, I think it's called Night Bitch. Yeah, I think I saw the trailer. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So yeah, it was like what was it? The oh my, I could blank down what I was gonna say. Words cannot describe what I'm saying right now because
So we'll let your thoughts do it for you.
I wish I knew sign language and I can just sign and people would know what I'm saying at the same time. It'd be really
So
fun.
you could just sign. Hold on, I'm thinking of something.
Yeah. Or like just have a piece of paper, put it up on the webcam, and be like, hold on,
Yeah.
thinking out loud,
Loading.
thinking in progress, low key. Oh, please help
Make
me.
yourself a John DiMarco loading screen.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. I put my face on it, just like gifs of my
It's like
face.
finding syllables, allocating shaders,
Yeah.
finishing point.
Everything I do, I'm like I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Oh god.
Where was I gonna go with it? Oh, let me ask you the the oh my god again, like this is a great day to do a live when you can't remember anything and you're like, what the fuck?
Hey, you've been doing a lot, man.
Oh,
It's all good.
not really. I didn't do any. Well, no, I worked yesterday, the day before, and the day before, and the day before. Yeah. Do graduations. That was fun. You're doing that for like the last 2 days at work. Filming those
Like
things.
it's the season. Tis the
It
season.
is. It is the season to be jolly.
Tis the season to fucking melt.
Well, at least they're inside, luckily enough. So we were inside doing them, so that was nice.
That's good.
And they're in a theater at Las Vegas Academy of the Arts, which is very nice theater, by the way.
When I went to go to the audition for the second job I went to the other day, I wore my outfit that I accepted the award in for Beasts. So I was dying. Like on the way to and from the hotel, like in the car.
Yeah.
Just in the moment I stepped outside, I felt like I was going to be a puddle. But luckily,
yesterday was brutal, and even today was brutal. Like I wasn't even outside for long. I think I was outside for like 5 minutes, and I'm like dead.
But don't worry, everybody listening. We're going to be fine because we're going to be rewarded with 4 months of perfect weather soon, and then the cycle will start over.
Mark Vanis, the boss, applesauce.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god, it's Mark Vanis, the boss.
Mark in high def. Look at you.
Wow. Who is this man? Get him out of here.
Who is this man and what did you do with the pixels that was here before?
Welcome back, Mr. Carter.
Welcome back.
Oh, we can't hear you though.
Oh no, now the mic is being mean to you. It's okay.
Oh, you sly son of a bitch.
This is the rules of communication. You must be tested at every gate. You need to pass every test before you can continue.
Mark, like the Terminator, he will be back.
He's leveled up on his visual. Now he's working on his audio.
Like, oh, I got some shit visuals, but I'm gonna go hardcore. I'm gonna outshine everyone. I know he's got that like lighting package behind him where he like can make it all cool behind. And I'm like, when he pops that out, I'm like, I'm gonna walk.
Okay, I'm
my
seeing
shit.
a muted icon in your screen, so I think it may be not hardware.
Anymore. He's unmuted.
Nope. No. All right, we'll give you some time. It's
okay.
Wait. Find the input-output settings.
Let me go.
I believe in you.
Yeah, he's up and everything.
Yeah, no, I think he muted himself as a test.
Well, this is great. This is great quality, guys.
So
this is how you know a live stream's perfect when you do things like this.
I've never seen one live stream that's perfect. I am happy to say, not one single one, even with all the money in the world behind it.
Views, by the way, everyone should know that.
What'd you say?
202 views.
Fuck yeah, we broke 200. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and
what was that?
We're at 42 likes.
Hell yeah, and it's been what, 9 hours?
8 hours as of
8 hours.
Yes, 8 hours as of 8 hours. So we are hitting 8 hours. Yeah, we had premiered 8 hours ago. I cannot speak.
It's all good.
Oh, that felt good too. That felt great. Thank you. That felt grand.
I'm glad.
Yeah, it's a good burp.
Yeah. Hay's out, and it now belongs to the world. It's good to release it out there.
It does. We it's nice to know that it's out and it's done, and now we can show it to people. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I got something coming out. That's
the best thing about it is, as I was telling I've talked with you about many times, but mainly during the 48-hour film festival, when I was like, it's so my least favorite phrases are I'm gonna or I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Like as a filmmaker, you say those two things so fucking much, but when you get the ability to be like, here it is, I did the thing. It's right here. You can look at the screen and you can see it. It's like when a musician can just break out a guitar and do that. Like as a
Yeah.
filmmaker, you can't do that unless you have that shit on hand.
Yeah.
You have a QR code real quick. And especially if it's just a piece of paper, I'm not gonna stop the party and be like, "Hey guys, let's all gather around the script and put on some mood music and we'll read it together." But whenever it's all put together and you have something, you could just send someone, and it's just like you're the people look at it differently. The people that are supporting you from afar, they're looking at it, because we're all on this crazy train with this crazy dream. We want to spend and make millions of dollars playing make believe, and it is a serious passion and it's a serious dedication. It's a serious art, but to the outside, it takes every link you send, it gets more and more real to them, and that's also a really great feeling. Even though we believe in ourselves, it's really great to have people on the outside see physical proof of you improving and you climbing and you making this progress. Let them know, hey, I could do this, and I know all these wonderful people as well. It's great.
Before I ask you the question, because I have a question for you, Mark, can you hear us? Can you?
I can hear you. Can you finally hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Wow, it's a miracle. But let me
So-
let me ask now this question.
Go ahead.
It's your 5th short, you said, directing,
Yep.
right? So what have you learned from 1 to 5?
From 1 to 5, wow. Every single one, there's a handful of things that we learned, because I tend to try to purposely jump in the deep end. Like when Brendan and I first started making shorts and stuff, when we were planning our very first one, I think arguably the most complicated out of our whole stack of scripts was Neri, because it involved costumes and swords and a Caribbean beach when we lived in the desert. And so, I've always tried to jump myself in these deep end situations. And this time was no different. I'm so used to doing everything. Like when Brendan joined on me, he took on half of it. But on all the other ones, I'm writer, director, producer, editor, cinematographer. I have every single decision. If I don't do it, it's not going to get done. Or if I don't tell someone to do it, it's not going to get done. That sort of situation. But it was both. It took an adjustment, but at times it was also kind of nice to know, on this set, it's a little bigger. More people here have their own individual jobs, and I'm here to learn this new swing of things. Because while the way I do things I got good at, it's not the way I healthily should do things. It's not a great idea. You want to be able to have more collaborators and stuff like that. You just got to have people that you can trust and that run everything by you before it gets cemented and stuff like that. And it was definitely an eye-opening experience for a few different reasons, and I'm just happy it is the way it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Nice. And Mark, is this your favorite set you've been on?
Oh, that's hard. That's really hard to say. They're all
Don't
my
worry,
babies.
we'll just take it personally if you say no.
I'm going to take it personally, because whatever you answer, I'm going to be upset about.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty. I'm already pissed, so we'll just see.
It's not you, it's me. No, this like I said, this was a great set. Between the people, the quality of the product that was produced, and just for the fact that we're all talented individuals and just wanting to get to that next level and putting all the hard work into it. I mean, you could clearly see this. I mean, we've been working on this for about 2 or 3 months now, because we filmed in the end of February. And that's because I know Isaiah wanted it to be perfect, and there were elements that needed to be worked on. And when people needed to be called in outside of end of shoot and post production, everybody showed up. So I would say this production is absolutely one of my favorites by far. And yeah.
Good answer, because I was going to break this pencil if you didn't say missing.
Yeah, I was going to break your legs. I was going to kidnap you, put you in a garage.
we're here to talk about hay. We're not here to talk about anything else. But no, this is another reason why the hay was the main reason why I've worked with John on missing, and also I want to work on more projects for BNI, but not just BNI,
So
like
excited for
everybody
missing.
involved. You guys.
So-
No, seriously. It's very it's not rare, but it's really hard when you get a collaborative of people that just click and they get it, and you don't have to worry about are they going to pull their own weight or not. And so yeah, absolutely, it was one of the best sets I've worked on. I will definitely work if you guys say, hey, we got a project. The answer is yes. Just send it over my way. We'll see. And the only thing that's going to negate it is my availability. That's it.
I already told you I have at least 2 or 3 names on the top of my list that I'm just gonna, just expect my call at some point.
Hey, we gotta. And I
going.
want to see if you would just say like a yes, because I was gonna say like, hey, we gotta, and then you say yes, and then like, we gotta fix my plumbing. If you want to help me do that.
Hey, we got a project for you. Yes, awesome. My shower's not working. It's been busted for 3 days.
And as I've told you guys before, in film, I am the actor. I'm not production. When I left theater, I love production. Not that I don't, but when I got into film, I'm like, okay, production burned me out. It's one of those things. I was okay at it, and at the start, it was fun, but then it got to a point where, for me personally, not the gig itself, just me personally, I just wanted to be more creative. So if you want me to fix your plumbing, I'll get you a number 4 plumber. Absolutely, I'll help you out. You want me to hand you a wrench?
Hey, that's more help than some would. Most people would just say,
I need you to act
Google.
as a plumber to fix my shower. So there you go. You have to be the character's a plumber.
Yeah, I'll fix that shower for you. I mean that crescent wrench and that 3H thingamadong. And,
Cut. You're supposed to turn the wrench the other way. Don't fake it. Really go for it this time.
Really turn that wrench. Really fuck up my pipes.
If you're gonna ask me
Your
to be the
character's
plumber,
reading this manual.
if you're gonna ask me to be the plumber, I'm gonna be showing you half crack too. So do you really want to see
method.
That's
method.
your problem, not mine.
No, it's not my problem. That's part of the gig, baby. The work.
I'm not gonna be in that room with you. That's the funny part about it.
Well,
It's gonna close set with a media.
Close the door. Yeah, fix it. We're filming you via this camera up here.
And instead of the sign saying like on air, it'll say no to crack.
Yeah.
So I know this is about hay, but I do, you both mentioned missing. If you want to give me and the people a little snippet, little morsel of what's going on with where we're at with that.
I plead the 5th.
All right,
that's all you, Marco.
Plead the 5th.
Well,
I mean, if people are watching this later, and I don't know who's gonna be on here for 5 hours with me, or like in general, because I'm just gonna go live till I die, and just see how long I can go.
Hopefully you don't, hopefully you live longer than 5 hours. That would be.
Well, you don't know that. Something could happen, and then it's the greatest fucking hours of my life with just seeing a body on the floor. No, because I'm probably gonna go back to color grading missing. Either I have to make a new live, or I can do it through here, because like I have a live on OBS that I can like show stuff and have 2 screens at the same time and myself on there. Because like this is like only share a screen, and I'm like, well, I can't share the whole screen, and I can't show the timeline, and I can't show the program at the same time. So I'm a bushy bitch with 2 screens. What can I say?
Sometimes you gotta be.
Yeah, I would love a third one personally, because like I need one like just to have all my timeline on one screen, and then big and bold like me.
I never thought about putting the whole timeline across multiple screens. That sounds wonderful.
No, just through one screen. So like how I have it.
I thought you like stretch it off through 3. I'm like, you'd never have to scroll.
Like if you ask me what would you love for monitors, I would love a 34-inch. I know, big. A 34-inch for my timeline, like a 34-inch screen just on the tracks and all that shit. And then like one just dedicated to the program, like the whole video itself, and then one dedicated to like my bins, because I'm like that.
That makes sense.
No, it doesn't. You're all looking at me like you're crazy.
No, what makes sense to me is with editing, I know personally that everybody organizes their editing software different, and it makes sense to almost no one else but the person using it.
Yeah. That's true too. I mean, I don't use DaVinci, so like DaVinci, I can't change my workspace around, which I like doing, because
Mhm.
like in general, you can't take your timeline and like just take that out and like move it around to the other side and just show more of your screen. You have to have either vice versa. I feel like, and there's no like, and it's at the bottom still, so it's not like, oh, hey, I need to see everything. I can only see this much. I have to scroll up a little bit, I have to scroll down a little bit, because I like to
Right.
see everything. I want to see the whole goddamn kit caboodle. Like if I have to scroll down, that's not a problem. It's also like I have a lot of tracks. Like
Yeah.
on missing, I have like I think 21 tracks right now
Damn.
of just
Nice.
not just audio, like because it's his audio, but it's not just his audio. It's like the mics, his, and then like the boom, and then Lance's audio, Sandal's audio, Lance Sandal's boom, like sound effects, atmosphere, uh what else? What else? There's like music. There's fucking more atmosphere. Fucking like I have cicadas in the winter right now.
You got some Foley and
Yeah, like I'm not, I'm not even anywhere near like doing sound right now, or I'm just working about color, and my brain is hurting, guys. Let's
You're
scratch
not
ahead.
there yet. Just
Yeah.
focus on color, man. You're all good. We're here for you. We're here with you.
Oh,
The color's here. The
Get
sound
used
isn't
to it.
here yet.
Well, there is something that I could kind of put in about missing connected to Hey.
It's the same character.
Yeah. Oh God.
You found Jesus.
I was gonna say I don't want to divulge too much into the character, but no, I was gonna say since we used a one shot in missing, we were talking about it in Hey, and we could totally reshoot Hey, and a camcord style, calling it Hey 89, like it was like a found tape, and DiMarco plays employee number 4.
Yeah.
And we could do Hey as a complete one shot, and it's another film, what have you.
Let's do the whole thing in one shot. That sounds great. Let's do it.
Seriously, if you think about it, we get everybody together and we do a one shot on like a VHS camcorder, we could get it done in 4 hours, easy.
Okay,
Easy.
Easy.
Go ahead and let's give the mariachi band a call, because it won't be the same without them. We need them there. So I need to schedule it the day that they're there.
There you go.
I mean, okay, the Wonder idea is a great idea, but like the 4 people that are technically in that, as well as so much movement, we have to like work on that for a week straight to figure out the like.
You're thinking too hard.
No, we just get everyone in. We hit record and just do our best,
It's
right? That's the most time. That's the best use of our time.
I think we should put Niall behind the camcorder and just have him walk around and be like, all right, who am I going to focus on? Because
Then we get my vlogger mind. Yeah, let me
absolutely.
It's still 89, but the vlogger mindset. It's like jump cuts, or like how about the Gen Z version? What's that? Have you seen those like Gen Z cuts of things where it's like all messed up, like edits?
Yes.
Yeah. Like the Gen Z version
Love
of something.
those.
Yeah. So
it's amazing.
Hey,
by
Gen
the
Z
way,
edition.
we got a quick update here. Currently 207 views and 43 likes.
Oh wow! I know.
Yep.
So we're 57 likes away from the Easter egg.
We are, and that's what I was gonna say. If anyone's watching this, which is only 2 people, and besides myself and someone else, and so whoever's on the live itself, if you're watching this,
go like it.
Yeah, go like the Hey movie itself, because we need to get to 100 likes due to the fact that we want to find out the names of the employees.
Yeah, I mean, currently I believe it's Hemothy, Ernest, and Yenis, and those just seem like common names that I can think of off the top of my head.
Henrietta, Ernest, yeah, and Yanni.
I love how when we Ernest. Yeah. What else fits? I don't know why it's the first one that pops up.
I just think of Ernest P. World.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Me and Burn.
Damn, Jim Varney.
No, I think the names are Harry, Edward, and Isaiah, but the Y is silent.
Hey, there you go.
Interesting.
Is your name
That would be amazing if all of all of the names had a completely different first letter. It's just silent.
No, then the age is also Isaiah. So it's Isaiah.
Yeah.
Differently. There you go. That
together, they're
got
Isaiah to the
it.
power of
Got it.
cracked the code,
We
guys.
cracked the code. We are
No need to
crackers-
like. Don't worry about it. No,
We
no,
are
no. Keep
crackers of
liking.
codes. We are the crackers.
Of codes, yes.
Oh my god.
What's up, Oscar?
Oscar.
Oscar.
There's an Oscar?
There's an Oscar. There's an
No, I
Oscar
don't see
saying.
them in the room yet, but I'm gonna take your
Well,
word
no,
for it.
he's in the chat of YouTube. I'm looking at I'm also monitoring the YouTube at the same time, so I'm doing all these things.
Oscar, if you can hear us, say something.
Something.
Are you in the room with us?
Are you here with us right now? We've been doing this for an hour, and people are like, "Who the fuck are these guys?" What?
No, they're gathering around the living room. They're getting ready to have Sunday dinner. They're like, let's put these guys.
It's
on. Let's get
Saturday.
ready.
What you sound like my mom. She loves Sunday.
That's why they're so excited. They're like, we're gonna have Sunday dinner tonight. Look at this entertainment. We're not gonna
It's all
waste
big
this.
bowl of pasta. What do you think? Do you think the employees ate before they kidnapped their boss, or do you think they ate after they hurt their boss? You think?
I think they plan to eat after because they know they get sluggish beforehand. They were most likely to back out
Yeah.
if they had like some chicken parm, you know.
Fettuccine Alfredo.
You can't be evil in a full stomach.
It's like The Office when he eats a whole bunch of carbs before he has to run the race, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna throw up.
Yep.
You just-
I have a similar story to that. When I was in high school, I wanted to run the mile. I never had a good mile time.
Yeah.
And this is around the time I started working out, and my uncle and I, it was probably very dumb, but he kept giving me this powder called creatine every day before he went.
You took
And he was just
creatine.
like, oh,
Jesus
it
Christ.
was like, oh man, yeah, this will just like help you work out more. I'm like, cool. So like as a fucking high school, like I just did this. I never questioned
Bro.
what it was or anything.
Yeah.
We were just making bad decisions. And then so the mile came up and I'm like, oh, I have a great idea. What if right before I do the mile, I chug a water bottle with it in there?
Yeah.
And I got a good mile time, but I immediately passed out. Like I collapsed at the line. My legs stopped working. And then that's when the question started of like, hey, should we be doing this? Is this bad? Like
What was it? I mean, I have creatine now. I take it. I don't
it's a
take it as much.
pre-workout.
Yeah, well, I take it for post workout too. I mean, I haven't really touched it that much, but like, yeah, that shit's wild. Like,
Yeah, it's
those
definitely
months.
not to be used the way we were like we were just like, oh, we heard pre-workout. I guess we do this before we work out. Let's not do more research.
I don't understand people that do energy drinks before working out. That's the one that like throws
Right?
that throws me off. I don't know about you guys, but that like I'm like, wait, what?
And even like Gatorade commercials, whenever like someone just like won a football game and then they're chugging Gatorade, I'm like,
Oh,
bro,
no.
water. Like you're
No,
gonna
no.
get a stomach ache.
Well,
like
Gatorade for the electrolytes of if you're depleting, if you're doing like athletic stuff like that, you're depleting electrolytes like crazy in general. So like that's understandable because like I think someone I know, like they were covering a wildfire and they're down at Laughlin, and they said like they just drank a bunch of Gatorade bottles just not to piss because they were sweating all that shit out because they were just sweating the whole time in Laughlin. They're like, we can't go pee. We're on breaking news.
yeah,
So it's
you
like,
can't
oh,
you
shit.
can't just take it out. Yeah.
No.
Can you guys point that away? No, yeah, I totally get it.
Speaking about running a mile, here's my complaint of the day. Like, I don't understand how the treadmill at the gym and the fucking my part of my watch over here, my smartwatch, wherever you can see this shit, are completely different. Like, I'm running or jogging at the gym, right, at a 6'3", and I'm like, all right. I'm like, oh, I'm at 0.25. I look at the treadmill, I'm like, oh, I'm at 0.10. Which one's right? Do I take an
Whichever
average?
one says you're doing more, that one's right.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
So I ran 3 miles in 30 minutes. Perfect. All right.
There you go.
I jogged 3 miles in 30 minutes. Whatever.
There you go.
don't run.
Nice.
Yeah. You know.
No,
you want-
3 miles in 30 minutes. That's good. An average of 10 minutes a mile. Like that means you weren't stopping at all.
No, I don't, no.
That's
Well, yeah, because
Yeah,
I'm a New Jersey walker. What do you expect? I'm a fast walker.
True.
I don't power
Yeah.
walk is a normal thing, and I don't do this. I just walk.
yeah. New Yorkers and theme parkers, man. We know how to weave through a crowd.
No, theme parkers are the worst. They're like grocery store people. Well, I don't know who's worse, grocery stores or theme
No,
parkers.
not if you do it right. Me, like, I'm not talking about people who go to a theme park. I'm talking about theme parkers.
Oh, Dean Parker.
People who know what they're doing.
Yeah, I get 20 minutes to a mile with my dog. That's the funny part of it. He's like sniffing everything. I'm like, can we go here? Can we go? Can we go?
It's like, man, I wish I had this much fun sniffing everything so we could be having the same level of enjoyment. You know what I mean? Like, if you stop for a leaf, I want to stop for a leaf. And then
It's
we
the
just have a
same
great time and
grass.
continue.
It smells it it's the same grass. It's nothing new. Nothing new.
But
Come
he's
on.
smelling 1,000 stories.
Dude,
You
I
know, every
understand
time he sniffs, it's like in Arkham Asylum when you're putting together the crime scene. Like, he's seeing that of 1,000 dogs every time he sniffs.
Whatever.
I just got a great image in my head. Like, seriously, that was perfectly described. That was perfectly described. You see a dog, and then all of a sudden the digitalization goes to the blue screen. You know,
Yeah, he's out
Right
there
on the
watching movies. It's like, oh, what did that dog do?
It's
today?
it's actually black and white because they only see black and white or some shit. Or no, you just really see yellow and blues. So instead, like they just when they go to detective mode, it's black and white. It's a noir for the dogs.
Yeah.
I was sniffing at this house. It smelled like cheese.
there's a trombone playing softly in the background. Everyone's smoking for no reason.
Yeah. She was in the corner.
This wiener dog had a rough day, I could tell. Woke up with some back problems. I understand that. I licked my balls a little too hard and I pulled out a back muscle, so I get
She had to wag her way into mine.
Got a rash from licking myself too much.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
yeah, that'll be a fun. That would be very fun. Who do we cast as the monologuing noir dog?
Wait. Speaking about dogs, let me ask you this: what characters would the dog like? What characters would those be dog? If they were a dog, what character would those characters be as a dog?
Oh yeah, so I would say that. No, I don't. I know exactly where you're at. I think that Daniel would have been Golden Retriever, you know, and I feel like Austin's Pitbull, not Pitbull, Bulldog. Sorry, Bulldog. Yeah, and then Oscar, that's Pitbull, or more reserved, but ready to go nuts. But that sniveling little bulldog is just fucking rah.
And what's the boss?
The boss, a cat, I guess.
I agree.
Wow.
I agree.
I'm gonna change Austin's to a Tibetan Mastiff.
Okay, yep.
Because
I didn't even contemplate that, but yeah.
Or a German Shepherd.
Works.
There you go. Rottweiler. There's a lot of Rottweiler. Actually, you know what?
Straight up wolf.
Wolf. Yeah. There you go. Siberian Husky. I think that'd be Daniel's character, Siberian Husky.
I believe the scientific name is straight up wolf. I believe that's what they're calling it. Like if it's just wolf, they're just like just straight up wolf.
When you got past dog, you're a wolf. Oh, okay. Oscar, I think Oscar said he loves that. I guess
awesome. Good. I'm glad you like the choices.
Thank God. Someone liked the choices.
So you heard it here. The Disney style animated version with all dogs and cats will be coming out early 2029.
Now, what it should be is the boss is actually the veterinarian from Beethoven.
Ah, yes. There you go.
So
the villain.
You are the villain of this as the veterinarian from Beethoven.
Fair.
All right. Fantasy cast you would want to see as each character. Like
I mean, I can't see him as anyone else.
You can't see him as anyone else? Okay, I just want to see if anyone would say anything.
I think this is something that the actors got to answer themselves.
Yeah,
what would you think, Mark? How would you feel if we were like, hey man, you're fired, but you get to choose your replacement?
Oh man. Fantasy. Well, I was gonna say if you're gonna be casting an older boss, Gary Oldman, that guy is one of my inspirations.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like you've seen him on multiple platforms or multiple movies, just playing both the good guy and a bad guy, and everybody's like, "You always play the bad guy. How are you playing the good guy in this?" Like when he was cast as Commissioner Gordon. And so
that dude has golf-worthy range.
Oh, absolutely. And for a very, 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 very strong second, Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
That guy right there, just I've seen him be a gangster. I've seen him be an asshole. I've seen him be, a father, looking out for his family. It's like that the range on him. So to be able to play the aggression, but then also the submissive of, okay, hold on, wait up, hold on. Don't fuck with me. Yeah, I would say Gary Oldman followed by a very close Denzel Washington. Even that, I hate saying that, but that's who I pick.
Okay.
I love it.
All right.
Yeah,
I like
Oscar,
it.
you can answer in the chat, and you can answer for Austin too if you want.
Austin's apparently a
seem
Chihuahua.
close.
Oscar said Austin. I take Austin Moore as a Chihuahua.
No, where's the Chihuahua? I can see that. One of them real pissed ones that think that they're like 300 pounds, but they're like 4.
It's Napoleon. It's Napoleon complex. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Bear has that. He's a Napoleon complex dog. As much as I love that dog, he's
Go right up to a Great Dane and be like, "Yo, eye to eye, right?" Like, no.
no, that dog, like, he barks so much on a walk that it's like, why are you barking at? There's no one around you. Like, you're just gonna bark, like, you're barking at that dog like 100 feet away. When it comes up to you, I'm like,
Yeah, no, but you remember, like you said earlier, he's barking at a dog a few hours ago.
yeah.
He's seeing all
Mark.
the remnants of the cat. Yeah, he ran away. He's sad about us.
Mark was still upset with me that he ran away, and he
literally ran away.
He literally ran away saying, "I hate you," and I'm like, "All right." Even though I'm putting words in his head.
There he goes. There he's back.
God.
He's returned.
Oh God!
Sorry about that. Totally forgot I was cooking.
Oh, what are you cooking?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not burned. It's soup on a low simmer, but
okay.
Yeah, because we're trying to be healthy.
That's ironic. I was actually about to say I was going to hop off in a little bit because I do need to cook and I need to eat to survive. But yeah, y'all, let's do some. Do y'all have any extra questions? Do y'all have any questions for me or any more like scenarios or curiosities or anything like that? I'd be happy to go through.
I got a question.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, DiMarco.
I don't have a question.
You have a question?
No, I don't have a question.
That's what you said. You said I don't have a question.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So my question is, you did all that pre-production leading up to the day of the shoot. What did you find went differently than you expected on the day of the shoot?
Mariachi for one. That was unplanned. We didn't ask for that. And there's some. With sets, it's pretty much guaranteed that not everything is going to go the way that it's going to go. Half of the job is planning it, and the other half of the job is dealing with the things that didn't go as planned, right? So I didn't have any big surprises. I went over there the night before with John, and he kind of ran me through all the angles and stuff like that, and what we're going to go. And I knew the space, and I've been over there before for some other times, and I think that. One of the things that I remember having sort of a wow moment, and I love these little, sometimes my brain will pick out certain moments of a memory. Like the first time I ever went to a drive-in theater, I went to go get my popcorn from the thing, and I was walking back to the car, and I just had this memory of looking around, seeing the stars and all these movies playing and stuff like that. So my wow moment for this on the set was when we were setting up for I believe it was one of the staple scenes, and or either the staple scene or the ironing scene. But I was focused on you and where you're sitting, and then I kind of looked up and just did a scan of the room, and everybody, it was the clockwork moment. Everybody was doing something, and they were focused in on it. But it was a nice feeling to know that we were all here for the same reason. And even whatever frustrations or complications might be on there, everybody has the same goal on their mind, and it's to entertain people. We're all here to make people happy and to better their lives and to distract them and to entertain them and to educate them, and that's what the fuck we do. So it was great to have experienced that.
Awesome. Follow-up question: what do you think was the biggest challenge directing this, or just directing in general?
Well, I mean, directing in general, the process of it was different with this one, right? So, like I said, I'm so used to having my hands on everything, pre, mid, and post production. But with this, I had significantly less hands on pre production, and on the actual day of production, I had to, be sort of conscious on me that I'm not stepping on other people's toes, that I'm not going over and just doing this person's job while they stare at me blankly. I want to be able to work together as a team and find my my specific space, and give people room to do their creative ways, to at least see their ideas, because that's the best thing about being a director is it's you don't want to assume that you are the absolute smartest person in the room or in the world. You're not going to learn shit. I'm always open to people suggesting things and talking to me about it and giving up with an option. As long as I got the final say on it, I definitely want to hear, because maybe most likely I didn't even think about it because I'm thinking about these 5 other things. If it didn't pop up in pre-production, then you have a chance to maybe bring something to my attention that I didn't. So yeah, I guess finding my lane and staying in it was the biggest challenge of this, and just kind of learning to let go a little bit.
All right,
Good thing.
got one more for you.
Go ahead, please. Yeah, I like questions.
Here we go, Clark Kent with the questions here.
What was the most difficult thing about working with me?
The most difficult thing without working with you is I kept getting distracted.
Sorry, that was really uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I was like, I'm uncomfortable here.
I kept getting distracted thinking about other roles I can fit you in. that was the problem with every one of y'all. It's like every time you finish the take, I was like, damn, that was good. It'd be good for this one too. Anyways,
your ADHD brain was kicking in that time.
Yeah. I was trying to just be director, but producer was knocking on the door as well, and trying to come in and all that stuff. But yeah, it was. And I think if I were to come up with more of a serious answer, I've only directed 5 shorts, so I haven't directed every scenario. So I haven't ever done an interrogation / hostage situation before. So coming up with the words that I did tell you of, like, coming up with the timeline of your emotions and how you're feeling, and translating that from how I wrote it down in the script to here, and pointing out visually the moments as to where it's gonna to hit. That was a challenge, to make sure that I was thoroughly communicating it, because I also Nary, that this was in 2019, and then the next thing I did was this, which was like 6 months ago, and this I wrote. I didn't even direct that, but I wrote and direct this. So it was a hot minute, and took me a little bit to get my feet in the water. But I do feel that between the direction I gave Daniel about I was telling him how to look a specific type of jittery, a specific type of nervous, and I told him that to pretend that you had ants under your skin. It, nobody else knows it, and they can't know it. You cannot let anybody know it under any circumstances. Don't give any hints, but they are there, and what I told you about, this is the moment that you realize that you fucked, like that. Those are the moments where I felt like, okay, I'm back in the swing of things. I got this now. I'm good. The rust is off now.
Well, I think you did a hell of a job, man. Seriously, I felt completely comfortable with you. You gave great feedback. Great feedback when I had questions, but also great direction. And yeah, like honestly, from my perspective, it didn't seem like anybody didn't know what they were doing. And you as a director, absolutely, like you're there, like, okay, say these lines, do this, or here's where the turn is. Because one thing as an actor, at least for me as an actor, I love being directed. Some people are like, sure, I know the character. Don't tell me what to do. You're behind the camera. Fuck off. Whereas me, I'm like,
we love that.
Oh yeah, you guys love that. My whole thing is, it's like I'm a piece of the puzzle, and the director is the one who's got to make it all happen. And I think you did a really good job. But it's also, when you see somebody who does a good job, you do have to ask for those challenges, because they're learning experiences. And for me, as what I do in my 9 to 5, what I do as an actor, everything, I always want to have that constructive criticism. And so for me, it was like, I didn't see anything that you needed to really improve upon, but sometimes you are your worst critic, and that's where that comes out to where it's like, here's what I could have worked on. And I'm like, oh, I would never thought about that. How could I apply that to me being an actor? So, but yeah, you did a great job, dude. And seriously, I look forward to more future projects with you as well. So
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. So that means more to me than you know. And I'm happy to be back. And I like writing a lot. I love directing. When people ask me why I write more, it's because it's free. And it's still something I have a passion with. And and not to discount, like I definitely had help. I needed to have counsel sometimes with Isaiah and Kat and Sam, and they were I was asking them like, hey, what's a good order? Because on my sets, I am lights, camera, and sound and everything. So I don't need to check with me. I just point and I say, all right, everybody ready? Action. But, you have to learn this. There's other steps you got to call out. There's a specific order and all that stuff. And, me not have been able to do full film school. I've been learning from experience for the past 16 years that, there's some things that fall through the cracks and little things like the order of things that you shout out before action. That's one of the snippets that I'm going to be taking with me for the future. That's, you don't think about these things whenever you're in the pre, but when you're there, it's like, yeah, no, this is great to learn. So I'm really appreciative of the people who helped me out with it. I definitely needed some assistance here and there, had some guardrails, but everybody was incredibly kind and generous and respectful. And I'm really happy to hear from you that it was a great experience. I really try my best to make sure I was there. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
appreciate you, brother.
By the way, Oscar did answer about the celebrity replacement. He said Cillian Murphy, one of his all-time favorites.
There you go.
Yes.
Just want to get that out there
Yep.
before I forgot to mention it to you guys. Like,
No, I can see that. I can see that.
I can't.
Going all Peaky Blinders on you.
I see Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler? I
I'm
could
glad-
also. He's got range. Have you seen Uncut Gems? Don't you
Uncut
doubt
Gems.
his name.
Oh, if you mention pizza parties one more time, Shabadoo!
I just watched
That'll be the new one. SNL Sandler versus Uncut Gems Sandler.
I just watched Chuck and Larry again.
That's a green screen video I need to see.
Yes. Yes, that's the video we all want to see.
It's amazing.
That's
All
a
right,
good
I'm gonna
reason.
go get myself fed so I can continue to breathe on this earth. But this has been amazing to.
No, you fast. You fucking fast. Do a 48-hour water fast.
48-hour water fast. All right, well then I'm gonna go get something to eat and not have any water.
No, you have that. You drink. All you do is drink water for 48 hours.
Oh, that sounds terrible. No.
You know what it does to your body though?
Bad things?
No,
It
great
makes your
things.
body miss food.
No, clears your mind. I'm
Just
watching too
remember
many,
not
like,
to put that creatine in that water.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear
There's
Lord.
there's a lot less things you think about when your main thought is fuck, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Like,
Be
it's
taking
clear.
L-carnitine, and that shit's like will make you hungry and make you want to
Yeah.
poop also.
I know fasting works for some people. No disrespect for the people who do it. I definitely, my grandmother has done a couple, and all this stuff. So yeah, if it works for you, it works for you. If you don't, it don't.
I know, you don't eat that at all. I tell you to, motherfucker.
All right,
so.
take care. I
See ya.
can't wait to work with both of you again, and I'm pretty sure it'll happen sometime soon.
Love you now.
See you later.
Take
Get
it
some
easy,
food.
brother.
Love y'all too. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Just you and me, Mark.
Oh,
boss.
Fuck.
God damn it. God
good-
damn it.
The,
God
the,
damn.
the, the good guy left. The bad guy stayed.
And guess who's here? The two bad
Ah.
guys.
And yeah, but bad guys,
The
very
bad
nice.
guys,
I'm
two
nice.
very bad guys. Oh,
Dude,
How-
all right. So I know you've been asking questions. So
Yeah.
let me ask
Oh,
some
we're gonna
questions
turn-
to you,
turn the
Mr.
tables?
DiMarco. What's that?
return the tables?
Oh,
Tables have been
yes.
turned?
The turns have been tabled, my friend.
turns have
And
been
yes, I
tabled.
said
I like
that
it.
correctly.
All right, go ahead.
All right. What were some of your most enjoyable moments of Hey?
You know,
Whether
last
it
time
be pre-production,
Yeah.
during production, during the shoot, post-production, most favorite I got a math degree, not an English degree. So most favorite parts of this whole project that you were involved with.
Hmm. This is I hate these questions because like I'm not saying because like because it's like my problem is like I black out in the sense of like I shot something and I forget everything that happened, and
Okay.
then you ask me like, hey, what was your favorite part of that? I'm like,
So you know what? You know what? I will retract that. I'll make it easy on you.
yeah.
I'll make it easy on you. Um, what made you so excited about this project to where like there was literally a posting the next day about it? Uh,
Oh, okay. I
yeah,
can
because
answer that.
seriously, first of all, as an actor, to
Yeah.
see a posting on something you just shot like the day before,
Yeah.
I was on cloud nine. I was like, this has never happened. I get to see some stuff, and I was just like, you know what? We're good. I am solid tonight. This is awesome. So I want to know, like, what kind of prompted that excitement
Yeah.
of posting so quickly?
Hold on. I need to stand up. I feel like and look at you this way because I can't do this all day like sitting down. This is gonna be annoying.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So what like prompted that? So like I have a weird like adrenaline spike, I think, after shoots a lot of times. So like I'm up to the wee hours of the morning and then after a shoot because I can't sleep. I'm so fucking excited. Cause like
Mhm.
but okay, I have to answer the whole part. I can't just give you a half a context. What got me excited for like shooting that is like just like when I read it, it just felt dirty and grungy and dingy and like I'm like, oh, this is perfect. This is gonna be some low light, like like I feel dirty being in this house or
Mhm.
being in this garage. It's supposed to be an office, right? But like where are we gonna get an office space? So like I think one of our first discussions was I said to now like, do you want this dirty or clinical? Right. And he's like, well, I want it completely like all lit. And I was like, well, if we're doing this in my garage, and you see my garage, so like you'll probably understand this. The only light we'd get is from that LED like little light we have up in the ceiling that and I'm
Mhm.
like you know it won't show that much light and it's getting blocked by those whatever they're called the
Storage racks.
thank you storage racks. So like we can't really we don't want to use light and light stands. That's going to take away space and we need as much space as possible. So the best way of doing this, I said, would be probably the grungy way where we just kind of do like these lights where it's pockets of light and like that was the idea where I'm like I see as pockets of light for everyone. So wherever you stand, like you're lit or you're not lit. So if you miss your spot, you're gonna be half lit or not fully lit. Like I was thinking of Gordon Willis also from The Godfather because I love his cinematography and just in general, like he's a great cinematographer. Godfather, Godfather Part Two, Parallax View, uh, Annie Hall, Manhattan, all those films. And like he was saying about The Godfather, it's like I made you have to stand right here. Like that's your spot. So like if you want to be shown, you need to be in the light. So like that was my whole idea because again, like the if you're lit, everything around you gonna be shadowy as shit. So I'm like, all right, we take that idea, that concept, because it'd be interesting with these three characters as well. Because again, like wherever they land, it's the lighting. It should all like be unique and dynamic. And so from that, I just start buying lights after we had that discussion. And I went to like, I'm like, okay, I need to buy like work lights. So started buying clamp lights like at like $10 at Home Depot, the smallest ones, like the ones that are like this big, not this big. Cause I was like, well, there's different sizes. So I went with the smallest ones, tested it out first. And I was like, okay, well, because they don't come with bulbs. So you gotta go, what bulbs do I get? What kind of
Mhm.
bulbs do I want? I don't want like these like new, like the ones that had the frost on them. I want the old school, like the filament. You see the filament.
Yep.
So I found those LED ones. And I'm like, then it's like that question of like, do I want 40 watts or 60 watts? And I'm just standing at Home Depot for an hour. It felt like an hour. It's probably like 10 minutes. And I'm looking at each one and I'm like, and the guy comes up, you need help? I'm like, no, I'm filming something. I don't need help. So I'm like, I'll go with the 40. If I need the 60, I'll buy the 60 later. And I'm like, and then it comes down to like, well, I need the warmest light. So I'm like trying to find warm lights because I want that yellow
Mhm.
feel because we want to get that
That tungsten.
that tungsten look, right? So we're doing I did that and then I start like going around my garage and I'm like, okay, so where can I put these? So I'm like checking one out and I'm like taking my car out of the garage so I can see where it would be good. And then I'm like, okay, well, I need more. I thought originally 3, and then I'm like, no, I need more than 3. So I got 4. I'm like, no, I need more than 4. I got to like, I think I got 7. And I thought because funny story, I thought I got 5, and I'm like, oh, I need one more. Then I'm like, oh shit, I bought an extra one. So then I'm playing with the 40-watt bulbs, and I'm like using dimmers. So I'm like, okay, I figured out the dimming, like how, like, because if I put everything at 40 watts and there's 7 bulbs or 6 bulbs around, okay, now I gotta figure out the dimming situation of these. How dim can I go until uh I'm like it's perfect. So then I'm figuring out dimming and all that stuff. So that's the next thing. Like it's a whole process because that was the exciting thing. It's like this whole process of like how do we light this, and like what made it even better is like I'm at home. So I'm at this home turf situation. So I can do this at any time I feel like. So every time after work, I'm done with my job. I'm now home, and I'm like in my garage. Okay, like how do I do this? How do I do this? Okay, I'll come back to it. I'll be right back. So like I can take a break if I want to watch some TV, then come back out and be like, oh, okay, I want to do it this way. So let me try it tonight this way. So like that was always it's always fun doing that, being able to do it at home because then it's like it's there. So yeah, and then just knowing that lighting was like, okay, this is what's gonna work, and like testing it and even putting myself in the frame just with the camera. Then after that, and going, okay, that's gonna work. That's not gonna work. Yeah, it was fun doing. That was the most fun. Is like just figuring out the lighting schematics for this shoot actually, and then like trying to figure out like my camera, because with my camera I wanted to do ProRes RAW because I wanted to give the most dynamic. I wanted to give the most like latitude and flexibility for Isaiah when he edited. So ProRes RAW would allow us to change the ISO if anything and all this stuff. So a thing I've been trying to do is trying to figure out Cine EI, and I'm getting to a big complicated like technical thing. I feel like so I'm gonna even probably confuse you, and I apologize. But like if you have any questions, you can stop me if I'm just rambling about things too. But
Go ahead, bro.
yeah, so with Cine EI, you have 2 base ISOs on my camera. So you have 800 and you have 12,800. Now, 12,800 will preserve the highlights while 800 will preserve the shadows. And we want the shadows. So when we did the 48-hour film festival, I used ProRes RAW for the first time. And I kind of wanted to challenge myself to use it again because the first time I used it, it got noisy in certain situations. And I'm like, how did this happen? So I'm like, let me try this again. And like again, I want the maximum dynamic range of this thing, and I want to. And again, the thing with Cine EI, again, go back to Cine EI, is like if you shoot it right, if you like in a camera and like a DSLR or an SLR or mirrorless camera, you can change your ISOs. Even in a photography camera, you can change your ISO, correct? So you can go down to like a 400 ISO, and like that I'm shooting at 400 ISO. But on my camera, if you monitor 400 ISO, if you change it to 400 ISO in the camera, it still stays at 800 because it's locked. It's locked in there. It's like you can bring it down in post that way, and you can change it in like the other Catalyst browser, whatever it is. So knowing those parameters, I made my monitor in my I made my monitor in my camera able to monitor at the ISO we want it in the end product. So I made this like if I made this 400, this would look for 400, this would show 800 still. And then what this would show out to like Niall, Isaiah, and Kat, and whoever else was watching was this 400. So they knew that's what we wanted.
Mhm.
So that was the other thing. It's like the geekiness of like technical shit of like understanding my camera was another thing I was like excited to know about that got me amped for the shoot because I wanted to push the boundaries of what I can do and push like the limitations of what I can do and just elevate that and try to elevate that as well too because I'm always trying to figure out like my whole thing about any film I do is like I want to make a goal for myself. So what's my goal? So just like figure out the Cine EI and figure out Apple ProRes RAW and just like make the best lighting that I can. That was my goal. And I try to do that. That's what I always try to do.
Well, you absolutely did a great job because, again, me working for a professional entertainment lighting and production company. I
Yeah.
came in and I see these lights that are, like you said, they're clip lights. They're like, and you got the tungsten bulbs or the
Yeah.
the filament bulbs in there, and I was just impressed because it was like this is. I'm gonna sound douchey right now,
Oh, don't.
but I'm like, this is fucking art. This is like, you do not need a $10,000 LED light that does all this, that, and what have you.
Yeah.
You could get stuff here that, like you said, are $10 a pop and create an environment. And then again, with the camera that you have and the knowledge that you have, this is why I kind of stalk your YouTube. By the way, what is it at DiMarco 3?
Yeah, DiMarco 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Which
Yeah.
we're on right now, by the way. So that's if whoever's watching, you should subscribe
Yes.
probably.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I will never be DiMarco level. The stuff he talks about goes way over my head, but fuck, is it so interesting just to listen and hear about, and just kind of see, like, it's kind of like if you're not a mechanic and you're not familiar with cars, somebody opens up the hoods, you're like, I don't know what this is. But when somebody explains stuff to you, it's like, it's interesting because you're giving knowledge, you're teaching, and it's also one of those things of, I may not remember this 5 seconds from now, but man, the science that goes behind it. And that's funny because everybody's like, science and art are two different things. No, they absolutely are not. Science and art go very well together into your final presentation, whether it's what do we do in pre-production, what we do on the shoot,
Yeah.
and post-production. And that's what's so fascinating because everybody will be like, they'll go up to actors and be like, oh, what's your process of developing your character? And like, okay, well, I think about this and all this other stuff. But it's like, talk to a DP and be like, what is your process? Because every project is completely different.
Yeah.
And settings, what you have to work with and what you don't. So I'm glad that you actually went a little bit further into the question that I asked, because again, that shows the knowledge that you're giving these people that might be teenagers,
Yeah.
or students at UNLV that could hear this and be like, oh, here's a real life person telling me about real life things as opposed to what I'm learning in a class. So another shout out. I work for the Voice Actor Studio and I'm a student engineer. And that's the biggest thing that we tell our students is go to your resources, and it's not just about the book work. And DiMarco, man, the stuff that you're posting on your shorts and your videos could help out a lot of people that are even currently studying, because they're taking these college level classes, but you're talking real life here and real experience.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you go a little bit more into that, because I think a lot of people that want to hear that and don't, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense. I think like you were saying, like the science and art of it merging together, there is a perfect balance to that. And like I'm gonna quote twins for a second. You can't be all like theory and no practice also. And theory goes so far, but it's putting in the practice as well. Because like, I mean, scientifically, like, oh, if this does it, like, if you do it, you have to do it properly, or you have to do it this specific way. It's like, no, you really, you don't, right? Like I'm a big guy who's like, fucking gear, man. I love gear. I understand, like, this shoot, like I couldn't bring that gear because it would make no sense. Because again, we're thinking about, I'm thinking personally, I'm also thinking like, okay, my garage is only this big. There's 4 actors. I don't know the blocking. We can't have them move around. What if what if I had to follow them? What if we're doing like all this other things? I'm like, I have to make like lighting that's zoned in a sense. And I'm like, the best way of doing that would be just going bare bones, basic, and hopefully that worked, and it did. So like that's that also. And I mean, I feel like, I mean, I know I don't think I know what I'm saying half the time. I feel like I'm bullshitting half the time, but it just works. Like I don't know, like maybe not doing shit proper, like, but it's working for me. And if it's working for me, I went to art school. Like I didn't go to film school. I went to Mason Gross in Rutgers. Shout out, RU baby, Scarlet Knights. And like in my in my video art class, I mean, they taught you 3-point lighting and shit like that. We learned about 5.1 surround sound. I don't, you can ask me if I remember any of my classes. I remember a few of them, but I don't remember learning some things. So it was just a lot of figuring out, like, cause again, like video art's very unique and different. Like, I mean, I'm doing like videos about the Fluxus movement. You know, what I mean, I'm doing like a whole project on like Eric Anderson's Opus 11, where I have like I'm taping the TV and I'm pulling back, and it's my roommates, and then you pull back some more, it's the TV again, and doing shit like that, or like watching Yoko Ono do her laundry, or like like Bill Viola jumping to like a pool and it stops and it slowly fades away, and it's about reflecting. It's called the reflecting pool, and then it comes out naked at the end of the video. So like I didn't learn like regular like film stuff, but I just love film in general. Like if you see my collection of movies, over 365 of them, uh plus like a few series like I have, which is I'm not going to name what I have because that's too embarrassing. Uh but like I just love the craft and the art form of filmmaking. It's my mistress, I will say. And you know, like I think that's my biggest like if you think about it, yes, going out and being on sets is a big learning thing. Being in the classroom, yeah, that's cool and all, but like I learned the most after college, being on actual sets. Not saying you don't like go to school, get your degree. Also, it's important. We need people, you know what I mean? But like I also learned from watching movies. Like I am pretty sure some of the shit I said in Missing or in Hey has come from these movies I've watched millions of times, like that I'm inspired by, like you know, like shit from Jaws, like or shit from Ghostbusters, shit from Back to the Future, and it's like I've seen this so many times, like oh, it's a Back to the Future shot that I've seen. If we pull it off this way, like you know what I mean, like that's where I know the shit, like, and I just I'm gonna talk some shit right now, but I love when people go, I watch movies all the time and I critique them. I'm like, stop doing, first of all, stop doing that, because let me explain this. The thing about that is if you're watching a movie for the first time, why are you critiquing it? Pay attention, watch it. Don't
Yep.
critique it till you're the third or fourth viewing. Like don't like start breaking down the cinematography until you watch it more, cuz like to understand what an audience wants, you have to watch a movie and understand the feelings and be in the moment. Like perfect example of this is I've watched Desperado with Antonio Banderas probably like 50 plus times my whole life. Like I'll say respectfully 50 times, probably more, probably less, whatever it is. But the 49th viewing of it, I didn't know this, but there's a boom pole shadow in the goddamn movie. So it's like, oh, now there's that goof. I didn't know that. Like, but I love this movie. I love how it's edited. I love how it's shot. I love all these things about it. And it's like, how do I incorporate that into things I do? Like I learned from watching and remembering and shit like that. So yeah, I kind of went on a little tangent there, but yeah,
No,
that's me.
I love that tangent because you know what? You just bridged a little gap into kind of like what I want to say. From me being an actor, it's the same exact thing. I got a degree in mathematics.
Yeah.
And I don't remember half the shit I learned in class. But the funny part is, what I did learn was the problem solving aspect of it, which is why I became good in production and theater. So there are elements that we do learn. But when it came to acting, I've only taken one class. It was an improv class over 20 years ago. And I'll just say, because I don't want to talk shit, but let's just say I didn't do well until the last class, the last project that we had. And I decided to say, I'm just going to do it myself. I'm not understanding the teachings. I'm obviously not picking it up. And so I'm just going to do it my own way. And the teacher came up to me after my presentation with my partner and was like, where was that the whole semester? I'm like, well, I was too focused on what you were teaching me and telling me what needed to be done, and it wasn't working. So I decided to say, fuck it. You're going to pass me with the C anyway. Great. Thank you for helping me with my GPA. But if I've got nothing to lose, I'm just going to do it myself.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. And he goes, oh, okay. And then that's what made me quit acting for 20 years of my life. And I was like, you know what? I had that itch. And I brought up Ronnie earlier. He's been a huge component of me growing as an artist.
Yeah.
And he helped give me that confidence. Like, just go for it. What's the worst that's gonna happen? They're gonna tell you no. Just do what you gotta do. And so, when you see me in Hey, I did the same thing that you've basically done. It's like, I've done some schoolwork, I've done this, but you know what? I'm in the middle of it. I'm going to learn from what I've done and what I'm doing. And I'm going to learn from these people who are going to show me, which is
Yeah.
why I like to be directed. And so I'm glad that you said that because, that's where my acting comes from. When Oscar's in my face, I don't see Oscar. Well, I do see Oscar.
Yeah.
I see a person I care about who's hurting. And so with that, that's what I draw from it. Because, a matter of fact, I don't know if you saw between takes, him and I would go back and forth, and it almost seemed like we were pissed at each other because I looked at him. I'm just like, dude, I'm sorry, but you're right to be angry. And he kind of looked at me at first and was like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, you're right to be angry. I'm sorry. And he caught on right away. He knew exactly what I was saying. I was like, okay. And he just looked at me and it would just stare at me. And I'm like, and I just kept saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And it's like that moment right there. You don't put in textbooks,
No.
people don't teach you that, like you said. So what I loved about how you going off and, explaining everything and coming to that end point is how much is learned on set. And same thing with critiquing of films. Kevin Smith even retracted something. He goes, man, 20 years ago, I said, this movie's crap. Then I had my heart attack and I realized, why am I spreading all this negativity and criticizing and judging when it's like, could be promoting, be like, you know what, I'm not going to do that anymore because everybody has something to say. And there's, like I said earlier about people, we all err. We're human. We make mistakes. Same thing happens in film. Same thing happens in music.
Yeah.
So we just move forward with it. The biggest thing is we create, we have fun, and we express.
Oh, sorry. Continue. I'll let you finish.
That was it.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, my only thing with like the critiquing part of people's, if I don't think it's critiquing people because it's the right way of critiquing, right? Because like going back to the art school thing, like everyone's like, oh, I didn't like it. Why? You have to explain why you didn't like something, or like, oh, it was good. Why was it good? Right? Like I was in a thesis class with like sculptors and painters, so like I got my ass chewed out from shit that they're like, we don't get, you know what I mean? But like the problem is people can't take criticism. I think the problem with this community, this Las Vegas film community, I'll say, and it's probably with like every community too, is people can't take critiques and honest feedback and criticism because everyone feels like they're being attacked. So like I think that's a big issue in general, but that's just my like hill to die on in a sense. And also you were saying like, Kevin Smith was like, hey, I wouldn't critique these films or whatever it was, but like there's there's people like that, you watch their films and you're like, you talk this big game, we saw your film, but like what real care do you care about? That's when you get angry and you're like, do you love this like I love this? Like you say you love it, but you're not showing me you love it. Like your audio is bad. You're like the things that you could are salvageable and fixable, you're not even trying to fix. Like the audio placement of where things are, like lighting, or like it's not, I mean, lighting is a whole different other story, but like just overall presentation of things, it could be better. Like, did you just go through one pass of the script and then film it? No, like, yeah, like why don't you think about the things of like, if you want to make a good film, you want to make a better film, not a good film, you want to make a great film, you know what I mean? You want to make the best film as possible. And like, I know good's a subjective term, but at the same time, don't like just like think you're the greatest gift to God's earth, green earth, when you're not, because no one is. But like you have to push your own self and go and look at every film you make. Is this what I do? And I critique the shit out of the stuff I do, and I go, could have been better, could have done more, could have like I self what like self, I can't even think of the word.
Deprecate.
Thank you. That's the second time.
You're welcome, buddy.
I'm always self-deprecating of myself, and even though people are like, "Oh, your shit was great," I'm like, "Oh, thanks." Like, I try to do better every time, and if I can't do better, then I'm like, what's pushing me to go forward? So yeah, that's my other 2 cents of the thing. Like, don't get me started on the film community here. It's gonna get into a bloody mess.
Trust me. I hear you on that. And that's the thing. Everybody has different viewpoints. And you know what? I'll throw myself under the bus.
Yeah.
I hated Anchorman the first time I watched it.
Yeah.
Hated it. I was just like, yeah, what am I watching? Like,
yeah.
and I was a little bit overstimulated because you got Will Ferrell, you got Paul Rudd, you got Steve Carell, you got all these great performers. and the writing was really good, but I think it was just overstimulation. Because then, you know, I would talk shit about it. I'm like, Anchorman's terrible. How you guys think it's this great movie? And I watched it a second and third time. Then all of a sudden I'm quoting it. It's one of my favorite movies of all times. And it's just one of those things to where bringing up the whole point of what you said. If you watched a movie once, you shouldn't be critiquing it. You should be watching it. And in my opinion is watching something 2 or 3 times. If you didn't like it or didn't get it the first time, watch it a second or third time. If you loved it the first time, perfect, cool, awesome, great. You'll either be like, all right, it's run its course, or it'll be one of your longtime loves, like Fifth Element. First time I watched Fifth Element, I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. And to this day, I have a Leeloo Dallas multi-pass, and I quote Ruby Rod all the time. But, you know, that's the biggest thing is just, you know, watching it and just, you know, not critiquing, absorb everything. Because going back with what you said with Desperado, I actually watched it about a month ago because that was my favorite movie. However old I was, that was a long time ago, so I won't date myself. But I watched it. I'm like, oh man, Antonio Banderas, he's the guy that every guy wants to be. He's dark. He's all this other stuff and what have you. And then watching it again, you know, 20 years later, even though I've watched it other times up to it, I was just kind of like, I was able to look at it from a different lens. And I was like, oh, okay. And part of me was like, yeah, I really put this movie up on a pedestal. I still love it and I enjoy it, but I'm finding more things out about it that don't make it bad or make it any worse. But it was like, I still give it that credit because those first 50 watchings of it were just fantastic. And the last one was still fantastic. I just picked more stuff out. But yeah, that whole science, that whole art, the whole critiquing, it's just a matter of, you ask me what's my favorite thing about working on the set of Hey. We're there to create. You know what? We're not getting paid. We're not getting, you know, $1 million budget. We get to live our dreams. I get to be an actor. You get to be a DP. Isaiah gets to see his creation on screen. That right there is the driving factor of what makes Hey so amazing. And you could see it. Matter of fact, I just got a text from somebody that I work with at the Voice Actor Studio who was like, man, I really enjoyed it. I liked how you did that part. And, you know, it was really fun to watch. And it's like, thank you. But I'm not thanking him for what he liked of me. I'm thanking him because it's like all of what we all did. And there's that passion. And then, well, that's part of, goes all the way back to collection. That's what got me interested in you guys. And then, you know, Austin was like, hey, no pun intended. He was like, I know you don't have gray hair and whatever, but we're looking for a boss. And I'm like, all right, what is this BNI Media Group? Who is this? And then I did the research and I'm like, I saw Collection and then I saw Love Goes. And I was like, this is my wheelhouse because this is a level up for me. This is 2 level ups for me because I see the actors involved. I see the writing. I see everything that goes into the production of it. And I'm like, this is also a great example of how you can make amazing art and not be a multi-million-dollar budget, you know, project. And I was like, I want to get into this. So when Austin said it, I'm like, all right, what do I need to do? He goes, well, reach out to him, you know, be like, hey, I want to audition, you know. I'm like, okay, cool. and luckily I got the part, and expectations, the Hey went above and beyond because you guys just bring that level of talent, but also reality to it. Shit's gonna happen. We need to problem solve. We're gonna get it done. But also on the same hand, though, nobody's complaining of, well, I should be getting paid for this, or man, if I knew it was going to be this long. No, if you're passionate about something, you know what you're getting yourself into, and you'll put in the above and beyond. And that's what every single person did on this project. And that's what I'm so proud of. And, you know, going on along with Missing, it was like to have the honor of being a part of that. It's like, all right, cool. I even told Isaiah, I'm like, how can I be a staple actor in BNI? Because I'm lacking this. But, you know, that's the biggest part is, you know, you get, you know, Robert Rodriguez, same thing with him, Quentin Tarantino, even Kevin Smith, like we mentioned earlier. A lot of these guys are just like, I just want to create something awesome. I got something in my mind and I want to get it out. And it might be unorthodox, but I'll do it.
Yeah.
And look at how successful they were. I mean, I remember watching El Mariachi,
Yeah.
and a lot of people are like, Robert Rodriguez did that. I'm like, yeah, that's why he did Desperado, because that's his.
Yeah.
And El Mariachi was like, oh, I loved. A lot of people give it crap, but I'm like, gee, how dare you, go about somebody who was starting off, had a great story, and created something pretty awesome for what he had.
Yeah.
And so it's like, when you have that passion, that's the biggest part of it. So that's why I say a lot of the productions I've been a part of, it's hard to pick out a top three because the passion's always been there. But with Hay, it's absolutely been there since day one. And it's nice to see that people finish what they do and go through with it, and will work the extra hours and do what they need to do.
I have a saying. I put the free in freelance, so I just love what I do, and
Mm-hmm.
I like I'm lucky to have a job where I work video production in general 40 hours a week, but it's I love a job, but like again, being able to do actual
Mm-hmm.
films and making something, creating something like that just makes me go, okay, well, this is what it's for. It's like do this, I don't give a shit if it's fucking paid or not. I want to do it because I just want to be able to make something, create something. And a lot of it's funny because this year it was like my goal was to hit like 6 short films, not like edit or anything like that, but just do 6 short films. I did 7 so far, and we're only in May. Like the
That's
sixth one,
awesome.
the funniest thing, the sixth one was missing.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's like I was like, oh, and the seventh one was a friend's, but like I found it funny that the one that I direct was the sixth one, which like, oh, okay, that happened. So yeah, like it's just like, oh, I hit 7 already, and then I got like 2 more. So I think that I know of.
Yep.
Like at the end, like I'm going to New Mexico for 1 in September, so that just me 8. I honestly would have had 9, I think, if but 2 fell through. So like it's just like, oh, okay, like I'm on a roll this year. Butter
Hell
me
yeah.
the hell up. Like it. But also I'm so glad I took a break because I was ready to explode.
Oh, trust me, no, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
June is going to be my break.
Yeah, good for you.
June is
Yeah.
absolutely going to be my break. I don't have anything going on. I'm leaving the country for a week. I'm going out to LA for another week, and it's
Nice.
just a matter of, vacation, but also other projects. But the project I'm going out to LA for, that's easy. I'm working with a friend. It's all right, cool. Here we go. Talking to the microphone. We're good. So, but yeah, I'm kind of like I like today. Part of the reason why I have this time to talk with you is this is the first day that I've had in the last 2 months to where I just kind of have to chill.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad this all worked out because I love talking with you guys. I love
Yeah.
talking with you.
Same.
But yeah, like you said, that whole passion of being able to do what you want to do, and then all of a sudden, the hardest part is when they're like, "Hey, I want you to do this. Hey, I want you to do that,"
Yeah.
and you don't have the time.
Yeah.
That's why I told you and Isaiah on the projects that we've worked on, I give you my availability straight out the gate because I don't want to be that asshole actor.
Same.
Yeah, I'm swearing
Yeah.
again. I don't want to be that actor where it's like, oh yeah, I'm totally on board, and then all of a sudden we're ready to shoot 2 weeks from now. You good? I'm like, oh, well, see what had happened was,
Yeah.
and then now all 20 to 30 people who are involved in the production, they got to suffer.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing that I will give. I'm not a big WWE person, but I give my props to Dwayne the Rock Johnson and John Cena. And Cena came up one time. He was like, he apologized, on a podcast for the crap he was giving to Rock.
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, wrestling's so great for you, but you can't come out to the events and work them." It's like, well, no, because he's got a movie, and if he gets injured, then everybody who's involved with that project suffers.
Yeah.
And that's the same for everybody else. The director of photography. If you don't have a director of photography, you got nobody shooting this film.
Yeah.
So that's why, going back to what I say, the passion that goes involved in these projects, people are like, no, we know how important every single role is, and we're going to go and we're going to do it.
Yes. Every role is important, and even just knowing that there's more role, like you don't think about how many roles there are too, and then going like, there's that's a thing, we need that. Oh, okay, like just knowing the compounding effect of like, oh, that's why there's 100 people on a set sometimes. Oh, that's why there's like, this many people on a set. It's just insane. And like knowing that, because again, like talking about missing, the director brain is like, I don't have to worry about that. That's makeup section, or that's this person's section. So I'm like, I can work on focusing on you guys, which is okay, perfect. Like, yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad you were there as director because I needed you, man. And you know which scenes where I needed you.
Yeah.
And also, what was kind of great was part of the character development campfire scene. We'll just kind of start off with that at the beginning of the campfire scene, and just playing around with stuff. And then you saw me doing something, and then you came up like, I want you to try this. I want you to do that. And so seeing you like transition and being that director was like, you did a hell of a job. And so I want to say, as an actor, I appreciate that. And that's also part of the reason why I asked Niall his question as well, too, because I will never be a director. I can't handle that type of responsibility.
Yeah.
And also our artistic, eye that goes behind it. So letting you know you did a hell of a job.
Well, thank you.
With missing, and then just seeing what you've done with Hey, you should be proud. So it's like not like you just hit 6 short films in a year. Like what you've been putting out, though, it's not slapstick stuff. It is like quality and yeah.
I noticed. I like it. I feel like each one has been better. Like I will admit, I don't think Next Applicant's my best, but it's all right. Like I'm not like I just also, it was a crazy time of shoot. I'm not trying to talk shit about a film here, but like me shooting that was in between after Hey and right when I was in pre-production for Missing. So I'm like, my brain is like coming down from Hey and all, and then my brain's into Missing and thinking about all the things I need to get ready for it. And that's like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll do Next Applicant. And then I'm like, oh, this is my best work this year, but it's a work. So it's just that was, I think that's my miss of the year. Like I can critique myself. I hope I think I'm allowed to do that. But it is what it is, and I'm not upset about it. It's life.
Don't critique yourself too hard. Next Applicant, I enjoyed it. I'm sorry.
As long as you enjoyed it. I mean, hey, if you enjoyed it, that's great. I mean, for me, it's more of a technical standpoint of like, I could have did better. I could have done. That's what I'm saying. I could have done better as a cinematographer. I could have done. I mean, I think the hardest thing for me this year, I think it's anything in general. This is like another tangent of life. When I shoot something, it's like, hey, I want to shoot this, right? And it's okay. What's the location? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Or they tell me a script, and like what I used to do is like I used to think of like these, like, oh, it's in this house and it looks like this and it looks like that. And I'm like, if we do this and that, and then you go to the house and it's like a room the size of this, and you're like, well, everything I thought of is out the window. So like a lot of the stuff that we went to, that I've done so far, has been like non-location scouted. Like again, we were at one person's apartment for the collection. Never been there, but what also what helped me. Let me finish this. And I'll say what helped me. But like then Love Goes, I never been to that location before. I was trying to look up like photos of the room that we use just so I can get an idea of like, does it have lights? Do I need to bring lights? Do I need we only have 3 hours. What do I do? What do I need to bring? Right. And the video I found of it was terrible because it was like really quick stuff. And I'm like, that doesn't help me. I need to know the actual room. I can't just have a reel of 30 seconds and like music behind it and like going all fancy and show the goddamn room. Like, but and then if you lost it all, again, I never been to Levi's house before, so I didn't know what that looked like. So I'm going in the blind, and then like Next Applicant, didn't know what that place looked like. When they're blind, the only places I knew were Hay, because I live at the house, and I know my garage, and Missing because I went location scouting like 3 times at Mount Charleston. So like I knew the locations. Everything else I was just like, here we go. Like let's just figure this out as we go along. Like so, but what helped me now the part that helped me was being a photojournalist for the news and being like going out to locations with the reporters doing live shots and having that like you have to do it quick mentality and figuring out the lighting and all that stuff. So like that helped me to get those locations lit right and stuff like that. And yes, we did have some time in collection to like light it, but again, never been there, so I can't. I have to figure. It takes like it's like all right, if I put light over there, I need to do the light over there. Okay, we're good. Yeah, like yeah. It's not like it's yeah.
I love it. No, seriously, I love this because you know how much I like to talk. So
Yeah.
it's like it's great to see somebody, talking, but also you're giving some good quality stuff here. So I appreciate it, man.
Thank God. No.
Okay, so even though I was born and raised in the outside suburbs of Chicago,
Yeah.
I'm a Jets fan and I'm a Devils fan. So I think part of my soul grew up in New Jersey in a past life.
You're a Devils fan?
Oh God, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Martin Brodeur. Okay, so here's the fun part of the podcast. Martin Brodeur, I still believe, is one of the top 3 goalies of all time.
Oh yeah.
And then you got Gomez. Gomez was just awesome. Niedermeyer. So as you can see, I'm not just being like, I like the Devils because they got a red jersey.
Yeah.
I'm throwing out players from back when I started loving hockey. So yes,
NHL Hits was my favorite game playing.
Oh my God. That was a crazy game. That was such great. You know what? Okay, now let's mix movie into this. What I love about Swingers with Vince Vaughn and John Favreau is when they're playing NHL like 97 or 96 or whatever it was. And I'm like, oh my God. First of all, that was me in high school playing that game with my best friend. Like, hey, we're going to make Wayne Gretzky's head bleed.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, no, bring back the nostalgia because that's when I got into hockey. Now, granted, we're in Las Vegas and I'm a Knights fan, but I will tie Knights with the Devils because Devils was my first team.
Yeah.
Even though I grew up outside of Chicago, Blackhawks are a close second.
Yeah.
But the Devils, Martin Brodeur, the team that they had was just freaking amazing.
I'm trying to figure out how you got like just the Devils out of nowhere, like because again, like you said, Blackhawks. Well, what was it? Like, was it the NHL game?
What it was my friend. God, I was a freshman, sophomore in high school, I think it was. So at first I was in IHL. So the triple A's of hockey, because the Chicago Wolves were created in '94. And so I was like, Chicago Wolves, okay, that's pretty cool. My dad's like, hey, got some tickets to watch the hockey game. You want to go? I'm like, okay, let's go. And what was great is that they were just brawlers. They were going out there and they were just fighting. Like 3 seconds after the puck drop, fighting. And I'm like, hockey's pretty cool. So I've been a Chicago Wolves fan my entire life. Okay. But then I got into college and I'm like, so what's the NHL got? Because, I hear this, I hear that. And like I said, I started playing the games with my friend and I saw the jersey. I'm like, that's pretty cool because my biggest thing is I don't want to be a fair weather fan, but also on the same hand, though, I don't want to be, well, I'm a fan just because I live here. I can be a Golden Knights fan because they came here when I already lived here. So I can be a Golden Knights fan.
You know what? But I'm just waiting for like them to have a really shitty, like 4 shitty seasons in a row.
Oh, it's going to happen.
And then we'll see who the true fans are. Because once that happens, they're like, then you're gonna see less people at the games, and I'm like, I can buy a ticket to go.
Yeah, nope, absolutely. Well, and I think what's gonna happen, it's everybody who has migrated over from California, who are now Knights fans.
Yeah,
I think those are gonna be the ones who are gonna be like, oh, well, they suck now, whatever. But I think those of us who were there in 2017, especially with 10-1, it's kind of like they could suck no matter what. They took us to the Stanley Cup the first year. They won it in 6 years. We've been fulfilled. Like if you think about it, we're lucky as the Vegas Golden Knights are lucky as a franchise and as a fan base. We're lucky because we saw a phenomenal inaugural year. I mean, no other team's done that across almost any professional sport. But then, to win it in 6, and then you got people are going to get pissed off at me, especially Knights fans. But I kind of like the San Jose Sharks. Yeah. I was in junior high. And so as I was,
it's the logo, man. I understand.
Well, I was bridging over from the IHL into the NHL, and so I'm like, oh, cool. They got the blue and the black, and they got a shark. I'll be a fan.
Yeah.
And those poor bastards haven't even won a cup.
Yeah.
And so it's like, as a Knights fan, I could say we are pretty much fulfilled. In 6 years, we got everything we could have asked for and more.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will always be a fan, but yeah, it'll be a lot of people who weren't here in 2017 at the creation that'll be like, yeah, well, they were good, but hey, who's hot now?
Yeah.
Who's looking good now?
Like you said, like no expansion team I think in any sport, like you said, has won I won a championship of that like any caliber, like NBA, NFL, like in their first 6 years. I can't think of one besides the Knights, which is insane. I'm not even a big hockey guy, but like just knowing that's insane. Like this shit, but I buy the Mighty Ducks hat because I'm a fan of the movies. Someone has stopped me before and they go, "Oh, you're a Ducks fan?" I'm like, no, I like the movies, and they just looked at me like I was weird, which I thought that was. Which I was like, they just like, I just walked away after that. I was like, "Yep, I like the movies." Boop, and I think they're just like, "What? Like, what did he say?"
So clearly, when the Devils beat the Ducks, that didn't break your heart too much.
No. By the way, speaking of like brawler hockey teams, have you ever watched that documentary on Netflix, Untold?
No.
And it's like sport, like 30 for 30s, and there's one about the Connecticut hockey team, like the semi-pro hockey team, and they're like run by the mob, and they like got like they're from Connecticut. I forgot what it was called, but like they were getting money for beating people up, like extra money in their paychecks and shit.
I need to look this up.
Yeah.
What platform is it on?
Netflix. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna look this up right now and do that because that sounds fun to me. Oh and yeah, going back to what you said earlier about people who are going to be fans after they suck. Like I said, early 2000s is when the Devils were shining, and you know what? They have recently, and I mean in the last 2 or 3 years, just finally returned to the playoffs.
Yes.
So I will still admit I am a Devils fan.
I'm very glad to hear this. This makes me very happy actually. It's oh man, what I gotta find. I'm looking for this.
No, do what you gotta do.
The breaking. It's Untold. It's the Mouse in the Palace. There's also one about this boxer in West Virginia. If you want to watch that, they're making that a movie actually. I wish I would. Untold Hockey. Oh, Crime and Penalties. That's what it's called.
Okay.
That's the episode title. Untold Crime and Penalties. And then you're a Jets fan. First of all, like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
God, I wish you were
Talk
a Bears
about being
fan.
a masochist.
Yeah, you are. you poor soul. What?
It's all right though.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna give you 2 reasons why it's all right. You ready?
Yeah.
Number 1, I could say I'm not a fair weather fan.
I
know if they do win a Super Bowl, no one could ever claim that of me. I've always been a Jets fan. Number 2, and I feel bad for all the teams that haven't, but we've at least won a Super Bowl. Granted,
in 1969.
69, yes, but we've still won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, when's the last time you went to a Super Bowl? 1969.
1960. I'm a fan of the underdogs. What can I say?
Oh my God, I'm a Giants fan. This is not working out in your favor.
Oh, keep in mind, I'm a Giants fan too. Why?
Oh, thank God.
They beat the Patriots twice in the Super Bowl.
I know.
So I am a very, very big Giants fan.
Eli brought home the bacon twice.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked you about like the what was it, the Devils? I think when I'm like, how'd you become a fan? I'm thinking about video games of NHL 95 and 96, like you were saying. Because it's funny because I brought that up because my friend like Sean, who I used to grow up with, became a Patriots fan because of NFL 2K5 because he liked the playbook. And then I think now he's an Eagles fan.
And now he's an Eagles. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's an Eagles fan now. I'm like 60% positive on that. I haven't talked to him in such a long time, and it's been a long time since I like think about this. But like he liked the Patriots playbook. I'm pretty sure that's why he was a Patriots fan. because they
Mhm.
had pretty good play. They did have a pretty good playbook in NFL 2K5. So, but I was like, that just reminded. Like I had flashbacks for a second. Like Mark better not say it from the NHL game.
That's hilarious. Well, you know what? I'm going to come back to this. I want to say, you've been drinking water there. I've been drinking stuff. Quick little 15-minute break.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I will. I guess I'll stop. Wait, if I stop.
No, don't stop. Don't stop. We'll just
okay.
put our cams off, and people are like, what are they doing? They're like,
Yeah.
intermission.
All right, intermission. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Welcome back.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going. It's going. Drained, but I'm going.
I hear you. That's why I'm here with you, bro. Like honestly, this was the universe putting all the planets aligned and together because today's been my day of rest. I basically minus the VO work that I had to do. I
Yeah.
canceled everything and I'm like, I need to have rest. And I'm like, you know what? Well, it's like, hey, let's just sit and chat. I'm like, this is perfect
Yeah.
because I'm comfortable. I'm in my home. I don't have to do anything. I got the work done earlier, and I get to talk to one of my favorite people. So,
Oh, I get to talk about my favorite people.
and also just again, riding the high on hey, like seriously, we're up to 235 views already.
Yep.
The subscribers for batteries not included is already up to 349, and it's great to see the support. And so
Yeah.
any family, friends, everybody who's been, hearing about us talk about this, that, you're showing up and we appreciate it because, again, we're doing this for our passion, our heart and our soul. And this isn't, we're looking for money for anybody or anything. It's a matter of we just want to create and we're doing it. And if you love it, awesome. This tells us we need to make more.
We do need to make more in that regard. Then, how did you feel when you woke up this morning and like? Did you wake up early? Were you an early bird waker upper, or did you like wake up at 8 o'clock and like, oh, I got an hour before this shows, or you woke up at 8:59 and stroll out of bed and turn on hay?
I actually set my alarm for 8 o'clock
There you go.
because it was just one of those things of I need to lay around to wake up, but also I wanted to catch it at 9 o'clock just to because I want to see it. It's like the final product. Here it is, and let's go. So I set it for 8 o'clock, but I woke up at like 7:45, and the excitement just hit me right away. It was like, nope, I'm up. We're good. Alarm shut off, and now I got to wait an hour and a half, hour, 15 minutes for this. And so when it hit, the countdown thing too, not gonna lie, it felt like a halftime Super Bowl show or something like huge like that because that countdown, I'm like, oh, shit's on. Let's go. Let's do this. And then just seeing it, knowing all the parts that were put together for it and everybody's involved in it, it's like, yep, everybody showed up. This is great. And then just again seeing the views go up and up and up. So I haven't been consistently looking at the numbers because I'm a math guy, I'm a number guy, but I'll go on from occasion and like, holy crap. Like that's why I said I just looked at it now. I haven't looked at it for about a half hour and like we're over 230 views in like less than 11 hours. And that's amazing. And it goes to show that the people that you say, hey, just want you to watch this, that they're actually showing up and watching and they're having that support is huge.
Yeah. It's very nice. So it's always nice to see numbers go up and not be stagnant. So it's also, like I said, I think I said in the group chat to you guys, like this is actually like the most popular video. It's actually outpacing it right now from what that was at 10 hours or 9 hours. So like doing that numbers, it should outpace and just go past that sooner than later, hopefully. So that'd be really interesting to see. I actually overslept this morning.
Saw that.
I set my alarm for an 8:45 and I was like, okay, I'm getting up at 8:45. I didn't go to bed till like 3:30. I don't even know what time I went to bed. I was just so like, I think I was just so excited. Just like, I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Because it's always at like, it's also like, I mean, I'm excited about the movie, but it's also like working for a YouTuber at one time. It's like you wake up and like, what are the numbers at? What are the numbers at? What are the numbers at? Because it's like you said, numbers, math. Like this is the shit I love is like YouTube statistics as well. It's like a weird passion of mine. Like I wish I could like look into the analytics of like what the batteries not included in YouTube is because I'm like, where's our retention rate going? Where's this going? What's like because like that's how I do my last job where I worked for that guy, like the person for YouTube. So I had to look at the numbers every day. Had to look at like where the retention rate was, like what's it at, what's our average view duration, how many like because that was all based on some other things that we had too, and just knowing like okay, what do we need to work on for the next one? Like, we have to keep the retention up at 40%, but it dipped down to 37%. Like, what do we have to do to get it back to 50 or whatever it is? Like, I'm just so curious of like that. And like also like watch time, because again, like is the watch time dipping at the 5-minute mark when there's credits? I'm like, how bad does that screw us up now? Like, because we want to get more watch time so we get more yeah, my brain just goes all over the place. Like, shit, I think about what yeah, fun
No, that's
internal YouTube.
understandable.
Yeah,
That's understandable because that's that passion, but also on the same hand, though, that's something that you've had. You saw how the sausage was made, so to speak, and that's ingrained in you. Whereas like me, I'm the guy at the butcher shop where I'm like, look at all the
Yeah.
views, yay! And I'm like, I'm happy with that, and I'm like, I'm just glad people are showing up. But I get it on the backhand side, the analytics are a big factor. Well,
Yeah.
because think about it, you have all these people who are celebrities because they know how to work the algorithms. They know
Yeah.
how to create content. They know how to do that. Not saying that they're not good artists or celebrities or whatever, but it's
Yeah.
just a matter of, that's a big part of the game nowadays.
Yeah.
So, especially at the independent level, you got to kind of look. It's nice to have a little bit of look into that and see where the growth is going to be. Because, again, I see everybody involved with Hey moving on to like bigger better projects, whether it's with BNI or if they go and do something solo, what have you. And just it's that whole leveling up aspect. But that's what's kind of great. What we have with BNI is we've got our core group, and we're always inviting people like-minded to come in and play as well too. So it's a great establishment that we have. It just, like I said, that, it does suck when it does. You have to look at the numbers and you be like,
Yeah.
well, we got to do this. You got to do that. Because one thing, I'll go off on my little tangent here, is when I said, I'm going to go into film and I'm just want to be an actor. I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah.
Fuck marketing, fuck producing, fuck all that.
Yeah.
I just want to be an actor. But being a part of a film, doesn't matter what your role is, everybody should be involved in marketing.
Yeah.
Because if you do not market your product, what you did the blood, sweat, and tears for, what's it really worth? You're only hurting yourself.
Yeah.
So I'm not upset that it's like, oh, I got to market this. It's like, no, I actually enjoy it because I see everybody else who's involved. I'm like, if it was just for me, I wouldn't market anything.
Yeah.
I'm lazy. I'm stupid lazy.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, it's Isaiah, it's John DiMarco, it's Kat, it's Austin, it's Oscar, it's everybody. I'm like, I have to. So there's still that passion involved with it. But yeah, it's funny how much those numbers really tie into it.
Yeah, marketing is it's a huge beast and a difficult beast too. Because like again, you go, oh, I have this great marketing campaign, or I have this great thing, and but you're doing it yourself, right? But like, I'm not saying, and even maybe marketing. I mean, I don't know, I don't follow marketing that much, but like, you try like, hey, I'm gonna try this, I'm gonna push it out there. You think, oh, I put a lot love and care into this, and it's gonna be, hopefully the algorithm feeds it, and like we start seeing stuff. But sometimes it's that, like, you're such a small fish in a big pond, it gets lost in the sauce automatically, and you're like, oh shit, what did I do wrong? Because I'm like, how can anyone else see this? It's great that we have people supporting it in general, and like just sharing the shit out of it right now through Instagram stories or Facebook or Instagram, whatever it is that they're doing. I don't know if anyone's on X. I think Isaiah says they put it on Reddit as well, like just maybe in a sub community. I don't know which community, but still, any little thing helps because it's got to be pushed out there. And like, just also, I just want to see 100 likes so we can know the names of the people. So if you're watching this, go watch Hey and get us to 100 likes because we need the names of the people.
I want to know who Y is.
That's like, there's not many male Y names. Not many. Sorry, I got to text from Isaiah at the same time.
No, you are all good.
Yeah.
I'm checking.
How many Y names are there? Like, there's like male. Even
like I said, I think it's Giannis. I think it's Giannis because it's Vanis with a Y and Gift of God.
All right. Well, we'll go. I'll go with that then. Fine. Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
Giannis, the Greek basketball player, right? Is his name Giannis? or is it Giannis?
Oh God, I have no clue. Like I said, I think it's Isaiah, but with the silent Y,
Yeah.
like pterodactyl.
It's like Jehovah starts with I in Latin.
Oh, there you go.
You know, like in Last Crusade. Remember? No.
Yeah, I do remember. I'm just wondering, how did this turn into such an educational podcast?
I don't know. It's just a long live.
I
Long
love
live.
it. I love it. No,
You
that's
know what?
great.
Talk about Indiana Jones real quick. They play the Indiana Jones theme music after each graduation I worked yesterday.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is a jungle out there. I mean,
It's great. It makes you want to watch Indiana Jones. Not like 1 to 3, not the 4th
Mhm.
one. Okay, I have a controversial topic to ask. Here it is.
Do it.
Controversial question. So, Ashley got Guns N' Roses "November Rain" stuck in her head, which got stuck in my head, and I'm like, I gotta listen to this song. So I'm on my way to work. That's the November Rain, and I go, this song fucking sucks. And then I go, I'm like, why did I like this song as a kid? And then I go, and I'm like, let me listen to another song, like anything from Use Your Illusion 1 or 2, right? So I listened to Civil War. And I'm like, oh my god, this song sucks also. And then I go, let me listen to Live and Let Die, because I'm like, I like that song. I like the Wings. Obviously, I like Paul McCartney. I like Wings. And I listen to this Live and Let Die. I'm like, oh my god, this is even worse. And I go, I had the thought, I'm like, Guns N' Roses actually is a terrible band. They are not good at all. And that is my hot take for the night.
Well, I can't say I feel your sentiment. I'm not a huge fan of Guns N' Roses.
Oh, thank God. Okay, this is.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not a huge fan. I will say though. So the first 3 albums. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
So
let's talk about this.
The first three CDs I ever owned.
Yeah.
Judge me all you want.
Go
The
ahead.
first one was Pocket Full of Kryptonite by Spin Doctors.
Oh my god, my dad had that album.
Yeah, and then Use Your Illusion 1 and Use Your Illusion 2. And so that's when I first started getting into music. So I will have a little soft spot in my heart for Guns N' Roses, because it's like, yeah, you know what? I was a kid getting into music, and it is what it is. And you know, let's put it this way: Slash is still an amazing guitarist.
Yeah, I'm not taking anything against him. I'm just saying, like Axl Rose really got into his head after Appetite for Destruction, because I'm like, this shit sucks. I'm like, what is this power ballad bullshit? Like, goddamn. Like, I'd rather listen to like something else. And then like, it's weird. Like, I'm an Avenged Sevenfold fan, and I listen to November Rain, and I just hear like Seize the Day.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I can listen to Seize the Day anymore.
Well, you know, I think a big part of that is you bring up a valid aspect of, you know, especially hard rock bands. Yeah. Okay, so Guns N' Roses, Avenged Sevenfold, even Linkin Park, you know, Metallica to that aspect as well too. Yeah. And it's kind of like, oh, what the fuck am I listening to? Like, this is crap. Now, I will say, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, it was more along the lines of where I probably think your distaste in that is it wasn't as shocking to you. You know, you've grown, if you've experienced more, and so you're kind of like looking at it and being like, okay, because I'm not gonna lie, I was in junior high when I listened to November Rain, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so great, you know, and oh my god, I saw the video and he lost his wife at the wedding and blah blah blah. Yeah. And as I've gotten older and through my trials and tribulations, I'm like, it's still a good song, but it does not hit me the same way. It's just kind of like, no, it doesn't do it for me. And going along with what you said with Avenged Sevenfold, and man, we're really going podcast style here. I love Avenged Sevenfold. I love their growth. Yeah. I've had a lot of discussions with people when it comes to music, and which can correlate to film as well too. Yeah. It's like, you know, a lot of these hard bands, Guns N' Roses, Avenged Sevenfold, even AFI. God, AFI. Yeah. I've heard so much crap about AFI. And they're like, oh, well, I don't like them after December Underground because, you know, they used to be this little poppy punk band, and now they're all like goth glam. And I'm like,
but they were always goth glam to a sense. Like Davey always was. I'm not gonna get into it.
Well, he was almost kind of like very Misfits-esque. Yeah, like, I want to be a Misfits guy, but then he grew into the glam.
But okay, real quick, don't go with December. What is it? December Underground. December Underground, right?
Yeah.
Go with Sing for Sorrow. That's where he changed.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
everyone, you take that, but like look at Sing, it's like Sing for Sorrow, and then like all those songs on there are a lot slower. I feel like, and Girls
Mhm.
Not Gray is like the most poppiest song I think. Like I know. I mean, I don't listen to much AFI, but like I had that album, and I'm like
Yeah.
that was kind of poppy in a sense, and like very heavy on like mainstream radio in a sense.
Yeah.
Like the leading song part two is like and all that shit. Girls Not Gray. Like, come
Mhm.
on now.
No, and you know, you're actually absolutely right because everybody says December Underground, but yeah, that album was more the transition point. That's
Yeah.
where it started, but it was fully. It was like so you think about it. That was in the Cocoon, and then December Underground was here's the Butterfly.
Yeah.
It's like we are emerging into something completely different. So, kind of like Avenged Sevenfold, and a lot of people don't realize that just because they play hard music, doesn't mean they don't go through all full range of emotions.
Yeah.
So, like when Rev died, man, I mean that
Oh, that hit me
that was
hard.
felt that was felt around the rock community
Yeah.
big time. So, in essence, I think you had a lot of the fan base who were understanding when they went a little bit when they had softer songs.
Yeah.
Because it's like no, they went through loss, like they lost a family member and there was a little bit more of an excuse there. Whereas now going back to Guns N' Roses, they're just like, "What's going on, bunnies?
Yeah.
What made you change?" And and that's what I love about discussions like what you and I are having or hearing other people have is because you get to learn more about. Oh well, did you know this? Did
Yeah.
you know that? Oh crap, I didn't know about that. And it brings a little bit more of the puzzle pieces together. But then there's just some times where bands just I mean, when I found out Lit went country pop,
Oh my
I'm
god.
like, wait,
That's a
my
name I
own
haven't heard
worst
in a long
enemy.
time.
I loved Lit, and I'm like, oh my god, they're kind of like the cool Las Vegas-y,
Yeah.
poppy, what have you. And then they went like boy country pop, and I'm like,
Interesting.
I can't hate them for it. They evolved together. It's not just
Yeah.
one person. They as a band evolved, and good for them.
Yeah.
Am I going to listen to that? Absolutely not. But I got to question what the hell happened to all of them to where they decided to go that route.
Yeah. I mean, like if you, I'll go to back to Avenged Sevenfold. Like Nightmare. Yeah, Nightmare was like written and done basically. Then the Rev died, or towards the end of that, right? I think that's how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're in the production of it and something, and that's how it happened. And then Mike Portnoy came, who thought he was in the band, which is a funny fucking story. He's like, I'm gonna quit Dream Theater and just go to play with you guys. Like, we no, you're doing us a favor. We didn't want you here. We want you here as a thank you, but that's it. Then, but like I think what was it? Because Hail to the King is after Nightmare,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where I kind of stopped listening to Avenged Sevenfold because I was like, I'm good. This is like this is probably your best album, I think. Besides the stage is pretty good, but like, yeah, I haven't listened. Like when Hail to the King came out, I was like, yeah, I'm good. But like
Mm-hmm.
Avenged Sevenfold, like I think their best album though is still Waking the Fallen because
Mm-hmm.
that's like the perfect blend of everything everyone wanted from them, I think. And they just like kind of went, well, we're reinventing ourselves in each album, which I respect. Yes, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Metallica did that with almost every album. Um, and like, yeah, like City of Evil was like the most radio played album of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so is, and then like Avenged Sevenfold is a very good album as well. Great bangers. And then like fucking pardon my French, Nightmare comes out and we're like, oh well, M Shadows screams again. It's like, oh yeah, we're all excited about that. But then it's like, well, we're not gonna do that anymore, really. We're gonna go this like rock style, like 80s rockish, like anthem shit. I'm like, I'm good, thank you, bye. Like I saw Avenged Sevenfold alive once, and that was with Atreyu and Bullet for My Valentine. What a show! What a time to be alive! What a time!
Dude, you're not lying.
That was like that was a show like that was insane because like Bullet for My Valentine just came out with their second album, Scream Aim and Fire. So like some of that got leaked online prior to that because it was a Rockstar Taste of Chaos in 2008 in March, and um Scream Aim and Fire came out. I knew they were gonna play either uh, uh, Eye of the Storm or Scream Aim and Fire like first. And I knew the drums, and I'm like, I just push everyone, and then all of a sudden there's a mosh pit just opens up, and I'm like, I'm gonna step the fuck back. And then after that Atreyu plays, and then we're all in the front, and I swear to God, Mark, I thought my legs were gonna break because like the way everyone was swaying back and forth, it felt like a tidal wave, right? But everyone it was a tidal wave where you're feeling all this weight, and I'm like, are my knees gonna snap if I lean too far this way? Like this is not good. So after that, we went back for Avenged Sevenfold just to stay back further. Me and my friends. Someone told my friend like, "Hey, can you like put me in the can you lift me up and like toss me into the thing so I stage whatever that's called." And he's like, "Yeah, sure." So like he just takes the guy and runs with him, and he like throws him into the crowd, and he's just surfing up. It was great concert, great concert.
No, and see, this is what's making me love this conversation even more is because you and I have very similar music tastes and also experiences. Because, like you mentioned, Atreyu, and so when I got married, I moved up to the Wisconsin-Illinois border, so I was 45 minutes from the rave, and the Eagles Ballroom. Sorry. And it was one of those, oh, hey, here's some free tickets. We're going to send you 2 drink minimum.
Yeah.
But they were like $12.50. So pretty much I get 2 alcoholic beverages and a full concert for $25 plus tip. And actually that's where going back to the story is that's where I saw Avenged Sevenfold for the first 2 times I saw him.
Yeah.
And the first time was like, right before or right when oh crap! What album? Backcountry. What album was that?
City of Evil.
Okay, City of Evil. So that had just released. So, but he like just released.
Yeah.
So not a lot of people there. They were an open band. I'm like, oh my god, these are great. These guys are great. They're gonna blow up. And my ex-wife was like, yeah, we'll see. They got a good couple songs, but I don't see longevity. I'm like, okay. And then I went 2 years later with her. I'm like, and they were the headliners. I'm like. Yeah, you didn't think so. She goes, I was wrong, but you know what? Right on. But I saw so many great bands up there. I saw Dropkick Murphys. I saw Goheed and Cambria.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one thing that I do miss about being in the Midwest is seeing big, huge bands like that in small venues for like pennies.
Yes. I missed that in New Jersey. There's Starland. So I live by Starland Ballroom, which is like a huge one. And like, I saw the Devil Wears Prada with Under Oath and Seosin. Wow, that was a weird. And POS. I'm like, the rapper POS was on the show. I'm like, this is a weird lineup. I saw like from first to last there. One time, like my cousin took me to the Gigantour, like the first one. So that was like Megadeth, Life of Agony, Fear Factor, Dillinger Escape Plan, Dream Theater. Well, Symphony X, which we didn't see, but we went to see Life of Agony. And we're watching the show, watching them play, and we're like, minding our businesses, and all of a sudden we see a mosh pit like in front of us. So here's one mosh pit. Then we look to the next of us. There's another mosh pit, and like, hey, you want get back further or just leave? And there's a mosh pit behind us, so we're stuck in a triangle of mosh pits. I'm like, oh, how the hell did we get out of here? So like we're stuck, and then but that was the first time I saw. I mean, I only seen Dream Theater once, and that was really cool to see them live. And Megadeth live was pretty unique to see. But also, that was unique to see. I mean, that was like when they got their greatest hits, and when Blackmail the Universe came out, I think it was. That was not a good album, but their greatest hits were good. Yeah. And then you go, and then like my cousin was like, yeah, Dave Mustaine wrote a lot of like the first 2 albums of Metallica's songs. And you're like, oh, really? And then you listen to Mechanics, and like, oh yeah, that sounds like Four Horsemen.
Yep.
And then I go, well, Metallica's better still. Because like, if you ask me like, what's like, if you give me like, if you said, hey, like, what's your favorite Megadeth songs? I'm like, the Greatest Hits album that has all their songs, and like whatever's left over on Euthanasia is like my favorite my favorite Megadeth albums. So that's
Mhm.
like 2. Like if you ask me like what's my favorite Metallica albums, it's like, well, I really love And Justice for All because it's the most complex album I feel like they ever made. Even though
Mhm.
people will argue with me that Ryan the Lightning is or Master of Puppets, and I'm like, those are great, but like I don't really. I mean, yeah, the Black Album I listened to as a kid in my dad's car all the time because it was on tape, and I was like, Enter Sandman was cool, but yeah, like And Justice for All best, and then I go, I like Kill 'Em All personally more than.
Mhm.
I mean, that's probably sacrilegious to say, but like Kill 'Em All, then Ride the Lightning, then well, I don't even know. Those 3 are kind of interchangeable to me. It's like Indiana Jones. Which one do you like better? I like, well, it rotates. Today I
Mhm.
like Last Crusade. Today I like Raiders. Today I like Temple of Doom. So yeah, if you ask me, the golden goose of Metallica's And Justice for All, and then Saint Anger.
Saint Anger.
I I remember I remember buying that CD as a kid and then being so disappointed because the drums were so tinny and that like who tuned your drums, Lars? And then I go, wait, this is a 7-minute song and it just repeats Saint Anger around my neck the whole time. Like, and there's no other like verse in this damn song.
Dude, I watched the documentary
I love the
sometime.
documentary too, which is insane. I like that
I,
doc.
I it frustrates me. It
Yeah,
really
because it's
does.
frustrating.
Like
That's what's so good about it. It's
it's
frustrating.
just yeah, it's one of those things of I don't know. It's a matter of you guys don't really know how good you have it.
Yeah.
And you know what? You also are on some type of path where you are going away from your own enjoyment, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's just like, are you really just doing it for the money and the fame, for the ego? Because right now it's like, we understand if you guys say, hey, we're going to go on a hiatus or we're breaking up.
Yeah.
Like you grow. I mean, they've been together. Well, I should say Lars and James have
James.
been together for forever.
Yeah.
But and well, Kirk's
Yeah.
cool.
Kirk.
He's just
Yeah.
Kirk's like, you know what, I'll just go along with whatever. He's
Yeah.
like, but it's just like, I'm going to therapy and doing this, and well, you really need to be here, and that I'm like, good lord, I
Yeah.
would not want to be in that environment.
Also, the amount of different hairstyles Lars had in that documentary is just asininely insane. Like, I was like, what? I'm like, like, when did they film some of this stuff? Because like he had like long hair, then he had like blonde hair, then he had short
Mhm.
blonde hair. I'm like, what is going on with this man? And then they interview his dad. I'm like, oh, okay, this is
Yeah. It's one of those things. I'll give them props for their longevity and they're
yeah,
like, okay, oh my god, this is gonna if this reaches a lot of people nationally, I'm gonna have so many people pissed off at me, but I'm gonna
yeah.
say it.
Don't worry, it won't.
It's okay. I kind of hope it does because I want your name and everybody else's name to get out there. Metallica is like the Patriots of metal. They've won so many platinum
Yeah,
awards. They've sold out so many venues. Matter of fact, we've even done the lighting for their last tour.
nice.
So they're huge, but it's one of those. It's like they're the Patriots. It's like,
Yeah.
that's right, you're huge. Here you go, and boom, there you go. But it's like, but are they good though? Are they great? Are they awesome? It's just, I don't know. Like
Well, they peaked.
I will respect them for their earlier work, and I
Yeah,
will respect them for everything that they've done to be on that type of celebrity level.
yeah,
Like that's taxing. But it's just also one of those things where people are like, Metallica's the best rock band ever. And I'm
yeah,
like, that's where I take a Henry Rollins stance and
yeah,
say, you know what? You can't really fucking judge people on their art and say, you get a trophy for this. You're
yeah.
better than this person, whatever. It's like there's so many great bands out there that weren't even acknowledged because they've either, didn't have anybody to promote them, market them,
Yeah.
or just they were happy being their small little crew.
Yeah, I think like I said, Metallica peaked. Like they after the Black Album, it's like really all downhill. Because if you can tell me Loaded Reload are 2 great albums, then I don't know. Like I mean, how many people do you know listen to Load and Reload on a regular basis besides for Fuel? You know what I mean? And then
Fair.
I mean, I've listened to Death Magnetic probably 4 times, and not the
I
whole
forgot
thing.
that was an album.
Yeah, like because I mean I feel like that's their last album, like that they ever really put out. I
Mhm.
can't think of their next album, like except like Live and Loaded or whatever the fuck it was called. You know that one that was like the three, like all their heads like kind of spinning or whatever it was. But a band that needs more respect is Anthrax.
Yeah. Preach it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Preach it.
Anthrax is awesome. Uh, I'm more probably I don't know which I like John or Joey more, but I would say Joey because Joey had Indians. Like I'm the Man when they did that shit. What else? Uh, I Am the Law, Madhouse, like Among the Living.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's all I know.
And you know what? You know way more than me. Let's put it this way. I've never really listened to Anthrax, but anybody you know who is a fan of Anthrax is a huge passionate fan. And they like same thing with even like Iron Maiden. They're
Yeah.
like, same level in a sense. They're two different things. I can't compare them because I know it'll piss people off, and that's not right. But like Iron Maiden and Anthrax are two bands I never really got into. I never really listened to, but I have a lot of respect for it because of their fan base. They're like, listen, this is the shit. They're the fan bases that'll say this is what we don't fucking like.
Yeah,
But you know what? I still love and respect them.
yeah,
And that's why when you said Anthrax, I'm like, I'm nodding my head yes, because I don't know shit about them,
yeah,
but I know that their fan base is true and for a reason. And that's why it's not like, popped out of everywhere, Anthrax this, Anthrax that, Iron Maiden this and what have you. You just have bands that are just core, like same thing with Cannibal Corpse.
yeah,
People are like, oh yeah, that was that one band in that one Ace Ventura movie. They were
Yeah.
just a regular band, right? Like, no, they're a huge fucking band. They tour all the
Yeah.
time. And the lead singer goes to carnivals and wins all these toys from the crane machines, and he donates them.
That's
And
awesome.
see, and that's shit like that I fucking love.
Yeah.
Like people are like Cannibal Corpse, they're like
Yeah.
hard, huge metal. But then the lead singer is literally going to carnivals because it's fun for him.
Yeah.
But then he does stuff, like I said, he does these crane machines, gets all these toys because he's that good at them,
Yeah.
and he donates them. And it's like, that's pretty freaking cool. Like, I appreciate that. But
First of all, anyone who gets like wins the crane machine like on a higher percentage than 50% basis is a god in my book, because that's like that's impossible. Like there's I don't know how you can do that. Like it's just I try a crane. I'm like, this is the one. This is the one I'm going for. And then you're like, oh, damn it, didn't get it. The one I'm addicted to is Uno. I call it Uno Mas, but it's called Stacker. Have you ever seen this one?
No.
The one that it has like it starts with three blocks and they go back and forth, and you have to stop it. So you have to stop it within the thing. If you stop it like at the end, like one like you'll have 2 blocks maybe or 1 block, then it just keeps going up and up. So it's like you get 3 blocks, then it goes to 2 blocks, and it gets faster. Then you get 1 block, and it's like the fastest thing, and you have to get all the way to the top for like the high end prize. We called it Uno Mas back in the day because we just kept playing it and like what Uno Mas.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like my friends, because I was so addicted to trying to beat it. And my friends were like, Uno Mas, Uno Mas.
Wasn't that Jackie Chan's thing in that one Western? Was he also in that with Owen? Was he in that with Owen Wilson?
Yeah. Shanghai Noon.
Shanghai Noon, yeah.
Yeah.
Uno Mas. You got to vote it.
Yeah. I will. My favorite Jackie Chan thing is like when he's like, Jackie, okay, Jackie, all right, and I'm like, Jackie is still alive, thank God.
And he's killing it. Like that new Karate Kid movie looks like it's going to be huge.
Did you see the popcorn bucket for that?
Oh God, these popcorn buckets are getting ridiculous. But no.
Oh, it's hold on, I have to show this to you. The Karate Kid Legends popcorn bucket. I think it's the AMC one. Okay, I'm gonna share this with you because I want you to see this. I need you to see this. This is a need to see, not a want to see. A need to see. This is the popcorn bucket. It breaks.
Oh my God.
Like,
That's awesome.
I would definitely buy that popcorn bucket in a heartbeat.
Oh, that is totally freaking
Yeah.
cool. And something that people aren't going to stick their D's into.
No, no. Well, you might just to break the board.
But wouldn't that pop back up and kind of pinch like a raccoon trap?
Well, I guess we'll have to
That's
find
what,
out.
yeah, it's like I'm not going to take that risk. Like that's the wood I don't want to have chopped, if you know what I mean. All right, Mr. DiMarco. So we've talked about we've talked
Yep.
about hockey, we talked about music. Let's
Yep.
keep this thing going
Let's
because
keep
we
the party
got what,
started.
another 4 hours, 2
Yeah.
hours.
Oh yeah.
Have
I would show
fun.
you. I would show you a preview of Missing, but I don't want to.
No. For as much as I'd want to see it, no, because I'm one of those actors that keep stuff locked down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so free realm. Like,
Yeah.
ask me any question.
All right.
Whatever you want to talk about.
I'm trying to think. Like,
Let's do
I was
this.
so unprepared for this. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna go live.
Okay,
let's see.
so how about this? It's a podcast. What do you want to ask me and talk to me about that'll be fun for viewers to bring them on in?
Well, Mark, Mr. Vanis, like,
Fucking love you, dude.
what was the thing that got you into, like, what was the show or movie that got you into acting? Like that made you want to spark that interest into acting?
It's a hard question to answer because when I was a kid, I wanted to go into acting for all the wrong reasons. I
Mhm.
wanted to be liked.
Yeah.
Like I said, growing up, I was a short little fat kid, and just to have people to like me and be like, "Oh my God, he's cool."
Yeah.
That's what kind of wanted me to be an actor because that's what I thought acting was.
Yeah.
Then luckily I had that wake up call in community college, and it was a matter of, dude, you're doing it for. It was a wake up call because it was like I was doing it for the wrong reasons.
Mhm.
And I basically, what attributes to me of what made me want to go into acting legitimately was being a cinephile. Growing up, my brother was into comic books.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not a reader. Like I can read obviously, but I can't make the picture in my head when I'm reading a book.
Yeah.
I can only do that with screenplays because screenplays don't give you all these details of I don't give a fuck what color brown that coat was that character was wearing. A
Yeah.
screenplay is like, here's the character, go. So I can make the movie in my head with screenplays, but not with books. So I was never a reader.
Mhm.
I couldn't play a musical instrument. My brother was into comic books. He goes, listen, you're not a reader, but this is picture books for adults. This is
Yeah.
fun. And I was like, dude, okay, cool. But I just, it's not my thing.
Yeah.
And but I found my thing was movies because I wasn't just watching them.
Yeah.
I was picking them apart because I was kind of like, I wonder, even at a younger age and in my teenage years, not even knowing what the hell I was questioning. I was like, how do they do the lighting for this? How do they do the shot?
Yeah.
Because I was like, what is the backside of it? Because what we see is one perspective. And that's what I love what they're doing on platforms nowadays of showing here's the shot, but here's the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I love that because a lot of people are like, oh my God,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people and a lot of stuff. So I was already thinking about that watching movies like Desperado, for example, when him and Selma Hayek and
Antonio Banderas.
there you go. They're walking away from the building that blows up.
Yeah.
A lot of people are just like, cool. Oh my God. I was like, cool. That's great. Now I'm thinking of, was the screen screened? Because that was still kind of new technology at the time. Or was it an actual building? Did they have to time it? What did they have to do? And then it wasn't until I got into my 30s where I'm like, wow, that's science and the art, because it was the science that was fueling my questions.
Mhm.
But then it also intrigued me in the artistic aspect of how can you see things in certain different ways? And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the app Pixay Pro on the phone.
I've heard of it. Is that the thing that like AI art or AI photos?
Oh, this was way before AI.
Okay.
That this is before the whole AI thing, and you got to basically just make all these pictures and do certain effects and what have you.
Yeah.
And so it was pretty much, I would say, to answer your question in a roundabout way, it wasn't a specific moment. It was my evolution into my 30s when I got out of the whole, I want to be an actor to be cool.
Mhm.
And it was like, no, I really want to be an actor to create. I want to be an artist. And seeing all these things, these beautiful things that people create, and with different level budgets. I mean, like I said, Swingers is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
Done on a very low budget. John Favreau brought in some friends and was like, let's just make a movie about us in California. It's like, okay, well, there's got to be a plot. Okay, well, I'm trying to get over my girlfriend in New York. Done.
Yeah.
And it's a great fucking movie. Reservoir Dogs. A matter of fact, one of the things that I love, we're bringing Hay back into this.
Yeah.
What I loved about Hay is that Reservoir Dogs is one of my favorite movies of all times. And I'm like, this pays homage to that. And the fact of we are in a single setting.
Yeah.
And it is the tension, the controversy, there's torture, there's all this other stuff. And that was one thing I wanted to make sure I didn't do with my character with the boss. I didn't want to be the cop. Because
Yeah.
at first I'm like, oh, I'm kind of like the cop. I'm tied up. But he was like very over the
Yeah.
edge. And this is what, going back to what we were talking about with Niall, how I like how I like how he directed me. He's like, no, at the beginning of this, you're in control. You're still the boss.
Yeah.
You're upset because you're tied up and your employees are doing this. And so as you could see, all these elements that just tie together that you could look at, and it was like, I no longer want to eat the sausage. I want to see how it's made, and I want to help make it.
Yeah.
And so in my 30s, just being a cinephile and getting tired of movies because it was like the universe telling me, you just need to be involved. Stop watching. You've learned enough. Have fun.
Yeah.
Here's your Play-Doh. Have fun. And that's what got me involved into film acting. And like I said, my friend Ronnie was the one who put the end of the label. He peeled it off and goes, run with it. He gave me
Yeah.
the confidence. He actually, in Death Club, the first feature film that I was ever in, which was actually my first, professional film,
Mhm.
he was the director. But when I auditioned, he goes, you know how I am. He's harder on his friends than he is on anybody else.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm leaving this up to the producers. And I'm like, okay, I trust you. That was part of the reason why I auditioned, because I know he would not give me a role.
Yeah.
And he looked at the Patels and Neil Ash and Shatali and was like, all right, this is your movie. What do you think? And they decided to go with me. And Ronnie's like, all right, I agree. And I'm glad to know that it's not biased.
Yeah.
So like, he didn't give me the role. He gave me the confidence of when I said, I'm thinking of auditioning. And he goes, go ahead, do it. If you need any help, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll help you with your resume, headshots, whatever. And that's what got me into it. And so it's all been, happily in the happy downhill sense of I'm going on this ride and I'm meeting all you great creative people and the networking aspect. So, that's the biggest thing that anybody watching this, just letting you know, you want to get involved with the industry, have that passion, do your work on your craft, however you decide to, and network and work with good people that want to create art, and you're going to be good.
Let me follow up with this question then. Oh my God, I'm getting back into my podcasting. It's been a long time.
Dude, you're cool.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Ronnie Nanos has been on my podcast a long time ago. I think I don't know if it was before my hard drive got crashed or during the time when I was about to release this episode. No, his episode I think is on a podcast. But anywho, okay, so you're saying your first film was Death Club?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your first official this is my first time walking on a set. Here it is. Here's my here I am, Lord. Take me as you want.
Yep.
What was it like going on your first set? Like being in that space, going, okay, it's real now. This is real. Like, what were your feelings? What were what was going through your mind at that time?
Full honest, don't fuck this up.
Yeah.
Don't I was nervous as all hell. Okay. So if anybody wants to watch Death Club, it's on Amazon to rent for I think $2.99. So go on Amazon Prime if you have it. $2.99 Death Club promo. The first scene that we shot was actually us when we got into the club, and Michael Sue was director of photography, and we're walking through. I got a flashlight in my hand, a little stagehand flashlight going through. And I remember him being like, all right, cut. Who's got a strobe light going on? And dead silence. Nobody's like, no, nobody. And then I call out from the back because I'm like on the back. We're in an L hallway, and I'm
Yeah.
like, "Sorry, Mike, it's me. I'm nervous and I can't hold my flashlight straight." So
Yeah.
that's how I was. First day, I was nervous as fuck. I'm like, I hope I don't shit the bed. It wasn't a matter of this is permanent and this how is this going to look on me. It was a matter of how's this going to look on everybody else who's involved with this project. So I was excited, but I was nervous. I was scared, and then after that first day, though, all the cast we got along really well. Tanita Morgan, um, Dustin Nardine, Cassidy DeSanto, Ben Stover, all five of us just gelled. And Ben I knew before because we worked on Evil Dead the musical together.
Yeah, I know.
So
Ben.
that helped out a lot. But it wasn't until we gelled where I started feeling comfortable because I'm like, I don't care that this is, independent. This is professional in my mind. I'm
Yeah.
like, I could be what breaks this fucking movie. So answering your question, sorry, going off on that
No,
long
it's okay.
tangent. Just the nerves were there, the excitement was there, and I had to focus on the excitement nerves more than the nervous I'm going to screw everything up. But after that first day went down and I'm like, okay, we're cool, we're here to work. It was kind of like what you saw on Hey.
Yeah.
All right, cool, I'm meeting you guys for the first time, but we're here to work. We got to get a job done. Let's do it. And I'm going to make sure I'm going to do what I can. That confidence was there. But for Death Club, it wasn't until that second day where I had to be like, okay, I'm here for a reason. Let's do this. But yeah, and trust me, those excitement nerves though were throughout the whole production because I'm like I told you guys with Hey, I'm living my dream. You guys are letting me live my dream. So everybody who has seen this beautiful 7-minute creation, it's like a lot of love, a lot of passion, and a lot just went into it. So, but yeah, I'm getting off on my tangent there.
It's okay. It's okay. But also, you said something really unique too. Like I think a lot of people aren't thinking about, which I think the same way as you do in this respect. Where you say you think of it as a professional thing, you think of it as a like you don't think of it as an indie thing. You think of this is professional. I'm here. I'm gonna be professional about this. And I feel like a lot of people don't come with that mindset. And I think that's a great mindset to have. What you're saying to do is be professional. Always be professional, no matter what the job is, no matter how big or how small it is, or how big or small your role is, or what you're doing. Just be professional. Because the more you're professional, the more someone's gonna be like, "Hey, I worked with this guy, Mark, and he'd be great for this. He'd be great for this role, or like, hey, like he might be good for this role. I don't know. You might want to test him out, but hey, he's a good guy. He's professional. He's gonna get shit done. He's gonna be on time. He's gonna do all the things that you're gonna ask him to do. But if you want to check him out, but he's professional, and that's really how you get the name out there, really in that networking sphere. And yeah,
yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, I just saw something that Samuel Jackson video post and what have you.
Yeah.
And he's like, you always be good to everybody. He goes, I was an up and comer, and because I was good on set, there were PAs that were on that set when I was an up and comer that reached out to me when they started directing. And they're like, I remember Samuel Jackson. He was nice. He was courteous. Like you said, showed up on time and did the work. And it was like, no, hey, Sam, I'm calling you up for this role because I know what you could bring. And for me with Death Club, it wasn't so much of my longevity in being an actor. It was just, I didn't want to let everybody else down. But you bring up another good point when it comes to that networking. Yeah, when people show up as divas or think they're better than everybody else, like seriously, I'm not going to say pardon my French. I mean this wholeheartedly. Go fuck yourself. You're in a team environment. Seriously,
there's no team.
You're no important than. I'm sorry. Everybody's like, well, PAs. They're the janitors of films. I heard somebody say that. I told them, get out of my face.
Yeah,
PAs are the people who are there, like with Missing when. I was going through the shit with my eyes and my allergies and the smoke and what have you. The fact that I could yell toilet paper and somebody was there for me, that meant the world because it saved time on the shoot.
Yeah.
It gave me some relief from what I was dealing with. And it's like every single part is important. It does not matter. You are on those cast, like the scrolling cast going up, the credits. You're on that. You're an important person.
Yep.
And that's what I just would like to tell everybody, when it comes down to getting into this industry, don't be a diva.
Yeah.
Show up to work, do what you need to do, but also realize we're a team. And sometimes you might need to be asked to do things that aren't what you're supposed to do. There was another student film I was involved with where I helped break down the set. Wasn't expecting a grip credit, but they gave it to me because they're like, dude, you're an actor, but you are
Yeah.
helping break down the set. I'm like, well, I'm just trying to help out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Very kind of you to do that. Very, yeah, and you didn't have to do that because I think we probably told you I'm missing. Don't do anything, just act.
yeah. Oh God, Lance was great. Hey, be the talent.
Yeah.
You're pretty. Just be pretty. Okay. Just stand that. I'm like, I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lance reeled me in a few times too about that. He's like, "You're the director. Don't help out." I'm like, "Okay, fine."
But now I want to throw
weird,
that back to you because here you tell us that you went to school for art, not necessarily film art. What got you into film? And I'm not saying this because it's courtesy to throw back. No, I seriously want to know. Like, tell us your story.
Okay, here, I'll give me a second. Is it downstairs? One, I gotta find it first, and then I can tell you.
We can't hear him, but it's great. He's got his hands on his butt.
No, they're on my back.
They're on his butt.
My ass is out.
Okay, it's on his back, but
where's G? Well, okay, no, that's not the right one. Well, I can't find him. But what got me into film is when I was little, first of all, I love movies to begin with. So movies like Three Ninjas, Ghostbusters, and Back to the Future Part 2, I just watched religiously as a kid. So where I lived in New Jersey, I could with my parents when in some days we would walk to the video store. And I just remember walking to the video store, going behind the ShopRite Center, which is a grocery store in New Jersey, going behind there and then going around, walking around to the Easy Video, which was called. There's a few of them. It wasn't a mom and pop. And going inside Easy Video, it being red and white, and you're just amazed by all the movies. And like the first things I do is look at the wrestling tapes because I always want to watch wrestling as a kid too. So I also wanted to be a WWE wrestler at one time. So it was a WWE wrestler and an FBI agent were the first two things I ever wanted to be. Obviously, I'm not cut out for both of those things. And and then, but I just love films. Like I remember like my dad or my mom with the VCR would tape like Batman. So I had like Batman '89 on a VHS with all the commercials, or like we'd see all these. I just love watching these movies religiously and just continually watching them, and just the love of that. Where then you're like, oh, this is cool. And then in eighth grade, me and a friend, his name is Sean, we did a project called for Newton's Laws of Motion, and I just got my first camcorder at the time at Circuit City, and it was the display model. It's a JVC camera. And I was like, this is so cool. So we can do skateboard films also because skateboarding was big at the time in my life. I'm terrible at it, and we made Newton's Laws of Motion, the video, and then like me and Sean went running around and we wanted to like do Jackass because Jackass was out at the time. Because again, like my generation of I think my generation of filmmakers and kids who came up on this stuff loved Jackass, like loved Bam Margera and like all that stuff and skateboarding films, and that's what like kind of got us all into. I think a lot of us into that. Let's be real. And I have it. I think it's on YouTube somewhere. But Sean tried to jump a bench at this park, which easy bench to jump. Like we've done it multiple times. Like I want to do it on camera, right? So he slipped on a piece of grass, like because it was a little wet, and this is February, and he slid into the park bench, and you heard a thwack, like a thwack, and I'm like, oh my god, are you all right? And he's like, yeah, I'm fine. But it was the funniest shit. We watched that stuff for hours, like because we had a whole week off of school when we did this because the cat. I'm like adding more things to this whole story. It sounds like I'm making up, but no. Like in the Catholic school I went to, instead of getting Catholic holidays off, they saved them for a week in like February. So like we come back from winter break, then like a month into February, we're like, oh, you get a week off for all the Catholic holidays, and you get spring break. But it was awesome. So during that time, we did this thing, right? So yeah, it was funny because we showed our class, our 8th grade class, this little thing that happened. Also, everyone started laughing. So like, oh, we're gonna make more Sean John. We called it Sean John, and then it was like us doing other stupid skits and stuff like that. And you know, I just love making films that way. And I was like, and I didn't have any editing software, so we're just doing it to tape. So it's like, all right, cut, all right, let's do it again. All right, rewind, take it, do it. And so then like you get a little older, you get your tastes get refined, and you're like, okay, well, I like Christopher Nolan. I like all this Christopher Nolan stuff. So then you start getting into Christopher Nolan. Like I started getting into Christopher Nolan stuff. I'm like, I gotta make more serious stuff like Nolan. So yeah, like just from easy video to Jackass to like watching Nolan films to now, it's like, but again, like just the choices you make as a watcher like dictated, I think, my life of like what I like making now too. Cause like, I mean, I honestly, I think like in subconsciously as much I love Spielberg. Like Spielberg's like one the greatest, I think one of the greatest of all times. And yes, there's other directors I like too, but Spielberg, like he has it. Like there's an it about him that like you can't like not take away from him. Because no matter what it is, it's there. Like he's been a success in every, like even like he has some of the things he hasn't been successful with. He's successful. He thinks Hook isn't successful. I fucking love Hook. Hook's one of my favorite movies of all. I watched that shit religiously as a kid. Like, well, I still watch it. I haven't watched it in a while, but I still love it. Like I like dissect it. Like Jaws, like it's a 50th year of Jaws. Like the man made the summer blockbuster. The man redefined the summer blockbuster with Jurassic Park. Like he has done it all, and he makes these like stories that are so simple and just entertaining, and like it's like there's the meaning behind them, and like just like he's just it's the childlike wonder that Spielberg has that like inspires me to make films and want to make have that childlike wonder every time we do something, even though like I'm making these harder earned dramas or like these like questionable about faith and stuff like that, you know, but it's still that wonder, I think, and awe and that respect for filmmaking you have to have. I mean, I just think I just went off into a whole like life cycle of like my whole philosophy, but yeah, I'm sorry. It went
Dude, okay, first of all, you're preaching to the choir, bro. Like I went off on a 40-minute thing and I tossed it back to you because it's like, no, somebody else needs to talk. But also like, no, it was clear, conscious, and what everything. But now I'm gonna kind of give you a little bit more pressure on the next question.
I had another question for you too. My question for you was like all that nervous excitement, all that nervousness, which turns into excitement, obviously, that you still probably get on every set you go on, right?
Yeah.
How do you tell someone who's like coming up? How do you tell them like, hey, bring like slow down and like just get excited. Don't get nervous. Just keep the excitement level. Like how do you tell them like to calm it down? I guess like to get like not to like get too nervous.
Oh, like if it's somebody on production
Yeah.
or like another actor.
Yeah, if another actor, like if you could talk, like you know what I mean, if you can talk to another actor and be like, hey, don't get nervous. This is how I don't get nervous. This is how I like kind of like suppress my nervous excitement, so I'm not like shaking at the light anymore or whatever it is.
Oh, easy. My biggest thing is to become friends with them. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, how's it going? Like if they're new, if they were me on Death Club,
Yeah.
I'll be like, how you doing? And if like I could read people really well and
Yeah.
be like, oh yeah, I'm good. This is so exciting. I just hope I don't shit the bed. I'll be like, cool. Well, you're not gonna shit the bed. You're here for a reason. So my biggest thing is talking with somebody who would be in my shoes within Death Club is giving the reassurance.
Yeah.
You're here for a reason. Guess what? You know, you were cast among multiple other people. So you won. Like, so don't be nervous. Now it's a matter of, yeah, but what if I fuck everything up? It's like, guess what? Kind of look at like what I said 3 or 4 hours ago when Niall was on board. Everybody fucks up. The beauty of film is why we have multiple takes, why we have a safety take. So there's no reason to be nervous.
Oh, you mean the beauty of digital?
Well, yeah, it's a matter of if you fuck up, we take another take. plain and simple. And also you're here for a reason. That's the biggest thing. And when it comes to, anybody that I might feel, might be nervous about their character or whatever, I'll be like, okay, well, let's talk characters. One thing that I loved about Oscar on Hey was I knew Oscar was going to bring it. Oscar already had that confidence and what have you, but I know, like, in 5 seconds of meeting Oscar, I knew how nice of a guy he was.
Yeah.
And I knew he had to play dirty. He had to play dirty. And, one of the things that it was actually the night before, 2 nights before, Austin texted me and was like, hey, you want to run lines together with me and Oscar? And I'm like, dude, I'm kind of at work right now. I can't. And he goes, oh, okay, cool. But no, it's just all right. We were just, running lines.
Yeah.
So the next day or the day we showed up at your house, I was kind of like, well, or what I messaged them is I'm like, you guys are going to be good. And I'm like, just remember, hate me.
Yeah.
I want you to hate me. Because Austin and I, on the last film that we were on, I was his dad.
Yeah.
And so we actually kind of had that close chemistry of, even though the characters were battling between each other, it was because the dad was trying to protect his son. And so one thing that I had to tell Austin was, I'm like, just remember, I want you to hate me. You got to hate me. Hate this character, because this character's an asshole. Hate me. Fucking hate me. And so when Oscar and I, when we were getting to the whole point of the chair being pulled up and we're face to face, like I said, I brought up the whole thing of, I'm sorry. So it's a matter of working with the actors of where they not only need to be, but it's a matter of where you can help them.
Yeah.
And then this is why I say I like being directed, because me sometimes reaching out to the actors will help me out with my character. And so when I reached out to Oscar, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. And he goes, it's okay. You're cool. I'm like, no, seriously, I killed your mom. I'm sorry. And then he was like, okay, I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then when I saw the way that he portrayed himself, when I say I didn't act with those boys, I didn't. Oscar was genuinely telling me, you fucking killed my mom.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, crap. So getting off of my tangent, answering your question, the biggest thing is with the nerves is saying, you're here for a reason, and working with them in the realm that they're at.
Yeah.
So if they're like, I'm a little bit nervous, but I don't know how to play this character, it's like, all right, well, in that case, it's like, don't be nervous. You're here for a reason. Now let's talk to the director, because they need to let you know how you should play your character.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is, it's like, it's a cold dive. You got to jump head first, straight in, get that day over with. And no matter what I could tell them, it's a matter of, you just got to, dunk your head in the cold water and come straight up and just realize, okay, we're here, we're in the now, let's go.
Well, even that too, like there's a lot more pressure in that that day, because we only had a day to film it. So like you kind of have to get it right, kind of in a way, right away, because there's no day two. There's no like, oh, I can come back tomorrow, figured it out. Like I can kind of rearrange myself. It's more or less you have to kind of on that day, in how many hours you have to figure out who your character is and who, like all those all that stuff gone out the window quickly and adapt.
Yeah. Kind of going along with another film that's coming out that I was a small little part on, Ride and Bloom. What's up?
I lost you.
Oh, can you hear me
now? You're not speaking.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I see waveform, but I don't see mouth sounds.
Okay. Phone is still set to where it needs to be.
I don't know what you're saying, man.
Okay, I muted and unmuted my
This is technical difficulties with John DiMarco and Mark Vanis.
Fair enough. Go to chat.
Nope, I'm sorry, but the Knicks are winning, I hope. Are the Knicks winning? Let's find out while we figure out if Mark is gonna get his audio back. Just typed in ESPN. Oh, damn, the Knicks lost. And Mark left me. This is John DiMarco with your sports update while we wait for Mark Vance to come back. Uh, it's been awesome to just go straight 3.5 hours live right now. Mark's back. Mark is back, I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No,
you,
I don't
you
hear
can't.
you. I still don't hear you. I don't. Yeah, I'm not hearing you.
My microphone
now
is
try
where
it.
it needs to be.
Hello, speak.
Now I know my microphone is
I
where it
see
needs.
levels on your end, on my end, but I don't hear you.
Okay, let's reboot. I'll be right back.
Okay, he'll be right back. I'm speaking in sign language. So while we wait for Mark, we will continue onto our journey, and I will play a schmovie. Let's see what we're at. Let's see. We need to get to 100 likes. We're trying to get to 100 likes right now on Hey to find out the names of the. That's something that our EP did not give us the names of the characters. We're at 265, 11 hours into this film, and we are with 43 likes. We need to bump up those likes, ladies and gentlemen. We need to get 100 likes for Hey. Yes, batteries not included. Hey, check this out. Let's go. Sharing that screen right there. This movie is the movie that we're all talking about today that we're excited about that has come out. Hey, and we need to get to 57 more likes to reach our goal for Hey. So please continue to support, watch the video. This is Video IQ. So if anyone has Video IQ, this is what I recommend for any content creators out there. It's awesome. It will tell you engagement and stuff like that. It is free, but also you can pay for it as well too. So is Mark back? Hold on.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Mark, but I don't. Hold on. My God. Mark, can you hear
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
You still can't hear me?
I still can't hear you. You're not muted or anything. Speak.
Oh, can you hear me now?
What is going on right now?
I don't know what's going on because I'm unmiked.
What? Am I having problems?
It might be you.
Speak real quick, Mark.
I'm talking right now and I'm showing levels on echo cancellation and stuff and blah blah blah.
I can hear you on the. I can hear you on the. So I can hear you on the roadcast. I can't hear you on the roadcaster, but I can hear you on the live.
Oh,
It's so strange. Hold on. I'm gonna restart my roadcaster real quick.
you do that. For anybody listening, it's a chickadee China with a Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops ticking. Lights on. Where the lights on. I don't hear you anymore, John DiMarco. It is all you. Who is following me? Nope, I don't hear you. I see you, but I do not hear you. It's because everybody's like, oh my God, there's so much awesomeness going on for like 3.5 hours. Just saying. Just saying.
Are you all crazy?
Oh,
I mean, right now, or I swear.
Do what? Write us up? Fire us?
I heard that. Why is this being so weird? We don't know what's going on. Is there any chance that we need to reboot it and restart it again? No. No. I still can't hear you. Could it be on my settings? No. Nothing there. Can't hear anything. Let me pull you up live. Okay, I could hear you on live, but I can't. I noticed the live session kind of froze. Oh. I will say, while we can't hear you, John and Marco, I'm looking at positive remarks on the Hey website. They're nice. They're nice. So we got good reviews there. And then for whatever. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Hey podcast. As you can see, our DP is scrubby dubbing, doing what he needs to do. I hate the fact that we can't hear each other. Or he could hear me. I can't hear him. He has a lovely voice. Lovely Italian New Jersey voice. It makes me feel safe and secure at night. It may be uncomfortable for you to hear that, but okay.
I'll see you on Instagram. So I never did this before. So this is a whole new world for me.
A whole new world.
We are here, round 2. Okay, perfect. I can hear myself also. Round 2 of the live stream with Mark Vance, the boss, applesauce, of Hey, and I guess now that we had to kind of restart a little bit, and I'm not live on Instagram because that's what happened. Excuse me. We will watch Hey together, me and you.
Let's
and
do it.
We will talk about it at the same time. So that's what we're gonna do. And let me also check my Instagram before we get into that because I kind of want to see what's going on.
Oh, while you're doing that, I'm gonna post up some like, oh, they're backwards, but I got text messages.
Read them.
My fans, my fams, I should say fams with an M. The film was awesome. You just did such a great job. Can't wait to see more from you guys.
Yeah.
I second this. You can only only you can make an iron to the face look hot. That's awesome. That was a good one. I like that.
That is a good one.
The whole exchange between all the characters made me so uneasy, which is awesome. That means you guys crushed it.
Perfect.
And you all did a great job. Like from 4 different people reaching out to me in literally the last half hour. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. And team effort. Like this was everybody involved.
Yes, it was. I'm so proud of us. And I don't think I'm live on Instagram, so that makes no sense. I don't understand this shit sometimes with RT, PM, baloney. It says I'm live, it froze me, and then I'm gonna let me just end that real quick. Because it's stupid. Discard the video. Okay, let me try it one more time because I'm stupid.
You're talking to a Gen Xer who is like, dude, you're doing more than I could ever freaking do.
I'm trying here. I'm
No,
trying to promote this goddamn thing. God damn it.
Hey, we went 3 hours, okay?
I know.
3 hours.
I know. 3 long hours. 3 long, grueling hours. I don't think I can because like it's in the. Oh, it's so strange because I have to connect it. Okay, I'm not going to worry about this. Screw you, Instagram. I'll have to figure out another way of doing this. But we will watch the video together, and we will talk about it. I'll share the screen. I will go here, and I will say, "Oh no, I don't want to share the screen. I want to share." Oh yeah, I do want to share the screen too. I want to.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Sure.
Hear
The heartbeats are off.
Hey, where am I? Are you all crazy? Untie me right now, or I swear.
Do what? Write us up? Fire us? You're tied to a chair, genius. Maybe think before you talk.
Maybe this isn't a good idea. What if somebody finds out about this?
For Christ's sake, man. Grow a spine. We've already crossed the line. We might as well enjoy it.
Enough. This is what we came here to do.
This chair pull. Love it.
Yeah. It's actually one of my favorite shots because it's like so out of focus behind him and just so weirdly cinematic.
You know
the
what's
whole
funny?
thing's cinematic.
I used to think you were just oblivious. You know, like, maybe you didn't realize just how much you were screwing us over. But now, I'm starting to think you like it.
That's not true. I treat you all as fairly as I can. You piece of shit! You know damn well!
Decent wages!
Great hours! Pizza parties. If you mention pizza one more damn time, I swear to God.
Tell us more about your fairness. What was fair about him? Missing his daughter's first Christmas.
I had to watch her open presents through a damn phone!
You denied PTO for 6 months. The requests were all 2 to 3 weeks in advance.
I had to! We were projected to be understaffed. My mother was dying!
I told Niall before you got into the chat here, I was like, I just love when the dying, he like hits it so hard it like hits your like hair and it like just moves a little bit. I was like, that just adds so, I don't know, it just adds so much to me.
Oh, absolutely.
Or like,
She's been in hospice for weeks. Barely even awake. I begged you to let me take a day off and be with her. You said no. Said the team needed me. But thankfully, you didn't have to make your job any harder by managing your employees to cover for it. Did you?
Working when you've been employed to is your
You
responsibility.
didn't even apologize to him. To any of us.
I didn't know. Look. I can change. Right now, I'll turn over a brand new leaf. How's an office upgrade sound? For all three of you.
Let's make things fun again.
Whoa. What the fuck? No. This is entirely too far.
Don't worry. Nothing's decided yet. Yeah, we're just having a pre-termination meeting.
You have 3 chances to guess each of our names. You guess right, you're back on the floor. But if you guess wrong...
Marcus! You have a kid named Tom.
Marcus. Impressive. You even mentioned my kid.
And forgot that she was a girl.
Entirely incorrect. A bold risk with the kid. Don't worry. That'll heal by Q3.
Yes, my name.
Please. I'm so sorry about your mother.
I am too. What's my name?
Wallace. Blaine. Jeff. Elijah.
Wrong.
Every single one of them.
I kind of wish you said Marcus again and be
Fun
like,
around.
is that the only name you know?
You know what? Fuck it.
Hey.
I
Hey.
Well,
that was-
one thing that I do want to say, and I have to bring this up for Oscar. So in the scene when you see him go, so watch my head. He goes like this.
Yeah.
That was him and I playing off of. Well, that was him playing off of me. Because when he goes like this,
Yeah.
I turn my head to look away from him, and that's how he like non-verbally brought back the attention of the character of the boss. And I was like, you fucking brilliant asshole. How dare you be so good? And I love that because you see how well it reads on screen. It's like he's like, no, you look at me.
Yeah.
No, this is our time.
Yeah.
You now pay attention to us.
It's like I'm the captain now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I say, one, Niall directing fantastically. 2, everybody, playing the employees was just like they knew what they needed to do, and they took it to the next level. Like I say, I tell people when they're like, when it comes to acting and memorizing lines, what do you do? And I'm like, you got to get off the black and white.
Yeah.
What's on the paper is the guidelines, but those are guidelines. They're not instructions. And so Oscar, when he just did that, like, no, you look at me. That wasn't scripted. That wasn't in the notes. And he just did that. And with all the direction and everything going on, I think that's why everything played out as well as it does. The feedback that I've been getting where it's like, yeah, I know what it's like to be one of those employees, and man, they made me feel represented. Or it's like, hey, good job. You took an iron to the face really well. But it was just proper execution by everybody. So yeah, God.
Yeah.
So exciting to see something like that where it's like everybody can be critical on something that they do. But
Yeah.
I look at that and I'm just like, yeah, it's like there are certain things that could be tweaked, not that they can't, but overall, it just comes across so well.
Agree. It does come off really well. Yeah, because I lit it. No, just kidding. There's that
Hey.
narcissistic John.
Coming from a guy who again works in professional lighting entertainment, what did I tell you when I walked into your garage? I was like,
You said nice garage, and then you decided to put your Gatorades in my refrigerator. No, I'm kidding.
oh, I did do that. Yeah, because it was beef jerky and Gatorades, because that's all I would eat. Beef jerkies and Gatorades. And then by missing that change, it was like, no, we're all cool. I'm fucking hungry and I'm cold.
Who shoots in the April?
Yeah.
Mount Charleston.
But no, go walking in the garage. It was like, dude, looking at your setup, I'm like, because again, it's one of those things of you got to create an environment. It doesn't matter how expensive the freaking lights are.
Yeah.
The lights that you did in the setup just created that environment so well to where us as actors, you give us an environment that feels real. You made the job easier for us. So what was great of seeing the post-production cuts and then the final cut, it's a matter of they all work really well, because even if you show the pre-production cuts, people will be like, this is a good film.
Yeah.
And because it was well lit, it was well set up. But yeah, pre-production, what I was going along in our group chat from last night is like, I love, or maybe it was earlier this morning, is how there's a 3-color scheme.
Yeah.
And I never really thought about that until Punisher Warzone. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that.
It's been a long time since I saw that. I owned that actually on DVD.
And you know what? You're probably the only one, because everybody I talk about that, I'm like, one of the best Punisher movies ever is Punisher Warzone with Ray Stevenson. They're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, it was direct to DVD. That's why.
Exactly. And I'm like, well, watch it. And the director, she was like, I want to have every scene to have no more than 3 colors.
Yeah.
Because this is based off of a graphic novel. And if you look at a graphic novel, there's very rarely more than 3 colors in each panel. And so for the fact that she took that and put that into play, I didn't realize it till I watched the extras, where I'm like, oh my God, that really elevated my viewing experience, because I wasn't distracted, but it focused on the mood. And with Hay, it's exactly that. It's the white shirts, the black clothes, between the boss and the pants of the employees, and everything is in that tungsten dim orangey yellow.
Yeah.
And that's what makes the mood. Like when I was posting the stuff on Instagram, I'm like, I can't use blue text. That's just completely contradicting of what the feel is. And I was like, oh man, like it just brought out to my viewpoint of the knowledge of this 3-color scheme, how well it works.
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted because at the same time, our stream just decided to not show the video anymore. It's now us in audio form, I believe. So I had no idea if it froze or something like
technology.
Maybe. Oh wait, hold on. I wasn't live. We're not. Are we live? I don't know if we're live. This is so confusing because I don't understand what the hell's going. Okay, I see myself speaking, but I don't see the video, which is kind of strange. Okay, well that's.
Yeah, I'm looking at our live stream as well too, and I see you and I are. Yeah, we're talking, but they don't see our pictures.
I don't know what's going on. If this is how you do live streams, I guess. It's so awkward.
I will say though, we did offend Oscar because he's like, I love Guns N' Roses. How dare you, John?
I know. I'm waiting for him to get into the chat and be like, we're gonna have a fight about Guns N' Roses somehow. So that should be interesting. Yeah. Punisher Warzone is. I mean, I do love Bernthal though as Frank.
Yeah, Bernthal is fucking amazing.
Karen, hey, Karen. Sorry, it's We watched that. I showed my Ashley at the Punisher, and then it's just he's like says shit, and it's just we just laugh because like, hey, Karen, down, Karen. So he's
Well,
Karen.
what's funny is I like to compare that to when he was on How I Met Your Mother season 1, like episode 2,
Yeah,
and he was just he was a douchey guy at the party, and he was like Raul or something like that,
yeah,
and you hear him in his regular voice, he's like, "Hey, what's up?"
yeah,
It's got kind of like a higher register, like, California voice.
yeah,
And then you just punch it like, "Ugh, oh," it's like, okay, well, there's somebody who has
yeah.
versatility in his vocal range.
I just watched The Walking Dead. Like I love the first 2 seasons, and I love him in that show.
Mhm.
And I'm like, this guy, this is my guy. He's a
Mhm.
real one. Plug his podcast.
No, he is another one of my inspirations just
Yeah.
because of, Accountant. I'm actually excited
Yeah.
to see Accountant 2.
Yeah.
And same thing. He was in his regular dude voice
Yeah.
for Accountant. I'm like, and the funny part is, for as big of a fan as I am, I didn't even recognize him the first time I watched Accountant 1 because it was just I was enthralled by seeing Ben Affleck playing this character and how he played it,
Yeah.
and the story was great. So I just kind of looked over, John Bernthal playing, his brother, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I watched the second, I'm like, holy shit. And that dude like just has such amazing range, and it's not just vocally but performance wise as well too. And that's part of the reason why I brought up earlier Gary Oldman and Denzel Washington. Now, granted, Denzel Washington, you see him, Denzel.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. But you look at his character from Remember the Titans. You look at his character from Training Day. You look
Yeah.
at his character from American Gangsters. You look at his character from Equalizer. Or even Eli, A Book of Eli. Like this guy, it's like, who is he? Who is this guy? Because he is we see him. We see him. He's not in prosthetics. We see him. But
Yeah.
he has different characters in every single realm. And then you've got like I said, Gary Oldman. What made me fall in love with him was I love the way he played Zorg in Fifth Element. I'm like,
Mhm.
that dude's cool. Like, oh yeah, he played Dracula too. And everybody else all like I saw an interview with him and it was like, you play all these bad guys, but you're a good guy. He goes, well, that's what they're casting me for.
He's also Drexel Spivey in True Romance.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. And it's like you're playing all these bad skeevy dudes, and then finally he gets cast as like Commissioner Gordon,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, or actually let's go back to I'm gonna show my nerd roots.
Go
Harry
ahead.
Potter, Prisoner of Azkaban.
Not my
And-
favorite Harry Potter, but I'll take you at that.
But it's just one of those things. He started off as a bad guy, and it's like, oh wait, no, he's the stepfather of Harry Potter, and he's this beautiful, awesome, good guy. And that was like,
It's Godfather. God, don't say stepfather. People would be like very upset with you.
Oh
People-
shit, I said stepfather. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Godfather. Yeah, because no, his mama died. Anyway,
And his dad died too. Don't.
and his dad died too.
Come on.
But yeah,
Come on now.
so sorry, Godfather. But yeah, you see that transition from prisoner,
Yeah.
evil guy. You think he's one of the bad guys, and here he is. It's like, no, Harry, I'm here to protect you. It's like, oh wow,
Yeah.
and then again, okay, so Denzel and Gary Oldman, Book of Eli. Here it is. He's another bad guy, and just the versatility they place. Oh, and oh god, how could I forget Leon, the professional.
Oh yeah.
Gary,
what's-
yeah, Gary Oldman was the crooked FBI guy in that, and it's like, I think why he inspires me so much is because you see in the interviews he's a great guy.
Yeah.
And then it's like, why do you play all the villains? It's like, because he plays them so well. And
Yeah.
honestly, kind of like the boss and Hey, I like playing the villain because that's not me. It's a challenge, it's a stretch, and also there's something releasing in that. Like it's therapeutic in a sense, to where it flushes all the bad feelings from the bad days that you have, because we all feel them.
Oh yeah.
We all feel them. And that's been my biggest struggle in life is, I want to be a good person, but why am I so upset? and then I bottle it up because I think it's good for everybody else, but then it's not good for me. But you got to
Yeah.
find it. You got to find a release.
Yeah.
And that's why I love playing bad characters. And so the boss gave me a little bit of an outlet for that.
I
And
understand.
tangents.
No, I understand. I mean, like, even I think I heard a wrestler say that recently. Like, that's why I like being the bad guy in wrestling, because I don't like it challenges me, and it makes me like be someone different than who I am. So, like, I mean, it makes sense because like you're acting, right? So you always want to be a villain in your whole life, maybe, like, because they're always cool people, and it's like, oh, I get a challenge to be that like bad guy if I was that person in an alternate reality. Maybe in another alternate reality, someone wants to be the good guy, and like the Mark Vanson Earth 2 wants to be a good guy. So sliders.
Sliders. Good. Great tea. How dare you? Like, seriously, like, I feel like you and I were brothers growing up in the same household. Sliders. Does anybody even else know what Sliders is? It's like,
I don't know, because I watched Quantum Leap and then I watched Sliders on Net. But I knew about Sliders, but I never watched it as a kid. I just watched it one time after watching Quantum Leap on like Netflix, when Netflix back in the day.
gotcha.
And then like Slider, I was like, oh, this is a pretty good show. I should have watched this when I was a kid. It's like the first couple seasons, not like after, I think after Jerry O'Connell leaves, it kind of
Oh no, earlier than that. After season 2, it went downhill.
okay, yeah. Whenever like I think because I don't remember exactly like what I got up to, but I just know like I was like, okay, this is getting a little crazy. Like, does John Rhys Davies leave first, or does Jerry O'Connell leave first?
I don't know, because like I said, after season 2, I just stopped watching.
Oh, okay. Well, that works.
Like my biggest thing was like, this is a great concept.
Yeah.
But it got way too overblown, because before it was just like, hey, I'm in a world where green lights mean stop and red lights mean go.
Yeah.
And then they bring in aliens, they bring in this,
Yeah.
like they didn't jump the shark. Like they took a ski jet with nuclear missiles and launched and like nuked the fucking shark.
Yeah.
Season 3, it's like, you guys were way too far, way too fast, and yeah, I can't do it. And well, I was a big fan because Jerry O'Connell, I believe his name is, he was Vern from Stand By Me, and I
Yeah.
was like, oh my god, he glowed up. Look at
Yeah.
him, and he's doing great. And that was the biggest thing. Like I said, I grew up the short little fat kid. I was Vern growing up.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I'm gonna fan
Did
this.
you find
And
your
then-
pennies at least? Did you find your pennies in the?
No, I didn't find my fucking pennies. I'm pissed off about that. But
Oh man, it's a
I
goober.
found my comb though.
Oh, that's good.
I went down the river and I got my comb.
You brought a comb vern from what
Oh.
hair?
That okay. So now let's continue with movies, going down that route.
Yeah.
I believe Stand By Me is one of the best novella to movie productions that ever happened.
I
Like I
agree.
told you earlier, I'm not a reader.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, Stephen King I could read.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it, Stand By Me, and the novella is actually called
The Body.
the novella is called The Body, and then for Shawshank Redemption, it's actually called Rita Hayworth
Yeah.
and the Shawshank Redemption. Both of those two, I think, were the best adaptations from literature to film,
Mm-hmm.
because they were pretty much written word for word. Now, granted, Shawshank Redemption absolutely was.
Yeah.
The Body, there was some play to it because there were some holes that need to be filled. There was more content to make it a full feature.
Yeah.
But those two, and that's what's so funny. Those are my go-tos when people are like, Stephen King is only horror. I'm like, did you watch Shawshank Redemption? Yeah. Did you watch Stand By Me? Oh yeah, I love that movie. Stephen King. No way. Yes way. But yeah, just literary adaptations, and that was also stuff that interested me because, again, growing up watching Stand By Me, I was a kid at that time, and that was like, oh, I want to be like River Phoenix. I want to be like, Corey Feldman. No, Corey Feldman.
Yeah.
And it was just like, yeah, but I was thinking about it for the wrong reasons. And, God forbid, look what happened to those poor guys. I mean,
Yeah.
Feldman with everything that he went through, and then, Phoenix passed away.
Yep. Crazy. And then fucking Teddy Duchamp, right? That was who his character was, Corey Feldman, right? Teddy Duchamp or
Teddy Duchamp. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that movie's so good. But I'm really excited for The Long Walk, though.
Yeah.
Did you ever read that book?
No.
That's
Well,
a Richard
I don't
Bach.
read
Well, I
books.
know you don't read, but you said Stephen King, so like that's a Richard Bachman book that he made,
Oh, okay.
and it's about like 100 boys just walking, and they get 3 strikes. So if you go under, I think 3 miles per hour, then you get a warning. So after the 3rd warning, you get killed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they're finally making it a movie that comes out in September, and I'm super amped because I was like, this is the one movie I would love to just make if I had the chance to make a movie. This is the movie. So I'm really excited to just see this movie finally be made because Frank Darabont had the rights for like the longest time, apparently, and then if someone else is making it. So I'm very excited to see. I hope it does it justice
Well,
because
just by what you told me, I want to watch it.
yeah, I read that book. It was like one of those things where I had to do like a book report or some shit like that in high school, and I bought that book because like, oh, use whatever book you want to do, and I bought it. And I read it in a day, or 2 days. Like I just couldn't stop reading. It was like a page turner for me. I was like, this is so good. This is so good. So I'd highly recommend that book or audiobook, either or. I would say you'll get through it at least.
Fair enough. Now I'm going to continue more with movies, and I'm going to put you on the spot, DiMarco.
Okay. Polo.
You had sent me a script. I won't
Yes.
say the title or anything about it, but I want to ask you, your inspirations into writing and creating a screenplay, because I read it, and to everybody who's listening, watching, whatever,
Listening at the moment because we are out of video right now. I don't know why we don't have a video up. I apologize for the 2 people but probably us 2 that are watching this. But
fair enough.
Yeah.
I just it blew me away. It really did. Like, okay, first of all, no part of my friendship. Fuck you. You made me cry. I read through that whole freaking thing, and I freaking cried. And I'm not gonna say why. I'm not gonna give any spoilers or any details, but just what inspired you to write something like that? Because, or just inspired you to write in general? Because you knew what you were talking about, and you painted a good canvas. So give us a little backstory in your process.
Now I gotta stand up again. Mark, you beat me to this shit.
Sorry.
All right. So for the movie, I will say it's called Night Skies. Because I mentioned this on the channel before, so it's like I like how I'm like standing up and I'm like, no one's watching this because we're not on the fucking live. But like, so the inspiration is because I love 80s movies, right? And I love like obviously Spielberg, right? But I like Zemeckis. I like all Donner, who did Goonies and stuff like that. But there's something that I kind of looked at where I was like, I just want to like make this story that feels like an old school 80s movie or like Spielbergian movie. And I was thinking about like just this thing in general. And I was like, oh, but like it's a little short originally where the guy is like getting, and like just aliens are coming and he's kind of like, what the hell's going on type of thing. And then I thought about it more and I just like was like, well, let me write it, but let me just vomit it out there. So I was like, okay, I want to make it Spielbergian. Think Spielberg and think like how I would speak as a kid. So I'm like, if you look at the first vomit draft of it, it's like 58 pages. And like some of that stuff that you see in the second, that first real draft isn't even in that vomit draft. So there's a little bit of differences and a lot of things are added as well. So I just thought like Spielberg. I think E.T., think Close Encounters. Those are the 2 things I was thinking. I'm like, this is what I want it to feel like. I want it to feel like a Spielberg fucking film and be like, okay, this is like, if you can pull this off, this be awesome. Because it's like just like again, the opening shot or the opening scene is like Raiders in a weird way. I look at it like Raiders because like the way he gets the monkey at the end and pulls it down, I'm like, that's Indiana Jones grabbing his hat from like before the thing closes or whatever it is. So like I was just thinking about those things, and that's really what it was. I was just inspired because I was like, I just love 80s films, and I think they're just so good. And there's something missing in our films today that I don't think people understand, or maybe I just don't think people understand, especially an independent film where it's too clinical, it's too like overproduced, or sometimes like it's just like too lit sometimes and too soap opera-y. And that's what I mean. I don't know, it's my fucking feelings, but I wanted to just bring back that 80s feeling, that 80s, like when you watch it, it's like, oh shit. Like I want that like childlike wonder in that respect, but also the idea, like if you go deeper into my subconscious, it's really like I'm not a father, but it's also like about be like I love my parents. So this is nothing like my parents or anything like that, but like it's the idea of like being scared to be a father or a parent in general. And I don't know these people, like what people have gone through, but it's also the idea of like if they had bad parents, like, or good parents or whoever it is, you're afraid to become like them sometimes, depending on who your parents are. So it's the idea also of like, okay, this person is afraid to become his father and doesn't want to become his father, but like he's rationalizing it in these other fears of aliens because he heard that as a child about the alien, like the aliens being shown or whatever it was in that newscast. So that played in his imagination where he got scared from that. So like he just subconsciously just used that whole idea. And I'm kind of getting into it, but I'm trying not to give much away. So I'm being very vague.
Yeah, but and that's all just kind of like, with you being a DP and a director and everything, it's like, that's why I wanted to ask you the question, because the inspiration to write, it's hard because there have been stories that have stuck in my head.
Yeah.
And I will say, luckily, from working with you and Isaiah and everybody else, the idea that I have to make for a short film, I now have it solidified.
Awesome.
I now have a good direction thanks to you guys, because before I was just keeping adding layers and layers and layers. And I'm like, no, I want it to be a short film, short, sweet, to the point. There's a point here. I don't want it to be 40 minutes long. And you guys have helped me out with that. And that's, kind of also part of the reason why I asked, because, you are a jack of all trades. Yeah, you are a master of director of photography. You are a fantastic director. And then I see your writing. I'm like, Jesus Christ, save some talent for other people, okay?
I am. I haven't. That's why it's not made yet. I just read it. It's in my file cabinet. Man.
But no,
calm down.
No, it's written so well to where the fact of now that it's on the interwebs and it's permanent, I'm going to challenge you to get it made, because when what you just said literally 30 seconds ago about, I don't know what it's like to be a father, but people who have had a father, they don't want to be. When I texted you that night, and I was like, you wrote a story about my and my brother's life.
Yeah.
Because the story encompassed my perspective, but then also my brother's perspective.
Yeah.
And that's what hit home so well to me. And it's like, how could this person who hasn't gone technically through this, like I have, and write it so well? Yeah. And so yeah, the question was just more along the lines of, again, you're a jack of all trades. You're doing director of photography, you've directed, now you're writing, and you're doing all this stuff. And it's just kind of like, how did you get to the writing? Because for me, writing is really hard, and I will write my short film. Yeah. I will.
Trust me, I agree. It's hard because, like, for me, I wrote the vomit draft in like a week, right? Like, because I powered through it. I was like, I gotta get through this. Then me and Ashley read it together, and I kind of wrote notes down. But I don't write and go back into the same script. I need to start from scratch. Mm-hmm. So then I literally took that and like went back and went, okay, this, and rewrote it like verbatim again and added the things I needed to. And that took me a little longer. And I start doing that again, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, I can't do this. And I need to stop, because I'm just worn out. So like I haven't touched it in like a year and a half, maybe, or 2 years almost, or actually a little over 2 years, or maybe 2 years, something. Whenever I started, because I started writing when I started working at PBS, but like I think it's part of like this bigger series. Well, it's okay. Let me backtrack real quick. Spielberg. So when Spielberg wrote, apparently, Close Encounters, he wasn't. I don't think he was a father yet. So like some of that stuff is like from a perspective of someone who didn't have kids. So it's like it's kind of funny that like I'm thinking I'm using that as a reference and shit like that. So I like, but also I think like in a weird way, it's part of like this bigger series of themes in my like idea box, like about parenthood and about like being an adult and shit like that. Because it's like I have that script, and then I have an idea called Wildwood, where it's about being afraid to become what's it going to be to become a parent, like when you're at a crossroads of your life where it's like, what am I doing right now, and like who am I, and do I miss the old days and nostalgic hits, and like you don't know where you are, but you're afraid of like what's going to happen. I don't know, there's a lot of things I'm still working that one out. Like I talked to ChatGPT as my therapist, in a sense of like, here's my idea about this film, this is what I want to happen, I don't know what's in between yet, but I'm figuring this out, because that's what I use ChatGPT to like it. So fun fact for Night Skies, just give a little bit of backstory here. The son character was going to either be a son or a daughter. I was at a crossroads, or a fork in the road, I should say. I kind of was leaning more towards a son, but I was like, well, give me the reasons why a daughter would work, or give me the reasons why a son would work, and tell me what would work better. And I knew the answer, but I need that confirmation from an AI to know, like to help out, like to help me evaluate that, because I don't know how to explain it sometimes. But if I knew something that would trigger something, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. So I like there's a lot of like notes about things for Night Skies, and even like for Missing. Like when I went into that, I was like, okay, I'm trying to make this like this, but like hear me out here. Like I'm like, does this work? Is this a freaking moment? Is this a freaking movie? Is this a Tarkovsky movie? Is Spielbergian? Like, does it hit all three directors I want to hit? It's like, yes, Spielberg here, Tarkovsky here, freaking here. I'm like, perfect. That's what I wanted. So like, it's kind of like I know the answer, but it's certifying my answer that I know what I wanted, if that makes sense. So thanks AI.
Right on, dude.
I would say like it's a big help. If you're gonna write, use it as a tool to just help you if you're stuck. And if you want, like, I mean, understanding yourself, like, cause again, like it just helps. Is it also read Missing a couple times? And I'm like, tell me what I'm missing, literally, like missing from the script, or like what needs to be improved upon. Austin!
Hello.
But there's no video still.
But I see him and I hear him.
I
That's
see
all that
him
matters.
too, but I wish there
What's
was
going on?
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Oh my god, and there's still no video. We're live on YouTube, and we had a weird technical difficulty glitch.
What kind of glitch?
One that you only hears our voices, but not our faces when we were showing our faces before.
Oh, what's going on?
I don't know. Now 2 people are watching.
Well, the good thing is we can still hear you.
Yes.
Oh, trust me. We run this gamut about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, 3.5 hours ago. How's it going? How you feeling?
Feeling good. I think
Feeling
my
good?
video glitched.
What was it like watching the movie today?
It was great, I woke up at 6 a.m.
You woke up at 6 a.m. God bless you. I'm the only person that missed my goddamn alarm.
Yeah.
Good for you. I failed. I failed as a person to watch the film. I feel like now everyone's watching.
You have to enjoy your sleep.
I know. I set the thing I told Isaiah, I'm like, do people wake up this early on a Saturday? I set my alarm for like 10 a.m.
Oh no. Yeah,
Oh,
my fiance was mad that I had an alarm on.
No, we apologize to her for me. I don't know.
But I
No.
do want to say though, can we give Austin a congratulations?
Yes.
Because as of his birthday, he is engaged.
Congratulations,
brother.
congratulations,
Thank you.
congratulations, congratulations. Thank God there's no
Appreciate it.
video right now because like
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be bougie right now and be like, I already knew about it before it happened. When we did the ADR for Hey, and he told me, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited. I won't say anything to anybody because I can't. Because if I say it, something gets back to somebody, but whatever. But I knew about it before it happened, and I already knew what the answer was going to be. But dude, seriously, Austin, congratulations, brother.
yeah, man, congratulations.
Yes.
But I have bad news.
Appreciate it.
You're stuck in a no video. We just hear you, but it's
Am
okay.
I?
Yeah. Hold on.
Let me
Let
turn that.
give me. I think I got 5. I got pee, but I'll be right back.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you guys want to continue talking, or we'll stop and then we'll restart.
No. We're gonna talk. You go
Okay.
pee, and then when you come back, I gotta go pee.
Okay.
Okay.
Austin, what's going on, brother?
I am cooking right now.
What you
grilling
cooking?
Grilling up some chicken.
Nice. What? How are you grilling it up though? Are you doing it mesquite style? Are you doing it teriyaki style?
I don't know. I make my own blend of spices. I am a mystery man. Everything is a mystery.
I freaking love it. Well, you know what? To go along with what the theme of what we're doing for tonight is, let's give a little bit of backstory from you. What got you into acting?
Oh man. So I was a professional wrestler 5 years, along the independent scene here, Vegas, Arizona, Utah, mainly the West Coast. And I was very injury prone. My third match, I fractured my face, many concussions, dislocated both my knees, and just one Halloween type show, I got to do a match as Frankenstein, and I enjoyed playing a different kind of character in that, and I was like, you know what? I think I'd rather be acting. Save my body. All this. Plus, the Vegas independent scene is too toxic for me.
Fair.
So I wrestled for about, I think, 2.5 more years, or maybe 3 more years after that. I think I was at my 2-year mark when I realized I wanted to be acting instead. But I just didn't know how to get into it. Never did any kind of theater or anything in school, so I was lost on how to get into it until my good friend Greg Romero, he is an actor as well. I would see he was posting, he was doing these classes at Abbey Ray Studios, and I was like, yo, where's this at? How can I get involved with this? And he told me. So I planned my last year in wrestling, and a week after my final match, I went to Abbey Ray's and been here since.
Freaking love it. Great studio. Absolutely great studio. Now, I'm going to do a follow-up question.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you haven't been here for a while. We've been here for a while, so we're going to put all the attention on you.
Okay.
I know you personally across 2 different productions, and I know you are such a good soul, good person. What got you to be able to play the character of Employee 3? Because it is completely the opposite of who you are.
I don't know if it's completely the opposite. You know,
Okay, well, you know,
when
you
you
just
push somebody that far, I think anybody can go to those lengths or even
okay.
further. But like most people, I had a boss like that. At the time of when I was given the role of Employee 3, I I had a boss at the time. She was no good. Micromanaged me. She was blaming her problems on me because she was the director of operations, and whenever she messed something up, she would blame it on everybody else but herself. So basically, I kind of took that and other bosses I've had in the past and kind of all centered it towards the boss in this, aka you. You know,
Well, I felt it. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
think
I felt it. You brought it, dude.
I think it's easy to bring it or go to those headspaces when you have a real life situation that you can draw from.
Yeah.
You know.
Agree.
Well, I got to say, Mr. Employee number 3, you are a big part of the reason why we are up to 285 views
Oh
in
wow!
13
Holy shit!
hours, and we
Let's
are
go.
45 likes, and we have batteries not included has been up to 350 subscribers. So
Wow!
that is at least
Nice.
4 or more today alone. So thank you everybody for giving your support to the film,
Yes.
giving your support to
Thank you.
batteries
Thank
not
you.
included, but mainly to also these guys here, John DiMarco and Austin Goodfield, bringing their stuff. And
Only
And Mark
55 more likes
Venice.
to go. 55 more
and
likes to go to know the names.
oh no, absolutely. So John, what
Yeah.
questions do you have for Mr. Austin? Because I'm going to go and take my little
Oh,
pee break.
well, what did you ask him? I kind of came in at the last minute of it, so I just want
Okay,
to ask you the same thing
so I
twice.
asked
And
him. Yeah, I asked him what got him into acting, kind of
Mhm.
like what you asked me.
Okay,
And then I also asked him what was his inspiration for the role, because
gotcha.
he is such a great guy and he plays such a very angry character. So those were the 2 questions that I asked him.
Gotcha. Okay, my question for you, Austin, is what was your favorite part about being on set?
Oh, definitely the dogs. You know.
Is that everyone's?
You know.
All right, I love it. I love it. I love that
When
answer.
you have long days, uh, the dogs are a good help to get you past the time between the shots.
Mhm.
You know.
So I have to ask, who do you like better, Teddy or Bear?
Teddy, of course.
I won't tell them. I'll just that's between me and you.
Yes, please keep it between us.
Let me ask. Okay, what was I know Mark asked you what you got into acting, but what was your first role and what was that experience like for you on being on your first set?
Oh, okay. So my first role in a film
Mhm.
was a feature film called uh, Walk If You Can.
Okay.
It had one premiere in theaters at Palace Station, and we're still waiting on streaming.
Mhm.
But that wasn't my first experience on a set.
Mhm.
My first experience on a set was when I was still wrestling,
Oh,
and
okay.
I was asked to do a United Nissan commercial,
Mhm.
and it was actually pretty fun. Besides having to do the wrestling moves over and over again, so that they can get the right shots. Uh,
Did wrestling help you, like, because you have to do promos and like or cut promos in wrestling. Did that translate well for you when you became an actor? I feel like the answer is yes, but I just need to clarify that for my own soul.
I think so.
Mhm.
I think just with wrestling having to play characters,
Mhm.
it helped in that sense. I was never really good at the promos part
Yeah,
because I'm not good at speaking in public unless I have lines written for me.
gotcha. Well, I was just sorry. I should have said like I should have said wrestling in general because I was just thinking like promos because of the like the acting and like acting out stuff in that respect. So that's all. So I apologize.
Right. No, that's good.
So
Yeah.
okay, then what? But okay, so the Nissan commercial was your first on-set experience, but in your first acting role was the one, the what was it? Oh my god, I blinked.
Feature film, Walk If You Can.
Walk if you can, walk if you
Yes.
can, or rock if you can.
Walk If You Can.
Well, can
It's,
you walk? Can you walk if you can?
If I can walk, I will walk, you know.
I love it.
But
But
some Mondays it's just hard to walk.
yeah, I mean, even some days it's hard to walk too. So it's gonna be hard to walk tomorrow, but I'm gonna have to
Right.
do it because I can.
Yes.
So what's it been like since that first like acting? Like how has it been for you? How has it been trying to find roles and auditioning and all that stuff? Like what has been a challenge for you?
I think it's the same as with just the consistency and
Mhm.
finding work. For me, it's usually the first 3 quarters of the year
Mhm.
that I have a very big drought, and then most of my roles or projects come towards the end of the year,
Gotcha.
which it kind of changed this year.
Huh.
Because we did this one.
Mhm.
Hey, out now.
Sorry, I got like a bubble popped up because it said your audio stopped recording, but I think I can still hear you. So I don't. This is a new program I'm using, so I apologize for technical hiccups like this.
We didn't lose Austin, did we?
I think we lost him. That's why I said like like his audio stopped recording. So I guess we lost him.
No.
No, this goddamn stream is just killing me right now. It's killing me. Austin recording failed. Okay, stopped.
Oh.
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 Oh. Well, he'll come back.
But we got to put it out this way. I know I joined on about 5:30, so 4 hours. We got a good cotton going here. So
I know.
and seriously,
I feel like I'm on
DiMarco,
Howard Stern show or something.
exactly. But no, DiMarco, I appreciate the conversation. Like I'm one of those people that I love talking with genuine people,
Yeah.
and because I'm actually an introvert. A lot of people don't realize that. When I tell them, they don't
Are
believe
you?
me. But wait,
Oh,
hold
he's
on.
Hello?
back. Wait, he's back.
There he
He's
is!
back.
Hello, sorry.
Guess who's back again. Shady.
Employee 2 was calling me. He wanted to plan the next getaway. You know,
Oh.
Who wants to do the next getaway?
Employee 2.
Oh.
Electric Boogaloo. Dude,
Yes.
we should totally do it in the style of Weekend at Bernie's, and I want to be Bernie. I want to be the dead boss that you guys are carting around in a fucking trunk of a car. I will do it.
Now,
Oh, man.
not Weekend at Bernie's 2 though, right? Where the Voodoo
No.
Kings get. Okay, good. Just making
No,
sure.
no. Original Weekend at Bernie's.
Okay, got you. So you're Bernie Koufax. You die from cocaine, and we call it a day.
Yes.
Okay.
They feed me. They. What happened was after the iron, I was still alive. They fed me cocaine, and there we go.
Oh, do we lose Austin again, or is he going
No,
to
I'm
the
here.
bathroom? Oh, you're just taking a shit, aren't you?
No,
Okay.
not at the moment. I'm responding to a text from Oscar.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say I love the fact that we are not going full PG-13 with this, and we're swearing because I swear like a fucking sailor, and I love the fact that we're able to because, well, I don't want to be offensive, but on the same hand though, I do want to be real, and I will be non-offensive.
Well,
But
we're
give 'em a
going
chance.
4 hours. I think it's time to say, hey, 4.5 hours now. We can. I think the FUs are all out the window.
There you go. Hey, after fucking dark.
No. If
Oh,
only this
God.
goddamn video would work. And oh my, what? I'm having struggle issues with the Gatorade. Thank you. Okay.
So I got a question for Austin.
Go ahead, shoot.
Another one.
Too many.
My thing for you is because I know my perspective, but I want to get your perspective. Since you and I played father and son in a previous production, did that affect you?
Correct.
And hey, or were you able just to reset and be like, "This is boss"?
I don't think it affected me at all. I think in the way it did affect me was being comfortable with you on set.
Good.
Because we did have that prior experience where we had two characters who were so close, and then coming into this one, it's also characters where your character has power over me, and
Just like a father-son relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's good to hear because that seriously is a question I had in my mind because me coming into this, I was like, oh, he's my son, and I remember you being my son, and like seriously, we like and by the way, I'm following up with Angela on that, and we're still in post production with Milk, and we're getting that done absolutely because that was powerful. But with that, because of the connection that I had with him, I was like, oh, he's gonna be my son. What's this gonna be like? And dude, when you showed up just being disgruntled employee, I'm like, yeah, that dude's not my son. It's go time. So I will say, the way you played your character made it very easy for me to be like, yeah, we didn't do that last project. This is something new. Was able to reset and yeah, I was able to look at you as, you know what, you're just a shitty employee. Well, why? Well, you don't deserve a pizza party. So yeah, I had to ask from your perspective because for me, it took a little adjusting. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
Yeah.
I can see how that adjustment is needed.
Just like a chiropractor.
Well, and also, like I say, it's kind of hard when you have an actor playing a badass, basically being like, I'm gonna fucking beat this dude up. I hate him. I'm gonna burn him. I'm gonna staple him.
Yeah.
Coming from a guy who you would be like, hey, I need to staple you for this promotion, but is it okay? And it's like, yeah, dude, that's what I signed on for. Like, so that whole dichotomy, because that's the best thing I love about dealing with acting and actors is where part of the reason why I love, again, Gary Oldman. Everybody's like, why do you play the bad guy? You're such a nice guy. He goes, well, that's what I'm getting casted for. And so and that also kind of would help me out with you. It's like, all right, no, this isn't Austin, my son. This is Austin, a worker who's just, he's fed up. He's pissed off and he's going to fuck me up. So
I do have a question for Austin. And all right, I just noticed this like in the second watch through or third watch through of Hey, that you do something really like maybe I don't know if you subconsciously did this or you chose to do this, but when you have the stapler, you kind of like punch it like when you're walking towards Mark and turning around. So like was that deliberate or did you just kind of like or were you thinking about doing that? How that come like how did that come to be?
I mean, I didn't think about it like going into the scene.
Yeah.
I feel like it came naturally when we were doing the scene, and it was about time. I think I did it as like a attention grabber, like your time to talk is over. We're changing the direction of where we're going now.
Gotcha. Oh, I loved it. Liz is like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's really cool. Oh, hey, doggy.
Right.
And now we have an Oscar and a doggy.
There he is.
Okay.
That little devil dog.
What's going on, Oscar?
Hello, doggy. Oh, hi, doggy. Oh, hi, doggies. Two
Oh,
doggies.
can we actually hear Oscar? Okay, because we've been dealing with technical difficulties. Oscar,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, but hey, guess what? We don't see each other on the YouTube though, which is the funniest part about this whole thing.
Wow.
I know it's I don't know what happened with Riverside. I still don't understand.
Riverside, wasn't that an Archie comic
You
thing?
see Mark, but I do not see Austin. He's blacked out.
Yeah,
Is he?
my camera and connection is being wonky.
Yeah, I've heard about that before. Did you guys watch The Whale? Don't pull that one on us, Austin.
Oh, girlfriend.
Oh my god. Oh, connection being wonky.
Oh, right. Well, now we got fresh meat with Oscar. John,
Yes.
I'm gonna
Give
leave
him
it
your
up to you.
105 questions.
Okay.
5
One.
questions. Let's go.
What is 2 times 2?
2 times 2?
42.
2
Right
times
answer.
2 is 2 2s.
There you go. Double 2s. Okay. Well, now that I have all 3 of you here, I think we should just watch the film together as a unit and discuss the whole thing. We'll put it on like a low thing. If you guys want to pause or talk about anything specifically, we'll do it that way, and then we'll go from there. Is that cool?
Yes, that sounds fun.
Love it.
Okay. I had no idea what I was going to do with this today, so we are going to make this a fun time.
I love that you guys have setups too, and I'm just sitting here holding the phone
It's okay.
because I just moved into a new.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations.
Hey! Hey! Where am I? Are you all crazy? Untie me right now, or I swear
Do what? Write us up? Fire us? You're tied to a chair, genius. Maybe think before you talk.
Maybe this isn't a good idea. What if somebody finds out about this?
For Christ's sake, man. Grow a spine. We've already crossed the line. We might as well enjoy
Enough.
it.
This is what we came here to do. You know what's funny? I used to think you were just oblivious. You know, like, maybe you didn't realize just how much you were screwing us over. But now, I'm starting to think you like it.
That's not true. I treat you all as fairly as I can.
You piece of shit! You know damn well!
Decent wages! Great hours! Pizza parties!
Nothing wrong with pizza parties.
If you mention pizza one more damn time, I swear to God.
Tell us more about your fairness. What was fair about him? Missing his daughter's first Christmas.
I had to watch her open presents through a damn phone!
You did not PTO for 6 months. The requests were all 2 to 3 weeks in advance.
I had to! We were projected to be understaffed at
My
the time!
mother was dying!
She'd been in hospice for weeks. Barely even awake. I begged you to let me take a day off and be with her. You said no. Said the team needed me. But thankfully, you didn't have to make your job any harder by managing your employees to cover for it. Did you?
Working when you've been employed to is your
You
responsibility!
didn't even apologize to him. to any of us.
I didn't know. Look. Look. I can change. Right now, I'll turn over a brand new leaf. How's an office upgrade sound? For all three of you!
Let's make things fun again.
Whoa, whoa. What the fuck? No. This is entirely too far!
Don't worry. Nothing's decided yet. Yeah, we're just having a pre-termination meeting.
You have 3 chances to guess each of our names. You guess right, you're back on the floor. But if you guess wrong...
Marcus! You have a kid named Tom.
Marcus. Impressive. You even mentioned my kid. Entirely incorrect. A bold risk with the kid. Don't worry. That'll heal by Q3.
Guess my name.
Please. I'm so sorry about your mother.
I am too. What's my name?
Wallace. Blaine. Jeff. Elijah.
Wrong.
Every single one of them. Final round. You know what? Fuck it.
All right, boys. And that's hey. I guess you guys saw it this morning, so technically this isn't your first time. But how you guys feel after watching it for maybe the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time, 8th time, 9th time? I think this may Mark's 10th.
I'll start off. I cannot get over just again how well this was produced. Fuck. Everybody's presentation, actor-wise, is just spot on. The color grading, production, post-production, sound, everything just came together so well. Yeah. I'm gonna open up to the boys because I've talked about this for the last couple hours now. But I like seriously, I watched it again and you saw me. I can't say anything because I'm just so drawn into Oscar and Austin's and Daniel's performances to where it's like I'm entertained. I don't even know I'm fucking in this. Like I see these guys and I'm just like I'm blown away.
I mean, I don't think mine or Oscar's performance would have been there if it hadn't been for you. You know, both of us were connecting with you the whole time, so I think it's a huge testament to you as well.
Yeah,
I
Mark.
appreciate that, but on the same hand, though, you guys brought
No
it.
other hands. There's no other hands.
Well, you know, all tides raise boats or whatever that saying is. So technically, y'all helped each other out. You know,
Another
in a way.
saying: there is no action without a reaction.
Oh, a good one too. Touche,
Yes.
sir. Touche. I'm kind of upset Daniel is not in on this right now. I wish he was here with us, but I don't know where he is. So
Me either.
All right, so you know, I'm gonna come straight out and be like, Oscar, tell me what you are channeling, especially in that part where you and I are face to face. Cause, dude, I was getting a lot of emotion from you. Like you tapped into something, and just what was your inspiration for when you were telling the boss about your mom?
Yeah, man. I mean, well, it all starts with the text that we're given, right? So you take that for what it is and the severity of the moment and the gravity of it. and then just applying that and taking what the character is going through on paper and marrying that with who you are personally as a human and what you've gone through, and how can I relate to this character? How can I put myself into this character? How do we become one together? And yeah, that it took me to that place. And it, I feel like we've all had those situations in the workplace where we're not happy about a certain thing, be it trying to request a day off and doesn't get approved, or trying to get a promotion and it doesn't go anywhere, or working years somewhere and feeling slated throughout the years and all this stuff. So that was so easy to like channel and tap into. And my character specifically having that moment of sitting down and having you finally at one point in our relationship as the smaller person versus you as this big guy, as the tough guy, it finally gave me that moment to let you know how I feel exactly. And given all that context, giving all that, yeah, man, it was time to play. And it was literally,
Yeah. One of my favorite things that Oscar was doing, if anybody noticed it, during that sit down face to face, Mark's character was trying to look away because he knows he's not in the right here.
Yeah.
And Oscar is literally forcing him to look him in the eye when he's talking to him.
Mark
We
said that
brought that
earlier.
up literally earlier today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's that was a great little thing. Yeah, I never. It's funny because like watching the movie, I'm like when I'm in the moment of being behind the camera, I don't notice these little things sometimes because I'm just so focused on everything else that I'm not. And then when we talk about these things now, I'm like, oh shit, I missed that. Right? Oh fuck, that's what happened. Yeah, I was telling Mark I turned to I black out after every shoot probably and just forget a lot of things. And it's not from from an adrenaline overdose, I guess.
Oh no, absolutely. But that's the biggest thing that caught my eye when I was watching is again, Austin, like you brought up, Oscar was like, hey, and because I know when we were filming that, I turned my head to this side, and he literally, no, you're gonna fucking look at me in that aspect, with the whole head turning side, and I was like, that was amazing, and part of the reason, Oscar, why I asked you, what was your inspiration? Because I appreciate your answer, but man, it just seems like it went a little bit deeper than that. Because what I loved about our connection at that point shooting was, dude, like you started tearing up. Like there were actual legitimate, emotions that you were pulling into that scene. And that's what drove me, because it was like, yeah, I'm going to look away because I can't watch you tearing up, because part of me is like, Oscar's a good guy. I don't want to see him tearing up. But me as the boss, it's like, okay, he's my employee. And, I fucked him up over big time. So when you started tearing up, it was like, it was good for me personally, emotionally, to drive the character. But as the character, it's like, I did this. I can't even look at him, which is what, portrayed you to do that whole side thing. But yeah, like seriously, like you got into it, dude.
No, I appreciate that, bro. Like literally call it just an actor thing, but when you're in such a vulnerable moment like that, and it's such a one-on-one moment, for me, how I function, like cameras, all that stuff, everything, lines, they disappear, and we are just in that moment locked in. So yeah, if I start tearing up, or if I'm like looking at you and I'm like, here I am, I am so upset, and you have no idea what pain you've caused me personally, and you want to look away because I'm getting mad and you're scared because you're tied up and you don't know what's going to happen to you. No, I'm going to find you. I'm going to let you know what's going on. And so living in that moment, truly, it's easy, man. And again, I'm giving you kudos, because that moment of us locking eyes and me looking for you wouldn't have happened if you weren't sitting here, trying to look away. and it captured such a beautiful moment because we both met each other in that scene and we're locked in. And yeah, man, it's a great one. Austin, thank you for shouting that one out because yeah, that was awesome.
Also, that little moment also reminds me of like interrogation scenes in general. Like if you're like a cop or like some bad villain or bad guy is like trying to talk to like a character, and they're like, you know, like they're always following them in that respect. So it's like it's also like I don't know. I just connect it with that as well too. With that, if that makes sense. I feel like I just rambled on.
No, you didn't ramble on at all. And Oscar hit on a really good point. So for me being the boss and pretty much everybody getting up in my face, no, Oscar, you brought up a great point of the fact of playing off of each other. And, you know, like with Austin, like he was just fucking full throttle, just good to go. So I could not break his gaze because it's like, this dude's going to go off at any freaking moment. And that's what was so great to play the role of the boss is I had 3 different people to play off of because in the last part of Hey, you know, I give that final waning look over to employee number 1. Yeah. And just being like, okay, it's you now. What's up? And I got to play off of all 3 of you. And fuck, it's one of those things to where, you know, you could be like, all right, what are we doing? Are we doing this right? I didn't have to think that about any 3 of you. One thing that John and I were talking about, Oscar, is like, you know, I remember you and I were sitting between takes and I'm like, I'm sorry. And I kept telling you, I'm sorry. And you're like, dude, why are you fucking sorry? I'm like, dude, I killed your mom. And you're like, oh, and you got it. And it was so great to see another actor to be like, I know what you're doing. All right, you know what? I know we're in between takes and we can take a break, but no, we're and you locked in. And that's the same thing that I had with Oscar, the same thing I had with Austin on Milk that I had with here. You know, when he was face to face with me with the stapler, he was in character. It's like he was like, no, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm like, but dude, you were my son. No, he's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. And when I say I didn't have to act, I saw the emotion from all of you guys. And it was one of those things where my job's easy. My job's easy. I care about all 3 of these guys, and they're upset with me. So I'm just going to use it. What's that? You got to go poopies?
Peepees.
Oh, well. While he does that, by the way, everyone, we're at 292 at the moment, 12 hours into the the first 24 hours of Hey.
We're going to hit 300 very soon.
Yeah, and we're at 46 likes. We need about 54 left to get to 54. The characters' first names. So we're on a roll. Butter us up, sweethearts.
Jesus, I love the fact that it was like 100 views in 24 hours. I'm like, I think we could get it, absolutely. And here we are, close to 300 in 13 hours.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look. It's beating his typical scores by double right now, almost.
And I'm looking at the responses as well too, because like this, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the biggest, like outside of Death Club, this is one of the biggest things I've been a part of, and I'm so fucking stoked about this.
Good. You should be. You should all be stoked about something like that you guys gave your blood, sweat, and tears to. I know you are. I'm just reiterating that fact. I feel like an asshole saying that, but it's me. Deal with it, bitches.
No, this like when it comes down to projects, this is part of the reason why I'm glad that Austin brought this opportunity to my attention, because it's like, we're independent, it's non-paid, and it's everybody's here because they want to be. Unpaid work is not terrible work. Unpaid work is not good work. Unpaid work is, hey, we want to create, and a lot of great comes out of that. And this is proof. This is absolute proof of, I want to be an actor. I want to be director of photography. I want to be a producer.
You almost said photography.
Huh?
You almost said fucktography.
Well, you like the DP. That's all I'm gonna say. But no, it's a matter of no matter whatever your role. Like this is a good example of great people getting together who are like, we want to make art. We want to make a film.
Well,
We don't.
it's like you said also earlier. You know, you bring that professionalism instead of that independent mindset or that diva mindset to something where that's where we all feel like we're all bringing that professional mindset.
Mhm.
And
Well,
then,
it's a matter of
Yeah.
we get all that tomorrow. Like you got to live life, and the fact of the matter is, why I got into acting in my 40s is I was tired of people tell me you could be good, maybe not, you shouldn't try that, or me telling myself I wouldn't be a good actor. Well, you know what? I'll let other people decide because if I'm not a good actor, they're not going to cast me. So I'm just going to go out and I'm going to do it. And I've been very lucky because, like I said, with all of you, I found very like minds where it's like we're going to do what we're going to do. Fuck what everybody else says. Where we want to create, and we're going to do it on our terms. And I love that because you see so many, like everybody's like, well, box office budget numbers, multi-million dollar contracts, stuff like that. That's not film, that's the movie industry, and that's good. And you know what, I'm not gonna lie, I'd like to get up to that level, but on the same hand though, I will say right now where I'm at, I'm loving this because I've always wanted to be an actor, and I got to the point in my life where I am maturely wanting to be an actor. Like John and I talked about earlier.
Mhm.
I was thinking about it for the wrong reasons. I want to be cool. I want to be popular. Fuck that. You want to be an actor, you got to have a passion for the art, the passion for the craft, and you want to be able to create something good. And people will be like, "Well, you like horror movies." I do like horror movies, and some of them are crap. Yes, they are. Evil Dead. I love the Evil Dead franchise, and a lot of people give that a
Amen.
hard comment because it's like, oh, well, if you look at the first two movies, bad special effects, storyline is just whatever. But then it's like, oh, okay, storyline is just whatever. Why do they have a TV show? Why do they have Army of Darkness?
Yeah.
Why do they have fans keep bringing it back? Why is there a musical? I got into entertainment because of Evil Dead the musical because I was like, why do they make a musical out of something I love?
It was a cult classic that got bigger, and also like they had to remake one from two because they didn't have the rights to like one, so they had to
Yes.
redo the whole thing almost. But like it's split in half to like what you get to in three. So yeah, like Evil Dead is just kind of, again, it's also like a really interesting story as well because you have Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell writing a 14-page script, and then they make it into a 90-minute movie, and it gets banned in Germany because it's like too much blood. So you can't, which is the funniest shit ever I heard. Like it's like, oh, too much blood in Germany of all places. But yeah, Evil Dead's like a cult classic that people just start loving, and like it's grown, and like I think a lot of people who like I saw that shit in 8th grade, like my first time, and like I remember I can tell you like me and my friend watching the first. Funny enough, we watched 3, 2, 1, but like the pencil in the ankle, like that shit still fucking freaks me the fuck out. Like
Yep.
you know, you know. So that's my little Evil Deadness.
No, fair enough. But
then-
again, it's one of those things of people who have dreams, aspirations, and just want to do what they want to do. And in essence, that's kind of what we're doing. It's like, fuck it, we don't need $1 million budgets. We're gonna create, and we created something awesome.
Well, I don't know about you. I really want $1 million budget, but
Oh, I do want $1 million budget, but I will say this is equivalent.
Yeah.
What do you think, Oscar?
I literally, my phone died when I went on my little break there, but I didn't catch the beginning of the question here.
I think Mark was on a side tangent of quite well. I don't know. You were kind of in a ebb and flow here.
Well, yeah, we were talking about, you know, things where it doesn't take $1 million budget to make something good, and that's why I'm a big fan of Evil Dead the musical, because it was like, you know, Sam Raimi just got out of college. Hey, Bruce, buddy, want to be an actor in my film or what have you? And it's like something great doesn't have to be on $1 million budget. It's a matter of the passion behind it. And that's what I see, you know, with all of you and with everybody involved with Hey. It's a matter of we're here for the passion. Yeah. You know, we may not be, you know, getting paid right now on certain projects for what have you, but if it's something that merits, you know, our passion, we're going to do it. And on top of that, though, that's something that's going to build us up as well too, because we have this onto our resume. I mean, you know, even though they say, oh, it's non-paid, but on the same hand, though, we're getting that exposure, which helps out. But a lot of people don't like working on exposure. It's a matter of that passion. And when it comes down to this, it's like, shit. I mean, everything leading
Wait,
up
Mark,
till
you didn't get paid for this? Because I received my $1 million paycheck like 2 weeks ago.
and you know what? You deserved it.
You didn't get anything?
You deserved it. Ask me if I'm mad. I'm not mad because you know what?
Weren't you supposed to
No.
split that between all of us?
Oh, wait, are we live?
That's how they got to a new house.
Let's put it this way: if y'all made $1 million and I didn't, I'd be okay with that, because the fucking experience of this all, working with all of you guys, dream come true. Yeah, I'm gonna do DiMarco. I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna keep being verbose. Working with all of you has totally enriched my life on an artistic level, becoming a better actor. But then also, I have something to show everybody and being like, not only look what I did, look what everybody else did. I told a couple of friends back in the day, I'm like, when I go into film, I'm doing acting. I don't want to do production. I don't want to do marketing. I don't want anything. I show up, I do what I need to do, and then once it's done, I fuck off.
Yeah.
But that's not really what we need to do as actors in this aspect, because it's like, no, we're passionate about this. Why wouldn't we want to support this? And that's why this hasn't been a chore to me. It's like, no, I'm absolutely going to market the hell out of this, because we, not just myself, we all put blood, sweat, and tears into this. We came in overtime. We did ADR when we didn't know that we had to, and we did it, and we got it done. And the fact that everybody showed up, it's like, that's a paycheck right there. When I know I'm working with a team that is just as passionate as myself, that's a win. And that's why I'm here right now. And this is why I love talking with you guys, because you are all skilled, talented, but have a good ethic. And I will work with you all again.
Well, thank you, Mark. You beautiful son of a bitch, you. With your verboseness that I tell you that you don't have to apologize for ever. And you still apologize to me for. But I love you.
That's what I do.
Oh, by the way, Austin, I was really excited that I was working with you again after our wonderful time together at Underground Overture. So I look forward to this project when I found out you were working on this as an actor.
I was
I don't think I told you that, but I was
when I heard that you were going to be the DP.
Oh,
you know.
What? Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
No, I appreciate
there's not a lot of good DPs in Vegas.
Just because you're on my podcast doesn't mean you have to make me feel good.
There's also not a lot of DPs that realize that the Mighty Ducks are one of the best movies ever made, right?
Thank you. As I told Mark earlier, it's all about the movies and not about the team for me. And someone came up to me.
The duck.
Yep. And that's from the TV show as well, the cartoon. More or less. Yeah.
Wild.
You a Ducks fan? No, I like the movies. Oh. Okay. This is awkward. I'll leave now. Thank you.
No. Put more. We need to put more attention on Oscar. He hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah.
So,
Oscar, you from Staten Island, bro? You from the island? You lived there for a few years? How
I
you
did.
doing?
I went out there for college. I went out there for
Okay.
college. Great.
Hofstra?
What did you study in college?
Where'd you go? In Staten Island?
Wagner College.
Wagner. Okay, I was close. No, Hofstra's in Long Island. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got confused. For a
Yeah,
second.
no, that was amazing, man. The reason I went out there was because of the whole pursuing this acting thing, because my background started with theater and staged plays and all that stuff. And I told myself, I was like, well, I'm trying to do this. Here I am in my early 20s.
Mhm.
I got to make a jump. And I was blessed enough to have the opportunity to go out to New York. And I found the school. I auditioned for a plethora of schools, Marymount, Fordham, a number of schools. And yeah, Wagner said, hey, come on down, do the thing. And I was like, okay, cool. And it was interesting because my experience going there was amazing and some of the best years of my life. But I felt disattached personally, if I'm being totally honest right now, with my motivations as what I wanted to do with acting versus what was the hub and the main thing of the school, which was, and I came to find out, musical theater. And while I have some experience in musical theater, fun fact, my main motivation was I love theater and I love live plays, but I want to get into film as well. And I started realizing there's so many differences between stage acting, film acting, musical theater acting, commercial acting, all these different things. And when I came to the end of my time at Wagner, I just, made a decision not only that it wasn't my personal fit to continue my years at that school, but also financially, it's very expensive.
Yeah. So so Wagner's more of a musical theater college for actors.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't really look into Wagner or anything like that. So I know of it, but I didn't know that. So that's a fun fact to learn. So then what was your first actual set experience or acting experience on a set, and what was that like for you?
My first experience on a set
or in acting.
Yeah. Oh my God. Hold up. I gotta go back a little bit. Yeah, so it was 2 years ago. It was for the 48-hour film festival. And it was very unusual for me because I'd never participated in the community here in Vegas in regards to the film community. And I heard about this 48-hour film festival thing, and I went to one of the mixers. And going to mixers, I don't know how you guys feel, but it is, unless you're going there with a team and a group that and you have a core, if you go there solo, not knowing XYZ, it's a tough experience. Because those who know each other, and they talk, do the thing. But nonetheless, long story short, I did find somebody at the end of the day, and they gave me a part in their short film. And that was my very first experience. And I want to say, where was it that we filmed the short?
Indie Film Factory. That's where you filmed.
Yeah, the Indie Film Factory.
Were you guys on the same team?
No, I just know of the film he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it was amazing. It was amazing for me because yes, first experience. And the cool thing about the setup of where we were with the film factory was that they had this huge green screen type of backdrop in the room. And I'm like, oh man, green screens. I know the magic that happens with green screens. We see them all the time in movies. So I'm like, this is awesome. And taking in the energy and walking in the space and being on set and seeing this person working the camera, that person working the camera, this person holding lights, this person holding the boomstick. It all was like a whirlwind of just magic. Not to be cheesy or corny, but like magic. And I'm like, yeah, man, I cannot wait for more experiences like this because I know what I bring to the table and I know what I'm passionate about. But like to be part of a team that has these talented individuals that know their craft, know their positions, know their thing. Yeah, and to be a cumulative of that is, I don't know, amazing. I'm rambling. And if you can hear my dogs in the background, I do apologize.
It's okay. But shout out, 48 Hour Film Festival is coming back in August this year.
Yeah, sure are.
So really soon.
I do plan on attending or participating.
Yes, I think I will be as well. It's kind of like also I'll be in pre-production for something I'm going to New Mexico for, so it's kind of like a
nice.
I would like to do it. I think I'm going to do it. But like luckily enough the awards is like before I go to New Mexico, so I'm very happy with that. So I can at least be there. I heard Coconut Meat will not be participating this year, so we all have a chance of winning.
Hey.
That is hilarious, bro.
That's what I've heard. I heard it through a grapevine of someone, so I don't know how true that's going to be, but I heard they're not going to be in it this year, so I'm like, hey, we all have a chance. We all have a chance.
And kudos to them, dude.
Yeah.
Kudos. They killed it.
Yeah, they did.
I've decided this year, given previous experiences, I want to be a lead role or a close to a high supporting role because I want to test my skills at that level. I don't feel I was given opportunity in the past years in that regard. I know everybody has their thing, but I just feel personally I want to try it to go for the big ones.
You go for the big one, man. You don't stop.
Yeah, bouncing off of that, because like it all comes down to, it's tough when it comes to film festivals that are so coordinated and so organized in the Vegas community, because you could be in Austin, you can be an Oscar, you can be a Mark, you could be a Daniel, you could be a whoever.
Yeah.
But when you don't know individuals and you just join a team and things like that, it's hard to like have a voice, because us actors who are humble, who know what we bring to the table and participate in these teams that don't know the capabilities, they set their things, they do what they do, and they set a boundary and a limit for us. And I think that's what Austin's getting at.
Yeah.
Is being able to have the opportunity to work with those who know what you can bring to the table and create something off of that. And it all starts with a foundation, a solid team, and a community of people that know what you're doing, you know?
Also, it's the trusting thing too. People need to understand, like my whole personal philosophy in this regard is like, I trust you 100%. And if you take away that trust from me, we're going to have problems. And like, I am trusting anyone to like, give me what you got. And like, I think that's the, like, and like hearing everyone, I'm trusting you to hear what you have to say. Trusting me, you have to trust me as well. So there has to be like a balance. And I think that's another issue as well. Because again, there's so much ego in people that they don't know it sometimes. And they think they're like, oh, I'm a fair guy. I'm a fair lady or whatever it is. And like, they get caught up in their own hype in that respect. And they think they know better than what they do. And yeah, I'll just say that. I think like you need to have that. There has to be a trust factor as well in that. I'm not a smart guy, but when I say some stuff, I feel like it makes sense.
No, you're smart, bro. Come on now.
He saw some things, but you know they're kind of nice.
Sometimes I say things that make sense. Sometimes I don't, and then sometimes my wife looks at me like I'm an idiot.
Oh, that's
Question for you,
that's
Mark.
every husband. That's every husband.
There's a question for you, Mark.
Given we're talking about the 48-hour film festival, one, do you know what it is? And two, will you be participating this year?
That's to me.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
to you.
Oh, I know what the 48-hour film festival is. Absolutely. Will I be participating? Kind of like what I said to John earlier. It all depends on my availability. My biggest problem is my muggle job. I love it, and I'm there for them. They've given me great opportunity, but also on the same hand, though, I got to have that life work balance. So, give me the dates. Let me know what's going on. 48 Film Festival. If you need me to act in a couple days, I think I should be able to do it. I just need all the details.
I think it's in August 22nd to 24th, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Okay,
I
later
think-
later in August is better because I'm going back home to see family in the first couple weeks of August.
Yeah.
So.
The hardest thing about, I think, like the hardest thing with the 48, and I no one's watching this, so I can say this, but like I know your team last year had 12 people, Austin. So like
Oh, yeah.
that's a huge, like, first of all, that's a huge like thing to think about. Like 12 people is a lot, right? But at the same
Yeah.
time, it's like we don't know what we're getting. So like the thing is, when we were thinking about like, okay, what happened if this then that, it was like, well, our max is like 5 or 4 actors, because like we want to give everyone kind of equal time. It's kind of strange because it's kind of hard because it's like, well, you have to kind of keep it small, but you don't want to like not include everyone at the same time, and you have to find, I guess, a balance and like figure out like how to like properly get that, because again, we don't know what genre we're getting, what like the line is, or any of that nature. So when it's like, it's kind of like I feel like the actors have to kind of are like, in a weird way, this might sound strange, but like they should be on call that weekend. And it's like, if we need you, like if we need more, we need more. But if we need like 2, it's like we got 12. Like you really need 2 for that scenario. If that makes sense.
Right.
Like it's a
I do.
weird.
I
It's a
also
weird
feel
week.
like
Yeah.
if you're bringing in that many actors, you should be prepared to write for that many actors.
Oh yeah, I totally
Or
agree as
let
well
them
too.
know that you have 1 or 2 that you want to focus on in this thing, so that the others are prepared and could possibly go somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree with that as well too. Because I know a few of you. I think a few of you guys. I don't know who it was, but I think some people were on like 2 projects. Because I remember, I think one lady was in 2 different projects and she won something, or like was nominated, right?
Yeah, she won. What was it? I think
Best
that's a supporting actress.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was a. Yeah, there has to be like, there also, I feel like too, like if the actress is in multiple, it has to be like an Academy Awards thing too. I feel like where you can't get nominated, because I think they can get nominated for 2 things, but like they shouldn't allow that. I feel like you have to pick one role and nominate them for that, and like give everyone the chance to do that, because I feel like that's kind of baloney and malarkey.
And I feel like that goes with like multiple categories, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like to really like give surface to all the creatives,
Yeah.
it should never just be like a clean sweep, you know? And that is no jab at anyone who's ever taken at the 48, 49 or
I
any
want a
film,
clean sweep, motherfucker. I want a clean sweep.
which is great. I'm saying that's fantastic. But being able to separate like certain categories and just like have certain individuals, you know, latched onto certain subjects, like would give more, you know, image towards others.
Also, I realized that last year, depending on where you are in the order, that's like most likely how you're going to win, because everyone at the last session were all winners in that respect. Like the only thing like we won was the best sound, but at the same time, it was like I also feel like, okay, Coconut Meat can't win everything. Again, I'm not trying to blast them. I'm just saying in general here, like what this, you know, like they can't win for everything, so we'll give it to these guys because it was the second best sound. Like, you know what I mean? Or like, and then everyone else, it's, I don't know. That's just my opinion on the matter of thing. It makes me sound like I'm shitting on this thing, but I'm not trying to. It's just a unique contest or challenge thing.
Sure. 300 views.
What?
Is that what I read?
We're over 300?
views. Let's go. we're at 300.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Sorry, had to share that, everybody.
Yeah. That's
How
awesome.
how fucking cool is that?
Yo, everybody, take a shot. Pick up your shot. Take it. Here we go. Mark, what is that in your hand?
You drink all of my alcohol, Oscar. I don't have any alcohol at my house.
Oh, that's what happens when you drink it too fast. You run out, bro.
You guys drink a whole bottle of Jack in less than 3 hours.
I literally couldn't even tell you the last time I had bought Jack.
Well, I had Jack at my party, and now it's gone.
Well, all I'm gonna say is y'all motherfuckers brought like at least 14 subscribers to Batteries Not Included. Y'all brought 300 views to Hey in less than 14 hours. And on top of that, we have 47 likes, which is 53 away from getting to know what the names of all the employees are. But seriously speaking, though, like those numbers right there, like being an independent film for a 7-minute short independent film is huge.
You mean a 5-minute short film with 2 minutes of credits?
Okay. But that goes to show that you guys have we all have a good support stream right there. And the fact of 300 views in the first day, that's awesome. Going along with the whole being an actor, being whatever part you are in the film and marketing the film, you guys have been doing that. But also on the same hand, though, it's like you wouldn't do that if you weren't passionate about it. I get that. I've been there before. And so, like, you don't realize how honored I am. Even if somebody comes and like, oh, you only got 300 views, I'll be like, bitch, that's 300 more views than other projects I've been on. It's like support nowadays. It's really hard to come by. Like, this is amazing. I mean, Batteries Not Included. I remember when they were like, oh, we want to get more than 300 subscribers 6 months ago. And in 6 months, they've got another 50 followers. Again, 300 views on Hey alone. And I don't know about you guys. I'm getting nothing but positive feedback. I see people commenting that I wouldn't even ever thought of would have commented. I just started a YouTube channel today. So it's like, I just now subscribed. This is a good view of the feedback that we have from our family and friends, but also on the same hand, though, of just the positive promotion of we need to keep doing what we're doing. I mean, plain and simple, we have succeeded. This is not the end, but right here at this start, this is like we did it. We've reached it, and level up. We're leveling up.
Yeah. Marketing is very important for independent filmmakers, and independent filmmakers need to understand that a lot more than what they think they do, and they need to come with a plan, and that's the most important thing. Because if you don't have a plan or a good frame of reference of what you want to do, whatever you do in marketing is not going to work. Then you can here's a story, fun fact. I bought an ad space for my YouTube channel, one of my videos, because I was so excited about it. And it got 0 views in a day, so no one watched it. So I was like, well, fuck this. I'm going to go buy and put it on YouTube ads. It dropped my retention rate to 30 seconds and it zeroed out everything. But I got 67,000 views, but no one really commented. No one, a few subscribers. By the same time, because of that retention rate, it hasn't been in the ether of YouTube's algorithm. So yeah, I market it the wrong way for a video. So you have to be smart. You have to be smart about how you do things too.
Absolutely. So I think Oscar's. Oh wait, there he is.
Sorry.
I think we need to throw more questions at Oscar. He's the new kid in the crew.
Okay.
All right. What? Oh my god, I've been doing this for 5 hours.
All right,
Oscar, given that me and you both received the project offer at the same time, what made you pick employee 2 and not employee 3 or employee 1?
That's a fun fact I did not know.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
we both.
Okay, that's a question, bro. That's a great question. I guess employee 1 for me like felt a certain rage, which is very obvious once you guys watch the film. Whoever's watching.
Employee 1. Employee 1 was the coward.
That
Oh.
pussy.
What?
That
I thought
pussy.
you were talking about your role with mine, bro.
What?
You're talking about, okay, employee 1 and 2.
No. Employee 1 is Daniel, employee 2 is you, and employee 3 is me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And you're-
and you said employee 1 had rage. Employee 1 did not have any rage.
Okay,
He did have silent rage. What are you talking about?
he did.
See what
Okay.
happened was.
If you saw the rage that I didn't.
Yeah, no. No, for me, dude, I'll just sit here and just be blunt. But seeing the emotion behind employee 2 and the dealing with loss and having that type of moment obviously really drew me to it. Because for me, naturally, as a human, I feel like all of us as actors have a lot that we're most comfortable with. Excuse the wind. I think Austin's driving down the 215 right now. No, but anyway, as I'm saying here, I feel like every actor has a certain pocket that they can relate to and they have a comfort towards. Granted, you always want to explore things outside of your pocket and challenge yourself, which is why I gave my character a bit of a Southern background.
I thought you had yeah, okay. I was like, does this motherfucker have a Southern accent, or is he pulling this off as an actor?
Yeah,
because I wasn't too sure.
That was definitely a choice because I was born in California, raised in Vegas, pretty much, and lived in New York. So yeah, anything far from a Southern accent. But I was like giving my characters, building his character and his background. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this thing, and when I talk, I'm gonna do certain like diphthongs and just talking about my mother and things like that, and play with an accent. And yeah, it all came to me, and yeah, the emotion behind it is what really drew me to the character. Long story short, and yeah, even when you lock into something that's in your pocket, you want to find a way and find something to grow from and challenge yourself as an actor. But yeah, Austin's character is also totally fun, and I sit here and after having watched the film, and even while we were there filming it and all that stuff, I'm like, that'd be fun to play. He's so reckless and so emotional,
Right.
Was this the hardest role you have had so far?
Is that me personally?
Yeah. But all three of you. What is this one? How hard is this role? Like, from a scale from 1 to 10, that was it hard for you all to for you to convey those things, I guess, or get to that level?
I guess to start, difficulty wise, I will say emotionally, it's always so hard and challenging because I will cry and I will yell and I will feel all these raw emotions, which the character has. So in that aspect, I would say it's really high and challenging to a sense, because there is a comfort me as an actor drawing from emotions, tapping into that are closer. But I also do have another experience.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, hello, Isaiah.
Hi.
Hey,
There he is.
Who's that guy?
The man, the myth, the legend. Hi. I really wanted to hop on. It's just been a hectic day today with the Kendrick Lamar concert.
Oh, there's a Kendrick Lamar concert today.
Yeah, there's also a fight, a boxing or whatever. So it's just been busy.
And your embroidery machine broke too.
And my embroidery machine broke. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. So I've been struggling like a single mother.
Well, you just
Don't
gave birth
worry,
also.
we've been talking crap all about you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
I've been
God.
listening. I've heard some things. Some secrets have been spilled. I'm just joking.
Yes, they have. They have been spilled, and you've heard them all for about 6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
One that really caught my attention was when it was known that I allowed them to choose their characters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No. Hear me out, because I
Yeah.
totally did give you guys a choice, but y'all know, like, I had already been wanting to work with you two specifically for a moment, and I
Yeah.
spoke to you about that. And well, I don't want to say I did a bait and switch on you guys, but I sent them in that way because I figured you guys would like choose them based on the personality. And I wanted to see different, like for Austin. I think I've seen some things where he's just playing, I think, like a good guy. I didn't really see any bad things. Like I guess I've always wanted to see him in like a horror movie, but also kind of crazy. Um, and then for Oscar, I'm just like, damn, I really wanted to work with you. So it kind of just played out. And when you guys said yes, and you guys chose those specific roles, I'm like, wow, that was the easiest casting I've ever had to do. Just played out so well. But yeah. How have everything been? We're at 300 views.
Yep.
And some change. We got the likes almost there.
Yeah.
Well, now I got a question. You're talking about casting.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you cast me?
Sorry.
So here's the funny thing. I was actually going through 4 different people, and each individual that I was choosing, they gave off this look for a boss.
Oh, go on. Oh.
No, he muted his mic.
Uh oh, he's in trouble.
Wait, everybody's muted.
Oh, why is everyone muted? Except.
Oh, we were listening.
Oh.
I'm not trying to.
Sorry. Still have a day job, guys. But what I was saying was, I had 4 individuals, and they all look like a boss, but I feel like they wouldn't have sounded like one, or they wouldn't have, or what they turned in didn't really give off too much. So I believe it was Austin, who recommended. He didn't really recommend. He more so just said, like, I know somebody, maybe reach out to him, see if he's interested. And then he sent me a photo, or I think we communicated about you, and then I got your information, and I went and found you. And it wasn't until I forgot who I was with, but I was watching your IMDb reel, and there was one clip in there where, like, you played, I guess, like, you had on these glasses, the dress shirt and everything, and I said, this is the guy. Not only does he have the look, but he also has like this vibe about him, like he's a douchebag, and then you turned out to be like really nice. Like, I'm like, dude, that's a complete opposite person. Really nice person, really nice. With that, I kind of figured we had something. I just knew we were missing a little bit of emotion. And when I say that, I mean like someone that didn't want to be there. Hence why he's not here now. But yeah, that was shady. I'm sorry.
No.
That happens after a long day.
That person also doesn't have a Instagram anymore, too. That you're talking about.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a day.
Well, and the biggest reason why I asked is, like, so as an actor,
Mm-hmm.
it was really shocking to be like, okay, I got suggested, by Austin. He goes, hey, check this out. And I applied, and I know that you were looking at multiple actors, and it's not a matter of me being like, oh, what makes me so great? It was just a matter of, me being like, what made me right for the role? And that was basically my whole question about that, because trust me, I am thankful that I got cast, and I am happy, and actually seeing the product, it's like I will say, I hate watching myself on screen, but I will say watching this is very palatable. I was like, okay, I don't hate looking at myself. And like, yeah, I kind of see myself as an asshole boss, but I like going back to the original of, you know, why I was picked, because we didn't have a traditional audition process, and I just want to make sure, you know, what I did, you know, I could replicate, because apparently I did something right, and I just want to make sure that I continue doing that, because I value your input. So
Oh wow, thank you. Yeah, here's the thing. Each project, I'm so happy we're done with them, John. Each well, we still have one that's underway, but I don't want to bust John's balls on that. I don't want to put him under any pressure. Uh,
Oh, we talked about it already. Don't worry, you don't put me in pressure.
oh, perfect. But yeah, like each short had a different process for casting. Um, I learned my lesson very early, just gonna be honest, on not to like reach out directly unless the people are like go-getters. Like in some way, shape, or form, there was still an audition process. Seeing how you tackled the pre-production stuff and everything. Seeing how like attentive the actors were and things like that. Like we didn't have to we didn't have to recast anyone up until a certain point for a certain project. So, and that was because they were being difficult. It wasn't anything we couldn't handle. Um, I feel like, I feel like with the casting though, you have to be very strategic because you can find yourself in a very messed up place. I'm not gonna lie, Daniel wasn't the first choice for employee number, well, any of the employees. I actually had another actor and he lived in California and he provided a great, I'm actually using him for another project, but for this project, it would have been like, we're on crunch time, you know, we're on his time. And I didn't want to do that. I wanted us to be kind of comfortable in who we worked with. So that it was just strategic that way. John, anything on casting or pre-production? More so pre-production?
Not. I was in the casting part of it, but like, just, pre-production wise, I think I've told this earlier. Like, I gave a long-winded answer to Marco. They said he appreciated the long-winded answer. So about like just testing all that lighting, because I was like, well, I can't like bring in lights because we don't have enough space in my garage, even though my garage is a nice size, but we have to be mindful of all these other things. So I was like, well, what about clamp lights? Then I went to buy a clamp light, 2 clamp lights, 3 clamp lights, then 6 clamp lights, then a 7th one accidentally, and then like 40-watt bulbs, then going, oh, do I need 60-watt bulbs? And then buying a bunch of light bulbs that now I have in downstairs with the amount of gaff tape Mark gave me for the rest of my life.
Love that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna see what's gonna die first, the light bulbs or the gaff tape. But but yeah, just like that. And then like, I said this, I think in private maybe, but like I messed up on the shot list myself, because like when I did the shot list, because there shouldn't have been 43 shots, there should have been less in a sense, because how Sam explained it to me after is I have to just do a script line, and I thought I did the script line right because I was doing the script line based off of an edit. So my whole brain was like, oh, so we'll do this to this in this shot, then we'll do this to this in that shot, then we'll do this to this in that shot. So it just kept adding more and more. I'm like, this feels wrong, but it feels right, because I was like trying to help Isaiah also for like the edit. So he knew like, hey, we'll cut to this, we'll cut to that, we'll cut to this. So I would make it easier on him. So in that respect, by the time we did it, it just got all flustered and like could plunked. So sometimes like it was like, oh shit, what shot are we doing now? So yeah, that was a fun time. Just that
So just to piggyback off that for a little bit, I appreciate that because there's been a lot of times where I've filmed or I've been on different projects and they don't really look out for the editor, or they deliver shit and expect you to make the best meal ever so they can eat, and it's like you can't do that. One thing I really do appreciate is Sam for the notes and everything attached to the script, because, and I'm just gonna be honest with you guys, that's how the flow works. Like that's how Hey flows so well, in my personal opinion. You look at the other projects and they don't have Sam attached to it. I'm giving her credit right now, major credit. They don't have Sam attached to them, like Next Applicant or Collection or the other ones. They don't have her attached to them, so you can kind of see where they just kind of fly through. I feel like the way that Hey is cut, if you read the notes
it's cut exactly to a T of the notes that's provided. I did take some liberties in using some shots that I seen rather than what John has posted or what you guys had shot in there. I did see some other things. I was like, wow, that'll look good. But I was looking for like a cinematic experience, movie theater feel. So I went with what I had, or what I wanted, per se.
What you needed.
Yeah. Well, John, you provided what we needed. I really appreciate that. No, seriously, you really did. You're a major. You're like the Yoda of this thing. I have to give you credit.
I just do. I just push buttons, man. I just put a light up and I just go record. I walk away and then I.
Your Oscar speech is going to be so quick. It's just literally going to be.
Joe Pesci.
Thank you.
Joe Pesci has the quickest Oscar saying that. He has like, thank you. Then he walks off stage.
Yeah, well, yours is just going to be thank.
Yeah, it's me, you, and then
you.
Just
oh
you.
Lord.
Then.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, what was it like for you? Because like in a sense, this is the fourth film that we've done. Technically, out of the 4, you directed 1, and then like letting go.
2. Next applicant, and if you lost it all.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't counting. I wasn't counting next applicant yet because that was the 5th one. I said the 4 that we.
Oh, sorry.
The 4.
Yeah.
Up to that point, you were just now you were letting go of these babies and kind of like I wrote this. Here you go. What was it like? Like how? Like was it just nerve-wracking for you? Was it like, oh my god, like I just hope I gave it to the right person, or like I just. Like,
I'm to your question. I'm really excited that you asked that because I wasn't, and I'm just being honest for those that see this, like Niall, Kat, Cooper, whoever else. I'm just being honest, but I was fearful all the way up until the point where you took on missing. No, let me explain. I honestly feel like you set the standard for what I envision for the future in the sense of like how I want other directors to tackle it, because we all tackle things a different way. And the way that you tackled missing, you tackled it head on pre-production. I had already done like the development stuff, but you went back in and touched in more development stuff. There's a lot of people that don't do that. Most people, like every other director that I ran across for each and every project before missing, they just took what I gave them. I don't know if you remember early on, but we even gave those tone breakdowns and things like that. So it was mainly just like, here. It's this strict track. Don't go off the track. Stay on there. There's dinosaurs in the wild, in the wild. Like don't just stay on this track.
Yeah.
And I feel like going through what we went through, like for instance, share a little bit of drama for If You Lost It All, having a unprepared director. And me having to step in, if I wasn't prepared, like if I hadn't been doing my work on the back end, we would have really shot ourselves in the foot right there. You know, we're shooting in someone's house. It's what, 8, 7 o'clock going on 10 o'clock at night. We're not rushing, but we're getting rushed. You know what I'm talking about. And it's kind of like irritating at that point. So there was a point where I was questioning, like, is this the right thing to do? Should I be just directing them by myself? But do I want to be that person where I'm also able to show someone how to do it, you know?
Yeah.
With missing, with Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty upset. I was upset more so at the idea that I thought it would have been a little bit easier. It wasn't until John like really set me down and brought it back to reality and was just like, we're gonna need a team. Like Darkseid's coming. We're gonna need to put a team together. And I know some people. So he went and like conjured up, you know, who he could. And then I was just like, okay, that's great. But it was still like I faulted myself a little bit when it came down to applying the director. And that's all I'm gonna say to that. It's not specifically about like the specific director for Hey, but for any project, you want to make sure that they're attached to the project 100%. Yeah. And then to your point about, you know, letting go of your baby, I think that's what I'm most proud of, is being able to let go. I think working on the Fairfax incident and leaving a lot on the cutting room floor to touch back later on, I'm able to do that with these short films, you know, not really leave things on the cutting room floor, but explore those things, the cutting room floor. And I hope that somewhere along the line, it helps others like learn how to let go of attachments to their projects.
Yes. I also was gonna piggyback off you saying about the pre-production thing because I remember getting the script for because I forgot to mention this earlier. I remember getting the script for Hey, and I read it, and I text you as soon as I fucking finished it. I go, this is more than what we've done. Like everything we've done so far is 2 to 3 pages, and I'm like everything else was also two characters max, or 3 characters, or two characters. And I go,
Two characters, one location.
yeah,
3 pages. Yep.
and I go, 4 characters, 7 pages. We're gonna need a bigger boat, basically. like we need more crew. We're not gonna we wouldn't finish in a day. We wouldn't even finish in 2 days if we had just the 4 of the me, you, Cat, and Niall to do that all. Because again, even if you just did sound, it's just we have 2 lobs. How are we gonna pull? Even that was tough too.
Right.
We have pulled that off and work around that shit too. So yeah.
And then, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
Oh,
Hey, real quick, guys, I do have
go
to
ahead.
hop off now.
Okay.
But pleasure, fellas. We will chat
Yes.
soon.
Oscar.
Yes, Oscar. We'll talk soon.
See you, man.
Love y'all.
I love
Talk
you.
to
Love
later.
you. Yep.
Get home safe.
Is he not home?
No, he's home.
Oh.
I'm making a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's a really bad joke.
Basically saying you're long-winded.
Oh God. I was gonna say that the other thing that got me with Hey was I don't know, I wish that that's something that I would have tackled earlier in the editing. Instead, I felt like it required more of us, so it required more time in the bay of editing. So I went and I got another project attached to Batteries Not Included, which is Next Applicant, a little filler. And I feel like that though it filled the spot, it didn't fix what the issues were. And there were major issues working post-production because our goal was to produce 3 and it ended up going to 2 short films a month. But it's the idea of if you film at the beginning of the month and then you film in the middle of the month or the second week of the month, if you film one project in the beginning and then one project in the middle, you basically have 2 weeks to edit both projects. So there were times where I found myself stuck in between 2 projects. And with Hey, I said, there's no way that I can give this project what it needs. And we are already dealing, I think I had got my first review on the post-production. It needed to be better. So I made the decision to hold off. Next Applicant, I wasn't really happy with in the sense of a comedy, but like you said, John, we're not counting that one. It's not mine. But yeah, I think Hey really sets the tone for me that as long as you take the time on it and give it what it needs, then it'll be okay. Because when I first started editing, I'm gonna be honest with you, Mark. I'm gonna be honest with you, John. I panicked. I was just like, fuck, it's 4 characters, which I've done way more on sets before, but it's just the coverage, the notes, the expectation, goddammit. I was like, I don't want to let anyone down. And then I started stitching, still didn't see anything that I liked. I had multiple conversations with John. If it wasn't for John, I tell you now, this movie would have came out in 2035, around the time that I ran for president. Speaking of which, I just announced my candidacy for president. So whoever's watching.
How old are you again? You're
I'm 30. I'm sorry. I'm 27 right now.
Yeah,
but
you're about 9 years early.
8 years, dude.
Yeah,
8 years.
yeah.
You're 8 years early.
So that's why I'm doing it, because after this election and then the next one, it'll be my turn.
Okay.
Yeah. So just getting ready, guys. But yeah, I do want to thank you, John, honestly, because without you, I don't think that a lot of this would have been possible, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tear up. Hold on.
No, don't tear up. No, don't do it, John. Don't do it, man.
All right, I'll be the bad guy. Fuck John DiMarco.
Thank you.
He has technology and he points it somewhere. Fuck that guy.
Thank you. That's what I do.
No, seriously, John. your eye, like when I posted that thing on YouTube and I also posted on Facebook, and I was like, oh my, or yeah, I was like, look at me, you know, because I stalked John DiMarco's, you know, YouTube. I really do, because like I said, it's like, you know, you provide great information for up and coming DPs and anybody interested in the aspect of filmmaking, that aspect, and and just yeah, the way that you're able to work with people. Same thing with you, Isaiah. I love the fact that I could talk to you guys as a person and not as an actor. Like, you don't see me as an actor, you see me as a person, and I appreciate that, and letting you both know that with the power that you have in your titles, you guys don't dictate by that. You actually are just good people willing to put in the effort to make good art and make a good project and make sure everybody's on a good level.
Thank
Is that
you.
enough?
I respect that. I
I,
respect
I
that. Thank
appreciate
you.
that so much, Mark. I love you.
But no, I mean that though. Seriously, you
No,
guys are
I
great.
mean it. I love you. So deal with it.
Oh wow,
Cheers.
kind of tense here.
oh,
Love.
I was telling Mark about next applicant earlier because we were discussing, like, I was telling him, like, because we were coming off this hangover of like
Yeah.
things, and then I'm in the middle of like pre-production in missing, and I hate
Yeah.
to like repeat myself, so well, I do it anyway. And I was like, when we shot I was kind of not next applicant, I was kind of like whatever in a sense, and like not really. I don't think I was 100% there in that respect. Like, I was there, but I wasn't like there.
Yeah, and then here's the thing too. It's like we were what, 4 projects in at that point, or three or 4 projects in at that point.
Well, technically 4 if you count we shot missing.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 projects in.
So it's like we were a bit. I was not gonna lie. I think that was, plus what I was going through personally. I think that was the most depressed I've ever been. But working on those projects and seeing you guys and seeing it get done is what helped. I thought that a comedy would be beneficial to Batteries Not Included. The views say different. I'm not going to talk about Next Applicant like that. I find bits and pieces of it funny.
Yeah.
Would I do another comedy? Sure. Would I write the comedy? Probably. Will it be a dark comedy? Probably. Will you hear some jokes that you may not find politically correct? Yes, you will.
No, you do make Anne Frank jokes, as you told me yesterday.
Yes, and my Anne Frank jokes are stellar. Well, I was going to say killer, but that wouldn't have been great.
No, they're
Yeah.
hidden actually under the floorboards.
Yeah, they're in a great little diary that we have.
Yeah.
I made one Anne Frank joke at a party once, and it did not go well. It did not go well.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Did a party
But guys,
See, what
no-
happened was.
Yeah, what happened was, no, I'm actually about to close up at work, so I'm going to get off. Yeah, because there's people still shopping, and I'm like, they're shopping because I'm talking and the door's open.
Oh my god. Well, I think also we've been doing this for about 7 hours. I think. Oh, not 7 hours. Like close to 7 hours.
6
6
hours.
hours. I think it's time to hit the old dusty trail on this.
Yes. I appreciate you, John, for going live and keeping this going, and
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
I wish the video worked, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. So yeah, 7 hours almost. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there, boys. We're almost there.
This is huge. It's huge.
It's my longest stream ever, and it's probably the most longest. It's the longest ever.
Well, all I got to say is I appreciate just talking with all of you. First of all, waking up was like Christmas to me. Just seeing this present of everybody's contributions to making something awesome, and then 300 views. Clearly, people are watching it. They like it. I got a lot of good feedback. I can't ask for anything more, and I thank you all for this opportunity. So that's where I'm going to leave it at. Thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you for your contribution to this movie. It was wonderful. You killed it. Oscar killed it, and Austin killed it. Daniel killed it. Everyone killed it. It was killers be killed because it was killing.
Literally. I do want to let y'all know that because of the reviews that we've gotten, I'll make an update on this in the group me. But because of the reviews that we've gotten and because of the views that we've gotten, I will go ahead and start looking into film festivals after certain adjustments have been made to what I'm editing right now. So yeah, exciting
Cool.
news.
Cool.
Love it.
Yes,
Sweet,
sir.
man. All right. We'll talk.
All
Bye,
right.
everyone.
Bye bye.
Ending
Bye.
the stream as we speak. Bye.
Bye.